This dude is a transmigrator, unlike other transmigrators, who have to grind quests all day long. He's dead set on refusing any system, just wants to live a life of pure pleasure and debauchery. The system spirit wanted to knock him up so bad like it was his dad, switching him from system to system, only to be shooed away like a stray cat or dog. Still, it sticks like glue. Finally, the ultimate lazy OP system appeared, and he finally gave in. Just breathing allows him to ascend to Great Emperor realm. A wave of his hand gets him a female emperor as a Dao companion. People fight wars with swords, but this guy rocks out a friggin' Italian cannon, sending some Hayvac Gatling love to fry up the cultivators, soloing all kinds of supreme beings, utterly and ridiculously OP. Everyone, please join your boy as we follow this story. One morning, deep inside the forest, where high mountains touch the sky, glittering sunbeams shone down through the leaves from the cliff tops. A waterfall cascaded down like a dream. Next to the waterfall, a young man was sprawled out, legs wide open, constantly tipping a wine gourd into his mouth. Face all euphoric and stoned out of his gourd, he laughed gleefully. No cultivation needed, no palace scheming, plus a stable job. Life after transmigration ain't so bad after all. This bum is none other than our main man, Ming. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a loli pops up. Master, I'm your system spirit. Quickly connect with me and start your system quests. Hearing this, he said with a disgusted voice, Don't wanna, get lost. The system spirit said, displeased. Why are you refusing? I can help you dominate the cultivation world. With half-closed eyes, he replied nonchalantly. I know your system's shitty personality already. Looks cool but is actually stressful and tiring, and all sorts of deadbeat quest. In my previous life I'm already a slave to capital, now I transmigrated, and still have to work for a system. Dream on. Hearing this, the system spirit clasped its hands together and pleaded. Please give me a chance, I'll try to be better. Ming, hearing this, replied promptly. Once you become a white-collar worker, you will be forever a white-collar worker, so in this life, I'll never be a worker. The system, crestfallen, thought, Master rejected me. Is it because I haven't tried hard enough? No, I need to become stronger. Thinking this, the girl started updating. The next morning, while Ming was taking a dump, the system spirit returned. The strongest seeking death system is updated. The host just needs to bang their head against the wall. Master, quickly connect with me. Seeing this, he hurried to wave it off. Don't want to. I'm afraid of pain. Find someone else. He muttered to himself. Can't even take a dump in peace. This system is so annoying. During lunchtime, the girl returned again. The slackers system has updated. Registering at the entrance of the Spirit Sword sect will give you super OP rewards. Master, quickly connect with me. He refused again. Don't want to. Isn't that the same as clocking in for work? At this point, the girl can't help but wonder. Why am I always rejected? I must not be trying hard enough. The next morning, the system appeared again. Master, oh. Miss Shan raised his hand to stop her as she spoke. Stop, I don't want to hear it. Ignoring him, the system continued excitedly. Master, the system has upgraded to the ultimate lazy OP system, the undisputed ruler of the ages. Just connecting with me will grant you super OP rewards, Men replied in disgust. I won't. But immediately after, he was shocked and asked, Wait, what lazy system did you say? Seeing that he seemed interested, the system happily cried, The ultimate lazy OP system, the undisputed ruler of the ages. She explained. Host, after binding with the ultimate lazy OP system, even if you just laze around, you'll dominate the cultivation world. Meng heard this and started to consider. Dominating while lazing around? Sounds kinda sus. Are you trying to trick me? Hearing this, the system quickly raised 3 fingers and swore, I swear, if I deceive you, I'll die from a virus infection. Meng, speechless, thought, this system is actually quite sincere, isn't it? Maybe I should give it a try. Then, he replied, All right, I'll trust you this once. With his approval, the system immediately began the binding process, and then announced, Congratulations, host, you have successfully bound with the system. You have received the binding quest reward, Emperor's Aura, increasing your status from mortal to initial stage Great Emperor. Instantly, a terrifying pressure erupted. Meng exclaimed in surprise. What? I went straight from a mortal to the Great Emperor realm. The system continued to announce. Detected that the host is breathing. Immediately receive Realm Breakthrough Reward and a Hongmeng Dao Fruit. Initial stage Great Emperor increases to second stage Great Emperor. Meng thought gleefully, damn, just breathing can break through realms, truly unbeatable while lazing around. Since I'm already a second stage Great Emperor, I won't pretend anymore. With that, he circulated his chi, and a massive pressure shot straight into the sky. Immediately, Within 100-mile radius, heaven and earth trembled. The celestial phenomena instantly alarmed the people of various sects. Sect leader Liu saw this and hurried to investigate. Elder Changfeng rushed over and asked, This tremor, what exactly is it? Is our Lingxiao pavilion about to face a calamity? Liu Wuya didn't reply but ordered, Immediately ring the 9 soul bells to summon all elders to the main hall for discussion. Throughout the various sects, discussions were endless. This power, could it be a new great emperor, has emerged. This power is too unusual. The last time something like this happened was 500 years ago. Quick, investigate. Which sect did this new great emperor come from? At the same time, in the Xuanji pavilion of the great Sheng dynasty, someone said, I have seen, through the heavenly secrets, quickly report to the empress. The great emperor's name is Wang Yang, and he is in the Lingxiao pavilion. Cut to Wang Yang's side, where he was still sitting pensively in the forest. After thinking it over, he sighed in frustration. If only my previous life had been this smooth. I lived to 26 and never even held a girl's hand. As soon as he thought this, the system blurted out. Detected that the host desires a Dao companion. Immediately display potential targets. Wang Yang, puzzled, asked, What? This lazy OP system can even solve this for me. Without beating around the bush, the system immediately displayed images of 3 babes and said, Host, the system has selected the most suitable conquest targets for you. Please choose. Wang Yang stroked his chin and replied, First of all, let's not talk about who to choose. Having to personally conquer someone is too troublesome. The system reminded him. Host, don't forget the reward for the Dao Companion Conquest quest. He was surprised and said, Wait, I haven't even started the conquest yet, so why is there a reward already? Just then, a voice echoed from outside the forest. Empress Ye Linlang of the great Sheng dynasty requests an audience with great Emperor Wang Yang. Hearing this, Wang Yang was ecstatic and gave a thumbs up, saying, System, you're the best. A girl is delivering herself to my door. Praised for the first time, the system puffed out its chest and replied, Of course, I am the ultimate lazy OP system. At the same time, inside the Lingxiao pavilion's main hall, the sect leader and elders were discussing the newly emerged great emperor. Upon hearing the announcement, they were puzzled. The empress of the great Sheng dynasty, who annihilated the 6 kingdoms, personally came here. What exactly is going on? Qing Jiao turned to Changfeng and asked, Is this great emperor named Wang Yang really in the Lingxiao pavilion? Why have I never heard of him? He replied. I've never heard of anyone named Wang Yang either. What is all this? Sect leader Liu turned to Elder Bai and asked, Elder Bai Feng, since the founding of our sect, has there ever been a senior named Wang Yang? The elder stroked his beard and replied, Never heard of him. I've read the sect genealogy, and there's definitely no one named Wang Yang. Elder Qi then spoke. Wang Yang. It seems there's an unranked disciple named Wang Yang in the sword cleansing pool. Changfeng suddenly remembered and said, Wait, I remember now. The founding ancestor once had a master with the surname Wang. Elder Bai immediately stood up to confirm. That's right. This Wang Yang is the true founding ancestor. He has always been protecting the Lingxiao pavilion in secret. Hearing this, Liu Wuya slapped his thigh, and then they all stood up and walked out the door. Liu Wuya instructed, Changfeng, you go and entertain the empress. The rest of you follow me to the sword cleansing pool to welcome the founding ancestor. A moment later, they arrived at the sword cleansing pool. As soon as they saw Wang Yang, they all knelt down and clasped their hands in salute. Greetings, founding ancestor. Wang Yang, puzzled, thought, Is this also a reward from the system? The system shook its head and replied, This is spontaneous behavior, unrelated to the system. Hearing the answer, he thought to himself, If that's the case, I'll just go with the flow. Then he smiled and said, Everyone, stand up. There's no need to be so reserved. Hearing that, the crowd dared to stand up. Liu Wuya then spoke. Grand Ancestor, the Empress of the great Sheng dynasty requests an audience. I wonder what it's about, Wang Yang replied. Oh, she might be here to propose marriage. Qing Jiao was surprised to hear that. Propose marriage? How is that possible? This news is too shocking. Are we hearing things? Elder Bai added. An empress proposing marriage is unheard of. Wang Yang continued. Now that the empress is here, I should personally welcome her. Scene changed to inside the reception room. Empress Ye Linlang was already waiting here. Seeing that only Changfeng was there to greet her, she asked suspiciously, Could it be that great Emperor Wang Yang refuses to meet me? Changfeng, hearing this, cupped his fist and said with a bitter smile, Well, Grand Ancestor Wang Yang is cultivating behind the mountain. Please wait a moment, Your Majesty. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Yang led the group. Seeing him, Xinlang thought with suspicion. This aura and attire are completely different from the legendary Great Emperor. Could there be an error in the Xuanji's calculations? Seeing the look in her eyes, Wang Yang thought to himself, "Crap, it's over. First time meeting a beauty, and I forgot to change my clothes." He quietly ordered, "System, quickly give me some flashy equipment. I need an image upgrade." Immediately, the system announced, "Meeting quest complete." Instantly awarding Imperial Dragon Extreme Set, successfully equipped the Imperial Dragon Extreme Set, successfully activated the set's effects. With that, his newbie outfit was replaced with a flashy, high-level set. Seeing his current appearance, Qing Zhao's eyes widened in shock. This is the appearance of the Great Emperor, too shocking. The people of Lingxiao Pavilion were also moved. Old Bai sobbed, "I never expected our Lingxiao Pavilion to actually have a Great Emperor." Seeing his aura, the doubt in Xinlang's eyes completely vanished. She thought to herself, "This Wang Yang is indeed a Great Emperor, and his realm is much higher than mine." Thinking this, she stepped forward, knelt down and said, "Great Emperor Wang Yang, I am Ye Linlang, pleading with you to save our great Sheng dynasty." Seeing an empress kneeling, everyone was astonished. Is this really the empress who destroyed the 6 kingdoms? Seeing this, Wang Yang quickly helped her up and said, "Please rise. I know your difficulties, but I have been in seclusion for many years and do not wish to be involved in worldly affairs again." Ye Linlang looked at him pleadingly. "As long as Great Emperor Wang Yang can save the great Sheng dynasty, I will agree to any condition." Liu Wuya was surprised to hear this. Any condition? This empress is sacrificing way too much. Wang Yang hesitated, his words a little stammering. Yi Linlang shyly offered a condition. "If Great Emperor Wang Yang doesn't mind, I am willing to offer myself in return." Liu Wuya and Elder Bai were stunned. Offer herself. This empress is offering herself. This is definitely the most shocking news in the cultivation world. Wang Yang crossed his arms, deep in thought. "Although I really desire the empress's body, if I agree, won't I be getting into a ton of trouble?" The system appeared and said, "Host, this Empress Ye Linlang has an extremely rare phoenix sacred body," he asked suspiciously. "System, is there some kind of hidden secret here?" She explained, "If a cultivator duel cultivates with someone with a phoenix sacred body, they can directly ascend to a higher major realm." At this, Wang Yang understood somewhat. So that's how it is. Then he continued to look at Ye Linlang, stroking his chin in thought. Ye Linlang thought to herself, "Without sacrifice you can't achieve great goals. Moreover, this Wang Yang is considered a talent. I'll just have to sacrifice a little." Thinking this, she raised 3 fingers and said, "I hereby swear to heaven and earth, if I break my word, may I be struck by lightning and annihilated, my soul scattered." Hearing this, Wang Yang put on a troubled expression and said, "If that's the case, then please lead the way, Empress." In his head he thought, picking up an empress for a wife, where can you find such a good deal? Ye Linlang and her officials knelt down respectfully and thanked him. "I, on behalf of the people of the great Sheng dynasty, thank Great Emperor Wang Yang." At this time, Liu Wuya said with some disagreement, "Grand Ancestor, Lingxiao Pavilion cannot lose you. If enemies from outside take advantage of this situation, it will be a disaster." He cupped his fist and pleaded, "Please reconsider, you two." The system appeared and said, "Detected sect leader's request to the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 9 Heavens Spirit Sword Formation, a sect protection formation of Emperor grade." Wang Yang sneered and thought, "This system is too cheap, actually giving away an Emperor grade sect protection formation." Liu Wuya saw the item in the Grand Ancestor's hand and asked, "Grand Ancestor, what exactly is this?" He quickly explained, "This is the 9 Heavens Spirit Sword Formation. Once deployed, it can protect the sect's safety." With that, he tossed the treasure into the air, ordering it to activate the formation. Instantly, the 9 Heavens Spirit Sword Formation soared upwards above the sect. Then, it transformed into countless sword lights. Next, the sword lights immediately spread out in all directions, and a barrier slowly formed from the formation's core. Seeing this, everyone was astonished. This is an Emperor-grade sect formation. Our Spirit Sword sect is about to rise again. The Grand Ancestor's divine abilities are simply unimaginable. Ye Linlang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This 9 Heavens Spirit Sword formation is even more powerful than my nation's Guardian formation. The situation within the Spirit Sword sect is truly extraordinary. Qing Zhao then knelt and bowed before Wang Yang. "Grand Ancestor, please allow Shu Qing Zhao to serve by your side." He glanced at Ye Linlang, speechless, and thought, "This situation is hard to describe. How did another one appear? Is this love at first sight? Isn't this increasing the game's difficulty? The system once again displayed a notification. Congratulations, host. Zhu Qingjiao possesses the once in 10,000 years spiritual rhinoceros holy body. Wang Yang asked, puzzled. What's so special about this spiritual rhinoceros holy body? The system replied. Those with this holy body are loyal, trustworthy, meticulous, thoughtful, and have a telepathic connection with their master. Hearing this, Wang Yang stroked his chin and said, Isn't this basically the holy body of a maidservant? The system gave a thumbs up, praising effusively. As expected of the host, your assessment is spot on, Wang Yang thought to himself. Having a maidservant by my side isn't bad, and then he said, Qingjiao, then you shall stay by my side from now on. Hearing this, Qingjiao shed tears of joy and said, Thank you, Grand Ancestor. Liu Wuya stood behind, secretly smiling, thinking, The Grand Ancestor still remembers the old days. Being able to stay by the Grand Ancestor's side will open up endless possibilities for Qingjiao's future. Switching scenes to a little later, after the farewells were over, Ye Lin Lang called out, Where's the Phoenix palanquin? Immediately, a massive avian carriage appeared. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, This is the Azure Phoenix carriage, a legendary immortal-grade treasure. It's an emperor-level treasure. Seeing this, Wang Yang thought to himself, the mounts in the cultivation world are truly eye-catching. Speaking of which, I never even bought a car in my previous life. As if reading his mind, the system immediately responded with a notification. Detected that the host desires a mount, congratulations host, for receiving the Emperor Grade 6 Dragon Carriage. Seeing his new ride, Wang Yang immediately put on airs. If the situation is urgent, why not ride in my carriage? Qingjiao agreed, saying, You're absolutely right, it's just... She hesitated, thinking, The Azure Phoenix carriage is already a rare mount in the world. I wonder what kind of treasure the Grand Ancestor's mount will be. Not letting her wait long, Wang Yang raised his hand and called out, 6 Dragon Emperor Carriage, appear! Instantly, in the sky, 6 blood dragons appeared, pulling a magnificent carriage, complete with 2 coachmen. The 2 men quickly landed, approached Wang Yang, and respectfully bowed, saying, Greetings, master. The crowd behind them couldn't believe their eyes. Old Bai even rubbed his eyes several times. This is the legendary Emperor Grade mount. Over on his side, Wang Yang extended his hand and said, Empress, please, Lin Lang replied. Thank you. Once all 3 were settled in their seats, he ordered, Set off for the great Cheng dynasty. The 2 coachmen simultaneously replied, As you command, master. From within the barrier, the voices of the Spirit Sword sect disciples echoed, Farewell, Grand Ancestor. Switching scenes to the great Cheng dynasty. Inside the National Guardian formation, a group of people were standing in a circle, desperately pouring in spirit energy to maintain the formation. At this moment, one person tremblingly spoke up. Grand Preceptor, I can't hold on any longer. Seeing that everyone was at their limit, the female Grand Preceptor encouraged them. Everyone, steady your minds. Even if we lose all our cultivation, we must hold on until Her Majesty returns. Inside the city at this time, the populace was in chaos. A voice shouted loudly, The profound Moon Empire is about to invade. Your Majesty, please come and save us. Outside the Great Formation, 2 warriors were frantically attacking the formation, and the sounds of spirit energy clashing echoed continuously. These 2 were the 4 generals of Profound Moon, one being Song Tieyi and the other, Jiang Yongqi. After attacking for a while without success, Jiang Yongqi gritted his teeth and said, This formation looks ordinary, but why can't we break it? What a pain. Tieyi nodded in agreement, saying, I didn't expect this Empress's methods to be so clever. Yongqi was surprised and asked, Why do you say that? Taiyi replied, She's shrunk the protected area to just outside the capital city, which means she's strengthened the power of the Great Guardian Formation. Saying that, he summoned a black spear and said, You continue attacking the Grand Formation. Leave the rest to me, Yun Shi. Brimming with confidence, replied with a smile, All right. At the same time, inside the barrier, under the fierce attack of those 2, the National Preceptor and the others were exhausted. The girl gritted her teeth and said, Your Majesty, I'm sorry, this is all I can do to protect you. Just then, Taiyi swung his spear and shouted, Emergence of the dragon. Immediately, the gang energy around the spear transformed into a majestic black dragon. Then, under Taiyi's attack order, the black dragon flew straight towards the barrier. The dragon's roar echoed through the sky. Suddenly, where did that sword aura come from? It flew straight towards the black dragon, gently slicing it in half. Seeing this scene, Tiyi and Yunqi couldn't help but gape in astonishment. This, whose sword chi is this? Looking up, a chariot had already appeared above their heads, without them even noticing. After the attack, Wang Yang remained in the same pose, lowering his eyes to glance at them. Yun Qi pointed upwards and shouted loudly, "Just who is this busybody?" Unlike him, the moment Tai Yi saw Wang Yang, he thought to himself, "Six-dragon chariot. This person's background is definitely not simple." Then he cupped his hands and said, "May I ask who you are, sir?" Yi Linlang, standing beside Wang Yang, spoke up. "Song Tai Yi, this is Wang Yang from the Lingxiao Sword Sect." Hearing this name, Yun Qi said with disdain, "Lingxiao Sword Sect? Which hicktown sect is that? Never even heard of it." Qing Zhao, hearing this, flicked her sleeve and angrily shouted, "Who allowed you to insult the Lingxiao Sword Sect like that?" Yun Qi glared at her with a murderous look and said, "A bunch of nascent soul trash in front of a great Emperor Realm Cultivator. You don't get to speak." Immediately, the system appeared and said, "Due to the sect being looked down upon, host has received a saint-grade martial art, the Qiankun Tiang art." Hearing these words, Wang Yang couldn't help but be smug, and he casually said, "How about you two give me some face today?" Yun Qi flared up in anger. He angrily shouted, "Who do you think you are? Thinking you can talk to our Xuanyue dynasty like that?" Tai Yi, seeing this, quickly grabbed his shoulder to dissuade him. "Brother Jiang, calm down." He stepped forward, respectfully cupping his hands. "This Dao friend, we are under orders to bring the Empress Ye Linlang back. Please don't interfere in this matter." Wang Yang coldly asked, "What if this venerable one disagrees?" The system continued to notify. Due to the host's rising killing intent, the Qiankun Tiang art has instantly cultivated to the great perfection realm. Tai Yi stared at him, slowly replying, "And don't blame us for being ruthless." Wang Yang curiously asked, "Damn system, what's the effect of this Qiankun Tiang art?" The system spirit replied, "The Qiankun Tiang art can absorb the attacks of those in the same realm and reflect them back twofold." Hearing that, he gave a disdainful smile, looking down at the group of people below. Then he loudly said, "You guys aren't even worthy of making this seat move. I'll stand here and take 3 moves from you. If I'm injured, the Empress is yours to do with as you please." Ye Linling couldn't help but worry when she heard that. Great Emperor Wang Yang, Qing Zhao, who was standing to the side, also quickly spoke up to advise him. "Master Ancestor, don't be so reckless. These two are very strong." But Wang Yang didn't listen. He just reassured them, "Don't worry, they can't do anything to me." Jiang Yunqi smiled disdainfully when he heard that. "If you can withstand 3 of my punches, we'll turn around and leave." Wang Yang raised his hand towards him and replied, "Please." He quickly made his move, throwing a punch forward, shouting, "Tu ha!" The fist force quickly enlarged, flying straight towards Wang Yang. Seeing that the opponent was completely unharmed, Jiang Yunqi was now astonished, thinking, 9/10 of my power, yet it's like throwing a stone into the sea. This guy is a bit beyond expectations. Thinking that, he threw another punch and shouted, "Spirit Shocking Fist 3rd Style, Dragon Fist breaks the void." On his hand, the fist force quickly transformed into a cyan dragon. Just as Yun Qi rushed forward, a layer of barrier immediately formed in front of Wang Yang. The attack was completely ineffective. Wang Yang chuckled and said, "Ha, so you're a great emperor, huh? Is your strength all just talk?" Hearing that, Jiang Yunqi got even more fired up. He frantically channeled all the spiritual energy in his body into his fist. Seeing this, Song Tiayi quickly stopped him. "Brother Jiang, you absolutely can't use that move." Ignoring his words, Jiang Yunqi roared, "Origin Fist, Elder God and Divine Ghost descend." A massive ghostly apparition appeared behind Yunqi. Seeing this, Wang Yang made a hand seal and chanted, "Qiankun Heaven Shift Art, Qiankun Dharma Body." At the same time, the giant ghostly apparition spread its arms wide and then slammed them down towards Wang Yang. But it was completely powerless to break through his barrier. Qing Zhao watched this scene and couldn't help but be astonished. Grandmaster is too strong. Ye Linlang beside him was equally surprised. He can withstand a full-force attack from a great Emperor Realm Dharma manifestation without any damage. Could his strength have surpassed even the great Emperor Realm? Just as he had absorbed all the attacking force, Wang Yang waved his hand and chanted, "Qiankun Heaven Shift Art, Heaven Shift Reflect." Instantly, all the attacks were reflected back X2. In the blink of an eye, the ghost Dharma body dissipated, and Jiang Yunqi was sent flying backward. Song Tiayi rushed to catch him. Jiang Yunqi was unwilling in his heart, and he roared angrily, "Damn it, he definitely used some kind of trick. I'm not convinced. I want to fight 3 more rounds." Song Tiayi gently persuaded him, "Brother Jiang, don't be impatient, your cultivation has been damaged." Hearing that, Wang Yang stepped forward and asked, "If he's not up to it, do you want to try?" Song Tiayi replied, "Thank you for showing mercy just now, fellow Taoist. We will abide by our promise and leave." With that, the two of them dragged each other away, making a hasty retreat. Wang Yang watched the two of them leave and said softly, "Then take your time, no need to see you off." Qing Zhao then cupped his hands and said, "Grandmaster, "Are you not injured?" Wang Yang replied. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Ye Linling also praised him profusely. "That technique just now was truly too magical," Wang Yang replied modestly. "I've embarrassed myself." At this point, Lin Lang extended her hand and said, "Today, Dan Sheng has been helped by great Emperor Wang Yang. I am extremely grateful. There will be a banquet at the Imperial Palace later. I hope the two of you will do me the honor of attending." Seeing her enthusiasm, Wang Yang clasped his hands behind his back and replied, "Since the Empress has arranged it, I won't stand on ceremony." Switching scenes to a moment later, after they landed, a crowd of officials rushed to greet them. "Your Majesty," Ye Linlang introduced, "this is Great Emperor Wang Yang from the Spirit Sword sect, and he is also about to become the national ruler of our Da Sheng dynasty." Hearing her say that, they couldn't help but be surprised. "What? He's the national ruler?" Then the crowd all prostrated on the ground and shouted in unison, "Greetings, national ruler! 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 times, 10,000 years!" Hearing them call him the national ruler, Wang Yang asked in confusion, "Wait a minute, what exactly is the position of national ruler?" While he was still at a loss, the spirit system issued a notification, "Congratulations, host, on receiving the worship of the citizens of the Da Sheng dynasty and obtaining merit points." Hearing that, Wang Yang grabbed the ancient spirit and questioned him, "What exactly are these merit points? Did you secretly add a system mission that I don't know about? Confess immediately, or I'll sever the connection immediately." The spirit system replied in a trembling voice, "No, absolutely not." He irritably asked, "Damn system, what are these merit points? The common world of cultivation doesn't have this." The spirit system forced a smile and replied, "Host, please calm down. I will explain everything in detail." Hearing this, Wang Yang released it. The spirit system then explained, "Ahem. Merit points are generated when you are admired and revered by others, doing good deeds and accumulating virtue, saving the wounded, for the country, for the people. You can receive them." Hearing its explanation, he couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Can being a good person make you stronger? Then what's the point of cultivating so hard?" The spirit system replied, "Gathering thousands and tens of thousands of wishes is not easy, but princes and generals who are revered will be the easiest to obtain. Once you condense a merit dharma body with merit, the starting point can be as powerful as the transformation spirit realm." Hearing that, Wang Yang nodded and said, "So that's how it is, so the Empress is following the path of cultivating a merit dharma body?" The spirit system replied, "No, the Empress is an extremely rare type of dual cultivator." Seeing him just standing there blankly, Yi Linlang asked worriedly, "Great Emperor Wang Yang, what's wrong? Do you not like the royal capital?" Wang Yang quickly covered the spirit system's mouth, smiled awkwardly, and replied, No, it's just that I remembered some old things." He thought to himself, "The value of this Empress Yi Linlang is still constantly increasing." Wherever they went, the people there prostrated themselves and shouted, 10,000 years! 10,000 years! Some people praised endlessly. "Is that the otherworldly expert who saved the imperial capital? Truly, from his demeanor to his essence, he is noble." Looking at Wang Yang's back, Qingjiao couldn't help but admire him. "Grandmaster is so cool, I must be by his side, even if I am just a maid, I am willing." A moment later, they returned to the gate of the royal palace, and the officials at this time ran up and bowed. "Congratulations to the Empress for returning victorious." Ye Linlang pointed to Wang Yang and said, "This is all thanks to great Emperor Wang Yang. Someone come, immediately prepare the best state banquet to entertain our distinguished guests." Then she looked around and asked, "Why haven't I seen the national master come to greet me?" He then explained, "The national master could not come because he exhausted his cultivation to protect the country. Now he, I'm afraid." Hearing this news, Lin Lang scolded anxiously, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? Where is the national master now?" The old official stammered, The national master has been taken back to the Xuanji pavilion." Seeing her looking worried, Wang Yang suggested, "Your Majesty, how about we go visit the national preceptor first?" Realizing she was being a bit too intense, Lin Lang said apologetically, "Sorry, I was being rude just now, making you laugh at me." Inside the room, a bunch of disciples were kneeling in front of the national preceptor's bed, all super bummed. "Master, you can't have anything happen to you, venerable master, you can't leave us." Ye Linlang walked in, blaming herself. "Master, I'm late." Seeing her, the national preceptor gently replied, "How many times have I told you, call me national preceptor in public?" Looking at the national preceptor's appearance, Wang Yang thought to himself, "What a beauty, and she's about to kick the bucket, what a pity." Just as she saw him, the national preceptor said weakly, "Thank you, senior, for saving Linling and the entire Da Sheng dynasty." Hearing that, Wang Yang waved his hand and replied, It was nothing, really, looking at the national preceptor's condition. Lin Lang ordered loudly. Quick, get the immortal physician to treat the national preceptor. Hearing that, the national preceptor whispered to stop her. No need. My condition? I'm afraid only the 9 revolutions creation pill from the upper immortal realm can cure me. Don't bother in vain. The system suddenly appeared out of nowhere, conjuring a spirit pill, and said, detected someone in need of treatment. Host has received a holy grade 19 revolutions creation pill. Seeing its behavior, Wang Yang thought, damn system, you really know how to cause karma for me. Looking at the pill in his hand, he hesitated a bit, thinking whether to keep this 9 revolutions creation pill or save someone's life right now. After a while, he decided to save the person first. Such a beauty, it'd be a pity to lose her. Thinking that, he presented the pill, saying, Empress, don't be sad, I happen to have a 9 revolutions creation pill. Seeing that, Lin Lang was surprised and said, Is this really okay? Then thank you, great Emperor Wang Yang. The national preceptor's disciples also echoed, thank you, upper immortal. Our master is saved. Our master is saved. After that, Ye Linlang slowly brought the spirit pill to the national preceptor's mouth. As soon as she swallowed it, the spirit pill quickly took effect, and the national preceptor's body emitted a dazzling light. Ah, seeing the power of the spirit pill, Wang Yang couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, does this 9 revolutions creation pill have special effects? No wonder only the upper immortal realm has it. On the other side, Ye Linlang also asked in surprise, Master, did you break through just now? The national preceptor didn't answer. The first thing she did was stand up, walk in front of Wang Yang, bow, and clasp her hands, saying, thank you, senior, for the medicine. I've not only healed my injuries, but also broken through to the mid-stage immortal king realm. Hearing that, he smiled and replied, it's a small matter, no need to mention it. At the same time, someone came in to report, Your Majesty, the national banquet is ready. Hearing that, Ye Linling raised her hand and said, Great Emperor Wang Yang, please enter the feast. Wang Yang nodded and replied, Then I shall respectfully obey. A moment later, in the main hall, 4 people sat properly at the banquet table. Below, a group of palace maids were dancing gracefully. Outside the door, 2 burly warriors carried in a large golden cauldron filled with wine. Watching them pour wine for him, Wang Yang wondered, I haven't drunk alcohol since I transmigrated. I wonder how strong this wine is. Understanding his thoughts, the system appeared and said, detected that the host is about to drink alcohol, instantly obtained the Emperor Grade Mind Technique, Purple Chi Dragon Transformation. Seeing the notification on the system, Purple Chi Dragon Transformation can convert the smell of wine, the effects of medicine, and poisons into true Qi, while also increasing the body's reaction speed. Wang Yang was overjoyed. Haha, from now on I can eat and drink with peace of mind. At this moment, Lin Lang picked up her wineglass, stood up, and said, The first cup, on behalf of myself and the Xuanji sect, to thank great Emperor Wang Yang for gifting the medicine and saving the national preceptor. With that, she downed the whole cup in one go. Ye Linlang continued to raise another glass, saying, The second cup, on behalf of every single citizen of the Dasheng dynasty, I salute great Emperor Wang Yang, thanking him for saving the Dasheng dynasty. The officials below also shouted in unison, Salute great Emperor Wang Yang. After downing the cup in one go, Ye Linlang presented the third cup to Wang Yang, saying, The third cup, I salute great Emperor Wang Yang. From now on, great Emperor Wang Yang will be the ruler of our Daisheng dynasty. Hearing these words, the officials in the court were struck dumb. What? The ruler? Isn't this too sudden? If that's the case, then the Dasheng dynasty will have 2 Emperor Realm experts, who would dare to look down on us in the future. Seeing them buzzing like that, Ye Linlang ordered loudly, Silence! I will have the national preceptor choose an auspicious day to marry great Emperor Wang Yang. Seeing Ye Linlang make such a hasty decision, Qingjiao hurriedly advised, Reporting to the Empress, this matter is important, and absolutely cannot be rushed. Hearing her say that, Linlang angrily questioned, I've made a heavenly Tao oath I won't marry anyone but great Emperor Wang Yang. What right do you, a junior, have to object? Qingjiao stood up abruptly and replied, It's not that I'm objecting to your marriage to the ancestral founder, but that marriage requires the proper betrothal gifts. If the Dasheng dynasty takes care of everything, doesn't that make it seem like our Lingjian sect is indifferent to the ancestral founder? Seeing the 2 of them arguing fiercely, Wang Yang was relaxed and enjoying the show, thinking to himself, Watching beauties argue is really interesting. This trip wasn't in vain. Suddenly, the system announced, detected that the host is about to get married, specially sending a marriage reward. Hearing that, Wang Yang spat out a mouthful of blood and yelled, Shut up! Nothing's even started yet, are you in that much of a hurry? Suddenly, a voice rang out. I heard that a great expert has arrived in the Dasheng dynasty. The left prime minister of the Xuanyu dynasty, Qi Wenyuan, has come to pay his respects. Hearing this name, the crowd became even more restless. What? It's left prime minister Qi Wenyuan. Why is he here? Yeri Linlang stood up and slammed her hand on the table, her eyes filled with panic as she said, I didn't expect them to send left prime minister Qi Wenyuan himself. It seems heaven wants our Daisheng dynasty to be destroyed. Instantly, the atmosphere in the main hall became heavy, not a sound to be heard. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Wang Yang raised his wine cup, took a sip, and asked, This left Prime Minister Qi Wenyuan, what's his deal anyway? The national preceptor immediately explained. The Xuan Yue dynasty has stood for thousands of years, currently with 1 emperor, 2 prime ministers and 4 generals, totaling 7 emperor realm experts. Qi Wenyuan is the left prime minister of the 2. Wang Yang calmly asked, If he's just emperor realm, why is everyone so freaked out? Ye Linlang, her eyes thoughtful, replied, It's not that this left prime minister Qi Wenyuan has some terrifying power, but he is the most cunning person in the Xuan Yue dynasty. He's an expert in setting traps, plotting plans, and has never failed. Destroying a country or bringing prosperity is just a snap of his fingers. Hearing this, Wang Yang turned to the system and asked, System, what's Qi Wenyuan's actual realm? The little girl shook her head, her face helpless, and replied, Sorry, esteemed host, the target is outside the scannable range, unable to provide useful information. Hearing the answer, he waved his hand and said, Then you can step back. We'll definitely run into that Qi Wenyuan guy later. The little girl obediently replied, Yes, esteemed host. Qi Wenyuan's voice echoed from outside, laced with sarcasm. What's this? Doesn't the esteemed expert want to meet this humble one? Or is he looking down on this when? Seeing the situation, Linlang turned and bowed, saying, Great Emperor Wang Yang, please leave quickly, don't get involved in the mundane affairs of the Daisheng dynasty. I'm afraid the kindness of today can only be repaid in the next life. At this, the national preceptor immediately stood up in protest. Your Majesty, absolutely not. If you let him have his way, the trillions of citizens of the Daisheng dynasty will fall into an eternally irredeemable situation. Qing Jiao beside him also said softly, Ancestor, this Xuan Yue dynasty is indeed not easy to provoke. Why don't we return to Lingjian's sect? Wang Yang replied, with dissatisfaction. I haven't even had 2 cups of wine and someone's already here to cause trouble. If I can tolerate this, what can't I tolerate? He stood up and turned to Linlang, saying, Your Majesty, how about... No one knows what they said to each other, only to see the national preceptor deeply moved, prostrating himself and saying, Sovereign Wang Yang truly cares for the people, rescuing the Daosheng dynasty from dire straits. The officials in the court also quickly knelt down, saying in unison, Sovereign Wang Yang is unmatched in benevolence, a honor of the Daosheng dynasty, and a blessing to the people. Seeing this, the young man couldn't help but feel speechless, thinking, Crap, I was too slow. The limelight was stolen by Jiyu Linyu. Ye Linlang said with some disapproval, scolding, Great Emperor Wang Yang is an honored guest of the Daisheng dynasty. How can you force him to step forward for us? Seeing this, Wang Yang interjected, Empress, don't be angry. A mere left prime minister won't be difficult for me. I'll be back soon. Ye Linlang blushed and said shyly, We don't know how to repay this kindness. We can only await Great Emperor Wang Yang's victorious return. At this time, Qi Wenyuan was still suspended outside the barrier, waiting. After a while, he lost patience, channeled his energy, and said, HMPH, it seems the Daisheng dynasty won't take the offered wine. They want to be forced to drink a toast instead. Wen Yuanfeng casts the Luo Zhen spell. Just then, Wang Yang flew over and spoke. Fellow Taoist, please have mercy. Seeing the person who arrived, Qi Wenyuan asked suspiciously, You are Great Emperor Wang Yang? Wang Yang humbly replied, This humble one is just a rogue cultivator. How could I catch the eye of the Xuan Yue left prime minister? Seeing his demeanor, he thought to himself, This person shattered Zhang Yunqi's cultivation with 1 move, yet is still so humble. Seems he's not an easy person to deal with. Thinking this, he said, Mr. Wang Yang is truly modest. If you could come to our Xuan Yue dynasty, your position would definitely not be inferior to mine. Wang Yang shook his head and sighed, replying, Alas, I'm just a boorish person, unable to bear the high positions and generous salaries. Mr. Qi is a reasonable person. I want to offer a few words of advice. Xuan Yue and Daisheng don't need to harm the harmony. Qi Wenyuan heard this and said with a faint smile, Ha ha! Empress Ye Linlang has continuously destroyed 6 countries. The killing is too heavy. We are only seeking to uphold justice. Wang Yang again said, Although unifying 6 countries with cruel methods, there will be no more war afterward. That is also a great merit. Seeing that the other party was also silver-tongued, Qi Wenyuan then said, Brother Wang is truly a skilled talker, but today I, Qi Wenyuan, am carrying out orders. I must take Ye Linling back to the country. Saying this, Wang Yang suggested, I admire Mr. Qi's attitude. Today let's only talk about romance. Let's not harm the harmony. Hearing this, Qi Wenyuan frowned and asked, Brother Wang, war between 2 countries is unavoidable. Is there another way to resolve this? Wang Yang smiled and replied, A gentleman's contest doesn't necessarily have to involve drawing swords. You can also win with words. He heard this and replied, Okay, a literary contest. Then don't say that the victory doesn't have justice later. Seeing the other party had agreed, he thought to himself, Compete with me in literary skill? Later I will use Chinese poems and prose to kill you. Then, he summoned a chessboard in the middle of the air. Then one game decides the victory. If Brother Wang wins, I won't pursue the matter of Ye Linlang anymore. He intended to use poetry, who knew the other party would bring out a chessboard. Wang Yang couldn't help but panic. Wait, why isn't this guy playing by the rules? I don't know how to play chess. The system spirit beside him spoke. Discovered that the host is preparing to play chess, activating the Alpha system. Hearing this name, he was startled and asked, Wait, you dog system? Is this the Alpha that plays chess on Earth? The spirit then smugly replied, That's right, and it's the latest enhanced version. Even with a 3-piece handicap, it can defeat the world's Go Masters. Wang Yang couldn't hide his excitement when he heard this, saying, 3-piece handicap. Then can't my chess skills run rampant in this world? Then he turned to Qi Wenyuan and said, If that's the case, it would be impolite to refuse. Please make your move, senior. He heard this and asked, Brother Wang, are you really going to let me go first? Wang Yang shook his head and replied, Who said to go first? I'll give you a 2-piece handicap. As soon as these words came out, his eyes widened in shock. Brother Wang, are you humiliating me? Although I have some chess skills, I can be considered to be at the top in the 2 dynasties, famous in all directions. Wang Yang replied, A gentleman's word is his bond. Even a team of horses can't chase after it. If Mr. Qi wins, you can do as you please. Wenyuan immediately drew his treasured sword and said with cupped hands, If I lose, then this Mo Yun Tianqua sword will belong to you, and I'll turn around and leave. Right as he said that, the system started loading up the chessboard. In just a blink, a chessboard mimicking the current one appeared. Wang Yang couldn't help but sigh. AI is truly amazing. Looks like I can beat him easily now. At that moment, down below in the capital, the people looked up and started buzzing. What? The ruler wants to play chess with Left Minister Wenyuan? How could he possibly win? Others agreed. Exactly. Qi Wenyuan single-handedly faced 18 experts from the Xuanyue dynasty and won every time. His strength is terrifying. Hearing them, Ye Linlang immediately spoke up. Don't you all talk so much, our ruler will definitely return victorious, Qingjiao thought adoringly. Even Shizu knows how to play chess, he's so talented. On the other side, the national preceptor was quite worried. Facing a super expert and giving him a 2-piece advantage, this is unheard of. I hope nothing unexpected happens. Watching each move Wang Yang made, Qi Wenyuan couldn't help but sweat bullets, thinking, Every move he makes is a stroke of genius, unbelievable. On his side, Wang Yang looked at the instructions on the screen, laughing in his heart, Hehehe. It's just like the rumors said, a merciless beatdown incoming. Someone like me, a newbie, can easily destroy an expert. Qi Wenyuan's fighting spirit had completely vanished. His face contorted as he thought, Even with a 2-piece advantage, I'm still being forced into a disadvantageous position. Wang Yang's chess skills are truly unfathomable. Below, the group that Qi Wenyuan had brought along was starting to get anxious. Why hasn't the left minister sent the signal yet? Could he be too engrossed in the chess game? Another replied, Mr. Qi has his own plans. Let's just wait and see. Contrary to their thoughts, Qi Wenyuan was in a state of extreme panic, trembling as he thought, Why is every single one of my moves being seen through? He looked at Wang Yang, filled with doubt. Why isn't his mind on the chess game? Could he have realized the traps I've set up later on? Just then, Wang Yang placed his piece. Smiling smugly, he said, Mr. Qi, the game is over. I've already given you the advantage. Looking at the pieces before him, he still couldn't believe his eyes. How can I lose, even with a 2-piece advantage? This is impossible. Finishing his sentence, Qi Wenyuan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this reaction, Wang Yang was shocked. Holy crap, it's just a chess game, no need to be so serious. Fresh blood continued to gush from Qi Wenyuan's mouth. Wang Yang was speechless. Dude, it's just a chess game. Do you have to be so dramatic? Just then, the system notification popped up. Congratulations, host. By causing the opponent to suffer mental damage, your realm has dropped to the Immortal King level. Wang Yang was puzzled. Do you see anything wrong with that? The spirit awkwardly replied. It seems there's a bug. The reward can't be displayed. Wang Yang burst into laughter. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Then he turned to Qi Wenyuan, cupping his hands and saying, Qi Cheng has yielded. Just then, behind Wang Yang, Song Tai Yi and another person appeared. They swung their weapons at him while shouting loudly, Chesscraft Mad Axe Decisive. Rampage Mad Slash. Wandering Star Spear Technique. Meteorite. Instantly, a loud boom echoed in the sky as the two people's attacks combined, creating a massive explosion. After the explosion, Wang Yang appeared, surrounded by a golden barrier. Qian Kun Tian Gang Decisive. Tian Gang Heavenly Boundary. The Goldhead said. As expected, he has a turtle shell protecting him, Lao Song. Change your angle and try again, Song Ti Yi replied. Understood. Then he said to Wang Yang, please excuse us. Finishing his sentence, both of them charged towards him, attacking. Wang Yang said coldly, if you are seeking death, don't blame me for being impolite. Qian Kun Tian Gang Decisive. Tian Gang Reversal. Instantly, their attacks just bounced right back. Old Man Gold saw that, and his eyes nearly popped out in shock. What? How is this even possible? Just then, Qi Wenyuan boomed. All right, you two, step back. He walked up to Wang Yang, cupped his hands respectfully, and said, just now, I truly didn't know my own limits. Thank you, esteemed Mr. Wang Yang, for deigning to enlighten me. We will certainly uphold our commitment. Hearing this, Wang Yang just waved his hand and said, go on, don't let the door hit you on the way out. Old Man Gold saw that and immediately questioned loudly, Prime Minister Qi, why didn't you step forward? To eliminate this menace for His Majesty, Qi Wenyuan replied with a weary sigh, HMPH, that Wang Yang is truly unfathomable. His mastery has likely already touched the realm of the Sprint Dao. He looked displeased, HMPH. What's so special about playing chess? Wenyuan replied. It could be the Heavenly Dao Saint realm. What do you think it is? Hearing this, Old Man Gold couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Heavenly Dao Saint realm? No way, Qi Wenyuan didn't reply. He said dejectedly, I must go back and advise His Majesty not to continue targeting the Great Prosperity Dynasty, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Meanwhile, the system spirit was frantically urging, just a moment, it'll be out right away. Looking at its expression, Wang Yang was speechless and thought, why does your face look like you're constipated? Is something big about to happen? Suddenly, right in front of the system spirit, a sparkling stone appeared. It cheered joyfully. Fantastic, it's finally refined. Seeing this, Wang Yang asked curiously, what kind of fragment is this? It doesn't look special at first glance, the system spirit replied. This is a Heavenly Dao fragment. No matter how outstanding a cultivator's talent is, if they don't comprehend a Heavenly Dao fragment, they can never become a Heavenly Dao Saint. The moment Wang Yang reached out and took it, a surge of golden spiritual energy immediately enveloped his entire being. Then, the light erupted powerfully, transforming into a pillar of energy that shot straight up into the sky. In a cave an old man was cultivating. Sensing the surge of energy, he jolted awake and opened his eyes. This aura, could it be a Heavenly Dao fragment? The Great Dao War hasn't even begun, so why would a Heavenly Dao fragment appear? Elsewhere, another old man also sensed the appearance of the Heavenly Dao fragment. It seems a great dispute is about to occur in the world. An enigmatic girl also looked full of interest. I wonder whose hands the Heavenly Dao fragment will fall into. I've been waiting for this for so long. Somewhere in the sky, two men were also discussing this matter. One said, a Heavenly Dapio fragment has appeared. Is this a trap you've laid? The other replied, a Heavenly Dapio fragment is an irreplaceable path to sainthood. How could I bear to simply take it out? Back to Wang Yang. Inside his sea of consciousness, he asked, perplexed, what is this place? The system spirit replied, my esteemed host, this is the Heavenly Dao altar, located within your sea of consciousness. She pointed down at the floating stone slab and said, placing that fragment into the circular disc in the center will activate the power of the Heavenly Dao. Hearing this, Wang Yang immediately channeled spiritual energy into the stone slab and followed the instructions. The Heavenly Dao fragment immediately flew straight down to the altar. The moment it embedded itself, a massive surge of golden energy erupted, shooting straight up into the sky. Outside, Wang Yang's cultivation realm also instantly skyrocketed. Great Emperor Realm 3rd Stage, Great Emperor Realm 4th Stage, Path of the Sprint, 9th Grade. Begin. At this scene, Wang Yang couldn't help but be astonished. My God, Not only has my cultivation realm been elevated, but I've also gained a completely new heavenly Tao realm. The system continued to announce. Ninth grade, first move, received 3 black pieces and 3 white pieces. Using each chess piece can bring different, fortuitous encounters, Wang Yang asked doubtfully. Using chess pieces to get opportunities. Is this for external use or internal? Explain it clearly. The system spirit immediately explained. My esteemed host, it's neither external nor internal. You have now become a chess player, and you can use these chess pieces to help or hinder others. Hearing that, he mumbled, a chess player, huh? Sounds pretty impressive. The system spirit continued to explain. A chess player takes heaven and earth as the chessboard, all living beings as the chess pieces, all things are within the game, and everything is within your grasp. At this, Wang Yang immediately interrupted, hold on, just get to the point. Besides playing chess, do I have any other powers now? The system replied. Currently, my esteemed host, you can be immune to cultivation realm suppression techniques used by enemies of the same realm, and you can also remove suppression from the venerable stage all the way up to the great emperor realm. Hearing this, Wang Yang said with a look of disdain, HMPH. The male protagonists in novels always kill opponents far beyond their realm. This ability is seriously too useless. A moment later, he landed back on the ground. Lin Lang immediately ran over, happily saying, I never imagined my husband's chess skills were so superb. My eyes have truly been opened. Wang Yang then explained the situation. Qi Wenyuan's Dao heart shattered because he lost the chess game, and his cultivation realm has fallen to the immortal king realm. He won't be looking for trouble with the great prosperity dynasty for a while. The civil and military officials in the court were even more impressed now, and they all shouted in unison. Our lord is mighty, Lin Lan immediately ordered. Quickly pour more fine wine. Let's celebrate our lord's victorious return once again. Suddenly, Wang Yang took out a white chess piece. Then he shot it straight up into the sky. The barrier of the National Protection Grand Array immediately shot out golden lightning bolts. Immediately after, the system displayed a notification, congratulations host, for upgrading the National Protection Grand Array and establishing a connection with it. Your current system reward is a Saint-grade sword art, the Heavenly Flame 9 Movements sword. Seeing the changes before his eyes, the National Master couldn't help but be astonished. What exactly is happening? Why does the National Protection Grand Array look like? Nearby, Wang Yang finally realized the true use of the chess pieces, and mumbled to himself. So that's how the white chess pieces are used. And I can even use living beings as chess pieces? Does that mean I can control others? Immediately, an image of Ye Linlang in a maid outfit appeared in his mind. Husband, this outfit is so embarrassing, she then said with a giggle. Calm down, don't get heated. I just upgraded the National Protection Formation a bit. Unless some supreme expert comes in person later, this formation can withstand all external enemies. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. The National Protection Formation had indeed been strengthened. This great Emperor Wang Yang is truly unfathomable. They then respectfully said, Your Majesty is truly powerful. I fear you've already reached the cultivation of a supreme. Elsewhere, a middle-aged man gently raised the teacup in his hand, took a sip, and said with a laugh, Never thought that the left minister's infallible calculations would fail sometimes. Below the main hall, a person bowed, cupped their hands, and said, Empress Ye Linlang has invited that powerful figure called Wang Yang. His strength is immeasurable. I hope your majesty will postpone action against the great Dasheng dynasty. He then respectfully said the title of this person was none other than Emperor Xuanyue Chu Tianshen. Hearing these words, he slammed the table and roared, A bunch of useless fools, can't even handle a small great Dasheng dynasty. Immediately summon the right minister back and have her directly level the great Dasheng dynasty. Yuan Guan, hearing this, worriedly said, Your Majesty, absolutely not. Now is the crucial moment for the northern expedition. Please do not ruin the nation's grand plan due to a moment of anger. Chu Tianshen replied, Capturing Ye Linlang now is the most important thing. If I can't capture her, I will personally lead the army, painting Dasheng with blood. Back on Wang Yang's side, the officials flocked around him, bootlicking. Our ruler is wise and martial. Just one move has made the mighty enemies tremble. Our ruler's divine powers are unparalleled, continuously defeating the vanguard of the Xuanyue dynasty. Suddenly, the national advisor spoke up. Your Majesty, O ruler, I have just calculated. 5 days from now is the most auspicious day for a wedding. I suggest we start preparing for the wedding now. Hearing this, Lin Lang replied, National advisor, isn't this plan a little too hasty? Such an important matter should be discussed with the ruler first. Wang Yang took a sip of wine, thinking to himself, One of them is playing the bad cop, the other is playing the good cop. Do I even have a chance to refuse? Then he said, Could I perhaps return to the Lingjian sect to prepare for the wedding? Hearing this, both couldn't help but worry. Lin Felling asked. Your Majesty, all matters related to the wedding can be handled by the National Advisor. You don't need to worry about anything. Qingjiao smiled and said, National Advisor. Your Majesty, even if the great Daisheng dynasty handles everything here, the ancestor still needs to go back and prepare the betrothal gifts and other wedding arrangements. Lin Lang then agreed. What Miss Liu said is right. Our ruler just said this is a big event for the Lingjian sect as well. He really needs to go back and prepare properly. Then, she gave a look to the National Advisor and continued. I'm just a little worried. The Lingjian sect and the great Daisheng dynasty have different customs. Wouldn't that cause some conflicts later on? Understanding her disciple's intentions, the National Advisor then spoke. If our ruler intends to return to the Lingjian sect, can I perhaps follow along? I am the National Advisor of the great Daisheng dynasty. I am very familiar with the wedding process. Wang Yang thought to himself, this marriage thing is a first for me, and it's also the first time I've transmigrated. I've never researched it before. Better to leave it to others. Thinking this, he replied, then the National Advisor can come to Lingjian's sect with us. A moment later, Lin Lang and Wen Baoguan arrived at the gates of the palace to see them off. She said reluctantly, My ruler, I'm a little reluctant. I wish I could go back to the Lingjian sect with you. Wang Yang heard this and laughed. Ha ha, what's there to be reluctant about? I'll welcome you to be my wife in 5 days. Lin Lang said softly, Actually, I'm not ready yet. Hearing this, Wang Yang took her hand and asked, Not ready for what? He leaned in close and whispered, Not ready to be my wife, or not ready to bear children for me. Hearing this, Lin Sling couldn't help but blush, saying, How annoying. It's getting late. Hurry up and get going. With that, Wang Yang, Qingjiao, and the National Advisor stepped onto the six-dragon carriage and left. Seeing Wang Yang's carriage, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, This carriage is truly magnificent. Our ruler is truly a divine person. The National Advisor thought to herself, Even a supreme expert in the world doesn't have a carriage like this. Just what kind of holy figure is Wang Yang the ruler? Thinking this, she turned and asked, Ruler Wang Yang, I am a little curious. From which holy land did you originate? Hearing her question, Wang Yang softly asked, System, what holy lands are there in this world? The system excitedly replied, Host, you've asked the right person. This world has 10 great holy lands. They are Taishi Holy Land, Xuan Tian Holy Land, Hao Fa Holy Land, Luwan Holy Land, Yun Chuan Holy Land. Hearing a whole string of them, Wang Yang quickly stopped it. Okay, stop talking. He thought to himself, if I casually associate myself with these holy lands, it's inevitable that I'll attract a bunch of trouble later. It's best to say I'm just a rogue cultivator. Then he replied, I'm just a normal rogue cultivator. I've never been to any of the 10 great holy lands. Hearing the answer, the National Advisor couldn't help but be surprised. I never expected our ruler to come from a rogue cultivator background. This talent and luck are truly terrifying. Suddenly, the system frantically said, Reporting host, the Lingjian sect's formation is under heavy attack. Hearing this, he frowned and thought, Just what is this ignorant bunch, daring to take advantage of my absence to come and wreck my house? Seeing this, the National Advisor asked, My ruler, what's wrong? Wang Yang replied, It's nothing, it's just that my Lingjian sect might be in a bit of trouble. At the same time, at the Lingjian sect, a group of people were frantically attacking the barrier. One of them exclaimed that the sect's formation is really strange and it hasn't budged at all. The old man behind them heard this, lightly stroked his beard and thought, The Lingjian sect has always been secretly quiet. I didn't expect it to have such a strong sect formation. Today we must seize it. Inside the sect at this time, the people were still watching every attack of those people. At this moment, Liu Wuya, Lao Bai, and Elder Chengfeng looked up, feeling worried. Can the sect formation still hold on? Someone else said, This formation was personally set up by the ancestor. How could it be easily broken? Suddenly, a noise came from behind, causing everyone to turn around and look. It was Wang Yang's group. Seeing them, someone shouted in joy, The ancestor is back. Wang Yang stepped forward and asked, What exactly is going on here? Sect leader Liu cupped his hands respectfully and said, Those cultivators were just passing by. I don't know why they noticed our sect's formation. Qingjiao heard this, couldn't help but be angry. What sect dares to be so bold as to trespass on our Lingjian sect? Hearing that answer, Wang Yang couldn't help but think with dissatisfaction. Ugh, how unlucky. They just had to pick this moment to court. Death. I'm busy preparing for my wedding, so I definitely need to get rid of these troublemakers ASAP. Then, he spoke from mid-air. You guys make sure to treat the Imperial Advisor well. I'll be back. Back outside the barrier, those guys were still busy attacking when a voice boomed. Where did these mangy dogs come from, daring to stir up trouble at my Lingjian sect? And the owner of that voice was none other than Wang Yang. The fat guy saw this and immediately roared, "You little brat, how dare you insult our Fengyun sect? Looks like you're courting death. Go back and tell your sect leader to hand over your sect's grand formation right now. Otherwise, once the formation is broken, there'll be nothing left of your Lingjian sect." Hearing that, Wang Yang scoffed and said, "So you're here to kill, steal treasures, and wipe out a sect? These little nobodies are really making me laugh," he thought to himself. "Why do these guys reek of mercenaries the moment they open their mouths? Aren't they just trying to get themselves killed?" Hearing him, the old man holding the whisk stroked his beard lightly and said with a sneer, "Your Lingjian sect doesn't even deserve to have this formation. Even if we don't take it, others will come and snatch it, hand it over obediently, and we might just spare your life." Wang Yang then instructed the system, "Help me check what cultivation level these little nobodies opposite me actually are." Hearing this, the system spirit immediately replied, "One person is a second stage great emperor, 2 are peak immortal kings, and 1 is a perfected immortal." Hearing that, Wang Yang scoffed and thought, "Aren't these just proper mercenaries? And they dare to act so arrogant in front of me? Just perfect. I still have a saint-grade sword technique I haven't learned yet. I'll just use you guys as practice dummies." Seeing its master's intention, the system immediately announced, "System detects master learning sword techniques, immediately rewarding the Heaven's Evolution 9 Tribulation Sword, cultivated to perfection. System detects master learning sword techniques, immediately rewarding the 9 Revolutions Divine Firmament Sword Art, cultivated to perfection." Seeing this, Wang Yang quickly tapped to accept everything. Instantly, his entire body was bathed in golden light. Then a golden glowing sword appeared, Wang Yang said coldly. 10 breaths from now, all of you get out of my sight. Otherwise, I'll chop all of you to death." The long-bearded old man saw this and snorted coldly. "Even your previous sect leader had to bow and call me Venerable One when he met me. I can't believe that after just 200 years apart, the Lingjian sect has produced such an arrogant fool like you." Just then, a man in a Taoist robe charged towards Wang Yang, speaking up, "Master, why bother saying so many useless words to him? Why not just cripple him directly and wipe out the Lingjian sect?" Immediately, Wang Yang swung his sword down. Under the might of his single sword strike, the man couldn't help but be astonished, uttering 2 choked sounds, "Mares, Bolster." Right after that, before the eyes of the crowd, his entire body was split into 2. The long-bearded old man cried out in anguish, "Ah, my disciple!" At this moment, the crowd erupted in furious rage, gnashing their teeth and shouting, You dare to attack our Fengyun sect!" Wang Yang couldn't help but get angry hearing that, "You guys insulted the Lingjian sect, which is unforgivable to begin with, and your attitude is still so aggressive. This is no different than actively courting death." The long-bearded old man immediately drew his sword, channeling spiritual energy into it as he roared, "You killed my disciple. Today, I, true immortal Lingji, will make your entire Lingjian sect accompany him in death." With that, he swung his sword, pointing it directly at Wang Yang. Hearing that, Wang Yang immediately replied, "Accompany in death? Fine by me. Then I'll send all of you down to the underworld to reunite with your disciple." The fat guy behind him spoke up at this moment. "Senior brother, calm down. This guy has at least great emperor cultivation. We need to be careful." Hearing that, the guy named Lingji immediately said, "Junior brother, quickly use the 3 talents infinite array to trap this fellow and avenge my poor disciple." With that, they immediately surrounded Wang Yang, forming a battle array and shouting loudly, "Sun, moon, stars, heaven, earth, man. 3 talents gather, infinite array activate." Immediately, a formation formed around Wang Yang. From within the formation, swirling red spiritual energy surged, and instantly his cultivation realm plummeted. 4th stage Great Emperor, perfected immortal king, early stage immortal king. Only then did Lingji raise his sword and roar, "Brat, die!" Seeing this, Wang Yang scoffed and said, "You guys wouldn't seriously think that relying on this broken-down formation to suppress my cultivation would let you win, would you? Naive." As he spoke, he pointed his sword straight up at the sky and roared, "Tao of heaven, Tao of change, break for me." Immediately, Wang Yang's cultivation realm rose back up. Early stage immortal king, perfected immortal king, 4th stage great emperor. The fat guy saw this and loudly exclaimed, "Senior brother, this guy's cultivation realm recovered again. What do we do?" Lingji's eyes widened in shock, and he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "How is this possible? Unless his cultivation reached the venerable realm, there's no way he shouldn't be affected." Then he said again, "What's there to be afraid of? The 3 talents infinite array can boost our cultivation." The old guy swung his sword and said, "Wait a moment, we'll attack together. I don't believe that 3 great emperors can't handle this little brat." The others, hearing this, responded in unison, "Yes, senior brother." Then, Lingji charged forward, shouting, "Heaven's sword, soaring clouds." The other two also rushed in. Earth sword, shattering mountains, human sword, soul extinction. Seeing this, Wang Yang tightened his grip on the treasured sword in his hand, a sneer playing on his lips, and then said, "So weak, are you guys even eating properly?" Then, he swung his sword, unleashing the technique, Cosmic Heaven Market Decree, Cosmic Boundless Realm. Seeing this move, Lingji was shocked, his voice stuttering. How is this possible?" Wang Yang continued. "I gave you guys a chance, but you couldn't do anything with it. Now it's my turn." Lingji then cried out in alarm, "Not good, junior brothers, fall back." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Yang's sword came down, Heavenly Flame 9 Tribulation Sword, Wind and Thunder Shatter. The blondie only managed to yell, "Ugh! Ah!" before being cleaved in two. Seeing this, Fatty's face was filled with horror as he shouted, "Junior brother!" At the same time, Wang Yang appeared behind him, saying, "Don't worry, I'll send you to see your junior brother soon." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword, Heavenly Flame 9 Tribulation, Ling Xiao Execution. A shrill cry echoed as Fatty's body was instantly cut in half. Witnessing this scene, Lingji turned tail and ran frantically. His face was full of terror as he gnashed his teeth and thought, "This guy is too strong, I have to run, junior brothers. I'm sorry, I'll avenge you later." Seeing this, Wang Yang couldn't help but sigh. "This old guy is really quick to react. Let's send you on your way." Finishing his sentence, he swung his sword, Heavenly Flame 9 Tribulation Sword, 2 Tian Execution. Instantly, 100-foot sword light struck Lingji's body. Seeing this, he quickly took out a talisman, chanting as he burned it, "Body-dissolving lightning talisman." As soon as the two talismans finished burning, the sword light split his body in two. The system then spoke up, "Host, the system has detected a soul rapidly escaping. Do you want to directly destroy it?" Wang Yang replied with a faint smile. "No need to worry, let's have some fun with him." At the same moment, after using the body-dissolving lightning talisman, Lingji managed to preserve a remnant of his soul and continued to flee for his life. He muttered to himself, "Lingjian's sect. Just you wait for this old Taoist." After chasing away the group, Wang Yang returned to the ground. As soon as they saw him, everyone bowed in salute, respectfully welcoming Ancestor Master. Qing Zhao then stepped forward and asked, "Ancestor Master, who were those people from?" Wang Yang replied, "I heard they're from the Fengyun sect. I've already dealt with them." Hearing that name, everyone was alarmed. "What? Fengyun sect? Oh dear, Ancestor Master, how are we going to deal with this?" Seeing their expressions, he asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Does the Fengyun sect have a Paragon Realm expert?" The national teacher then explained, "Your Majesty, I heard the sect leader of the Fengyun sect is a great Emperor Realm expert, but behind them is the Yunyin sect, which has several Paragon Realm experts guarding it." Hearing this, Wang Yang turned to Liu Wuya, saying in a disgusted tone, "The Feng Yin sect has a great emperor, and the Yun Yin sect has paragons. Meanwhile, our Lingjian sect only has a fusion realm cultivator guarding it." Sect leader Liu replied with an embarrassed smile, "Doesn't our Lingjian sect still have you, senior?" The national teacher then chimed in, "Sect leader Liu, after the emperor's wedding, he will definitely have to stay and guard the capital often, by Her Majesty the Empress's side." Hearing this, Liu Wuya froze. What? Doesn't our Lingjian sect?" Wang Yang interrupted. "Summon a sect assembly. First, motivate everyone to prepare for the wedding, and then we'll discuss the rest." Everyone, hearing this, bowed and replied, "Yes, Ancestor Master." At the same time, in another part of the sect, a group of disciples were gathered, gossiping. "Have you heard? The Lingjian sect's Ancestor Master has come out of seclusion. The great Sheng dynasty's empress personally brought gifts. It's really making people jealous." Hearing them say this, one person warned, "Don't talk anymore. Be careful the elders hear you and punish you." Immediately after, Wang Yang appeared in front of them out of thin air. Golden streams of spiritual energy rolled off of him. Seeing him, the disciples started whispering, "That's the Ancestor Master. He's so young. Somehow he looks familiar. Wait, he's the Wang Yang from before." Others, hearing this, were shocked. "No way, is it really him?" As soon as Wang Yang landed, a powerful pressure was released, and the disciples couldn't help but exclaim, in admiration, "Wow, this is the aura of a great Emperor Realm expert." He then announced, "Everyone, in 5 days, I will marry the Empress of the great Sheng dynasty. I hope everyone will work hard for a few days with the national teacher and me to reorganize the Lingjian sect." The disciples, hearing this, expressed their dissatisfaction, saying, "Oh dear, is this trying to recruit laborers to work? The monthly test is coming up. Wouldn't this be too difficult? Although some were dissatisfied, they still said in unison, Ancestor Master, we will definitely do our best to prepare for your wedding with the Empress. Wang Yang, hearing this, continued. After my wedding, all disciples, both inner and outer sect, will receive 3 marrow-cleansing pills and harmonizing chi pills. All elders will receive 3 spirit-condensing pills each. At that time, I will select talented individuals within the sect and personally guide them.
Hearing this, sect leader Liu kowtowed like a woodpecker, overjoyed, saying, Thank you, Ancestor Master, for bestowing pills and teachings. From now on, you are the supreme sect leader of our Lingjian sect.
Saying that, he turned to the disciples and said, What are you all standing there for? Quickly thank the supreme sect leader. Hearing this, they all bowed in unison. Thank you for your grace, supreme sect leader. Liu Wuya continued to shout loudly, Help the Spirit Sword sect become strong again. The disciples immediately followed suit. Help the Spirit Sword sect become strong again. Wang Yang couldn't help but be speechless at this.
He turned to ask the spirit system, you can probably prepare all these rewards, right? The system patted its chest confidently. No problem, the goods are all on me. At the same time, at the Fengyun sect, the old Taoist said to Ling Ji, I have recreated your body for you, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to return to your former realm with this cultivation base. Hearing this, he said, Sect leader, the Spirit Sword sect has treated us cruelly and even killed our 5th and 7th junior brothers. If I don't take revenge, I swear I'm not human. The old Taoist stroked his beard and said, You guys used the 3 talents limitless formation and still couldn't do anything to him. I'm afraid this person's realm has reached the supreme level. Ling Ji, upon hearing this, said loudly, Does our Fengyun sect have to swallow this humiliation?
After a moment of silence, the old Taoist replied, This person must not be left alive. I have to make a trip to the Yunyan sect and ask them to destroy the entire Spirit Sword sect. Hearing this, Ling Ji quickly kowtowed, thanking the sect leader for standing up for the 5th and 7th junior brothers, and thought to himself,
Spirit Sword sect, you guys are done for. Back at the Spirit Sword sect, old Bai was directing the disciples to trim the plants. Move a little faster. The branches here also need to be trimmed a bit. The disciples, upon hearing this, replied, Yes, Elder Bai.
On this side, old Chi was watching the disciples hang lanterns. One of them spoke up and asked, Elder Chi, do you think this looks good? Old Chi replied, It's too crooked. The lantern needs to be moved a little to this side. On the other side, Qingzhao instructed the disciples, This is the supreme sect leader's wedding. Absolutely no mistakes allowed. The disciples replied, Yes, Elder Qingzhao. On Liu Wuya's side, the imperial advisor brought over a list and said, Sect leader Liu, this is the list of betrothal gifts that the great Shang dynasty has prepared. Please take a look. After looking at it, Liu Wuya couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, limitless flowing gold robe, heavenly flame-glazed furnace, phoenix nirvana, extreme sea snow coral.
These betrothal gifts are too precious. Our Spirit Sword sect simply cannot offer worthy gifts in return.
Seeing his attitude, the imperial advisor smiled and said, Sect leader Liu doesn't need to worry too much. The emperor and the empress are deeply in love. A little sincerity in the betrothal gifts is enough. Just then, Wang Yang walked in and said, How can my and the empress's wedding be so casual? Even if our Spirit Sword sect can be lax, we can't underestimate the great Shang dynasty.
The imperial advisor, upon hearing this, bowed and clasped her hands. Your Majesty, I was too hasty. I shouldn't have made decisions for the Spirit Sword sect without permission. Saying this, he took out a scroll and said, The betrothal gifts have been prepared long ago. I will definitely not mistreat my future wife.
Looking at the things written on the scroll, the imperial advisor couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. Divine firmament, grand yi sword, 7 colors flowing light treasures, mysterious ice divine feather fan, 9 heavens thunder pearl, phoenix cry dawn jade. Your Majesty, you are too good to our empress.
Beside her, Liu Wucaria was stunned, thinking, These treasures, I've probably never even heard of most of them. Is our Spirit Sword sect really that rich? Seeing their expressions, the system puffed out its chest proudly and said, How is it, Master? Did the betrothal gifts I prepared for you pass the test? Wang Yang gave a thumbs up and replied, I really have to thank you this time. You've helped me out with a big problem.
The system, upon hearing this, began to gloat. HMPH. These betrothal gifts are just a little token of my sincerity. Tomorrow is the big event. That's when this system will truly shine.
3 days later, the wedding day finally arrived. The people of the bridal procession were worried and said, The great Shang dynasty is 10,000 miles away. How are we going to get there? Someone else replied, Don't worry, the sect leader and the others have definitely prepared everything.
On this side, the imperial advisor anxiously leaned in and asked, "Ah, your majesty, why hasn't the wedding procession arrived yet?" Wang Yang smiled confidently and replied, "Don't worry, the wedding procession is almost here." As soon as he finished speaking, a procession of 6 imperial dragon carriages appeared in the sky. The spirit system then spoke up. "Host, the wedding procession has a super impressive aura," Wang Yang said with satisfaction. "It's all very luxurious and magnificent, very well done." The imperial advisor couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. "What? How can there be so many 6 dragon imperial chariots?" Wang Yang gently reminded. "Imperial advisor, the auspicious hour has arrived, we can set off now." With that, they stepped onto the carriage, and then the carriage flew straight into the sky. The disciples, seeing this, loudly bid farewell to the supreme sect leader. Back at the Great Shang dynasty, Ye Linlang had already put on her wedding dress and was quietly waiting. She thought anxiously, "Sing, why hasn't His Majesty arrived yet?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, "His Majesty has arrived." Hearing this, she jumped, panicking and saying, "What? His Majesty has arrived? Is His Majesty here to fetch the bride?" The palace maid next to her hurriedly reminded, "Your Majesty, you can't lift the veil." A moment later, the bride and groom were both present at the wedding hall. Wang Yang thought to himself, "I never thought that I would be able to marry such a beautiful wife. After transmigrating, this trip wasn't in vain." Then he walked towards Linlang, took her hand, and said, "My wife, the auspicious hour has arrived. Are you willing to accompany me and spend this lifetime together?" Linlang shyly replied in a soft voice, "I am willing." With that, Wang Yang reached out and ripped off her veil. Linlang shyly called out in a soft voice, "Husband." As soon as he saw her face, he grinned from ear to ear and said to himself, "Wow, my wife is so beautiful." Then the two of them held hands and left. The civil and military officials cheered endlessly. "May the fairy bond of the monarch and your majesty last forever. May the monarch and your majesty live as long as the heavens and the earth, and be forever in love." Stepping outside the main hall, Linlang couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise when she saw the bridal carriage. Suddenly, Wang Yang scooped her up in his arms, catching her off guard. "Ah!" she exclaimed. He smiled and said, "It's just getting in the carriage, not the bridal chamber yet. What's there to worry about?" Hearing this, Linling replied shyly in a soft voice, "Husband, you're teasing me." Suddenly, above the sky of the Dasheng kingdom, a mass of clouds gathered from nowhere. From within the clouds, bolts of lightning continuously shot out, exploding with loud crashes, startling Wang Yang. Qing Zhao and the national preceptor also hurriedly looked outside, exclaiming in panic, What on earth is this? Could it be?" Linlang asked worriedly. "Husband, could it be people from the Xuanyu dynasty?" Wang Yang replied with a faint smile. "Heh, they sure know how to pick a day to come, wifey. No need to worry, I'll be back in a bit." Above the sky, Qi Wenyuan appeared, leading a woman. He sighed, thinking, "Sing, in the end, I couldn't go against His Majesty. I've jumped into the fire pit this time, so I have to follow through." On the other side, Song Taiyi, Jiang Yunqi, and the old golden man were furiously attacking the barrier. Damn it, why is this tortoiseshell even harder now? It's infuriating. Wang Yang also soared into the sky at this moment. As soon as Qi Wenyuan saw him, he greeted him. "Greetings, Mr. Wang Yang. Long time no see, how have you been?" Wang Yang said coldly. Drop the facade, Qi Wenyuan. You've gone back on your word time and time again, disturbing the Dansheng dynasty. Immediately, Song Tiyi's group rushed forward. Seeing this, Qi Wenyuan raised his hand to stop them, saying in a distressed tone, "Royal orders are hard to defy, Mr. Wang Yang. As long as you can hand over the female emperor Ye Linlang to us, I am willing to do anything to compensate." Hearing this, Wang Yang replied with a faint smile, Compensate. Today is the joyous day of my marriage with the female emperor. I don't want to see blood. If your Xuanyue dynasty insists on bullying us like this, then don't even think about escaping today." With that, he summoned the divine firmament azure essence sword. On this side, Qi Wenyuan bowed to the woman beside him and said, "Great Zhu Xin, please allow me to handle this first." "What do you think?" The woman listened and answered, "All right." Then, he said to the people behind him, "3 generals, please assist me in setting up the formation." Then, he began to chant the incantation. Azure dragon ascends, white tiger howls, vermilion bird dances, black tortoise suppresses. 4 symbols divine power heed my call. With a shout of "Activate the formation" sounded. Immediately, a formation diagram appeared beneath Wang Yang's feet. Around him, the 4 divine beasts also appeared. Seeing this, he gave them a sharp look and said, "Very well, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoises. They're all gathered, but in my eyes they're nothing more than a snake, a cat, a bird, and a turtle." With that, he channeled his chi and shouted loudly, Watch how I tear apart this tiny formation of yours. With that, the spiritual energy on Wang Yang's body exploded powerfully. Golden light shooting out in all directions, he continued, trying to scare people with snakes, cats, birds, and turtles. Watch me tear apart this formation of yours. Then he muttered to himself, Qi Wenyuan is the one controlling the formation. If I kill him, the formation will be broken. Thinking this, he stepped into the air and flew straight towards Qi Wenyuan, slashing at him. Seeing this scene, Qi Wenyuan couldn't help but panic. Not good, this sword technique is too strong, help me everyone. Immediately after, Wang Yang unleashed the Sky Evolution 9 Tribulation Sword, Yun Tianjin, stabbing straight towards Qi Wenyuan. On the other side, the group combined their strength and unleashed a move. The 4 symbols subduing demons formation, Azure Dragon Dharma Avatar blocked, a sword aura and a dragon form crashed into each other, echoing like thunder in the sky above the Dasheng Imperial capital. After a while, the 2 moves annihilated each other. Streaks of spiritual energy, one golden light, one green light, scattered and fell like rain. Qi Wenyuan spat out a mouthful of blood. He thought in horror. Truly a tyrannical sword technique. If not for the protection of the formation, I would have lost my life just now. On this side, after a sword strike, Wang Yang thought, clearly annoyed. Damn it, this formation is really a bit wicked. That falling heaven slash I just used should have totally trashed Qi Wenyuan. Down below, the crowd, along with the national preceptor and Lin Lang, were still gazing on amidst the rain of spiritual energy. Suddenly, Lin Lang loudly commanded, Quick! Bring the Phoenix Feather Crimson Cloud Sword to me. I want to go help the national ruler break the formation. Hearing this, the national preceptor immediately spoke up. Your Majesty, you absolutely cannot! This 4 symbols demon subjugation formation is a creation of the Xuan Tian Holy Land, incredibly profound. Unless one has supreme cultivation, it's impossible to break the formation from the inside. Hearing these words, Lin Lang grew anxious and gritted her teeth, saying, Hey, are we just going to sit here and watch the national ruler get bullied by those guys from the Xuanyu dynasty? The national preceptor replied, Your Majesty, don't worry, national ruler Wang Yang's cultivation and background are unfathomably deep. He will definitely find a way to break the formation. Up above, at this moment, looking at Qi Wenyuan's condition, Wang Yang couldn't help but think in surprise. Qi Wenyuan's injuries healed so quickly. This formation is truly a bit miraculous. Looks like I still need to try harder. With that thought, he immediately swung his sword, Heavenly Flame 9 Calamities Sword, Reincarnation Calamity. Wang Yang thrust his sword straight towards Qi Wenyuan, shouting loudly, Let's see how you guys block this move right now. A streak of sword Kui snaked through the spiritual beasts, flying towards Wenyuan. Seeing this, he immediately brought his palm down, shouting loudly, Don't get cocky. Instantly, a green dragon claw snatched straight down from the sky towards Wang Yang's position. Seeing this, he immediately raised his sword to block it. Right after that, with a single sword slash, the dragon claw image shattered. Wang Yang thought to himself, Looks like I need to figure out a way to break this formation. Just then, the system popped up and said, Host, no need to worry, I've already figured out a way to break the formation for you. Just as the dragon claw vanished, another tiger claw struck. Wang Yang casually chopped it apart while softly saying, Oh, let's see what kind of formation breaking method you've prepared. The system immediately replied, The system detected host's intense desire to break the formation, so it has specially awarded you the Heavenly Discernment Spiritual Eye sacred item. No sooner had it spoken, the system spirit appeared before him, and then from its palm, streams of emerald green energy surged and gathered. Next, swirling streams of spiritual power poured into Wang Yang's glabella. After a moment, a third eye appeared at the spot where the spiritual power entered. He thought to himself, I thought it would be Sun Wukong's fiery golden eyes, but I didn't expect a heavenly eye like Yang Jian's. Very good. Now let me see where the hell the eye of this darn turtle formation is. With that, he immediately used his Heavenly Discernment Spiritual Eye. And instantly, the formation structure of the 4 spirits formation appeared before his eyes. After a brief moment, Wang Yang cheered excitedly, found it. Saying that, he immediately swung his sword and shouted loudly, Heavenly Flame 9 Calamities Sword, Spirit Lightning Slash. Instantly, the formation eye was shattered. As soon as the formation eye shattered, the people from the Xuanyue dynasty cried out in pain, and then simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Yongqi's cultivation realm instantly plummeted from the 2nd stage of the Great Emperor realm to the mid-stage of the Immortal King. He clutched his chest and growled furiously, That Wang Yang, what the hell happened to my cultivation realm? Just then, Wang Yang appeared behind him, and said with a scornful chuckle, Thanks for remembering me, even right before you die. As soon as he finished speaking,
Jiang Yongqi was sliced into 2 halves.
Right after that, he continued towards Song Tiyi and the blonde guy, unleashing the Heavenly Flame 9 Calamities sword technique, spirit transformation, and instantly, both of them were sent to get their lunchboxes. At this moment, Qi Wenyuan's cultivation realm also dropped, from the 5th stage of the Great Emperor realm to the 2nd stage. He clutched his chest in pain, thinking,
This is Wang Yang's true strength. It's truly terrifying.
At this moment, Wang Yang had flown above his head, raising his sword straight up to the sky and saying, "All right, now it's just you left." On the tip of his sword, a huge golden spiritual energy orb instantly formed. Then Wang Yang slashed straight towards Qi Wenyuan, shouting loudly, "Heavenly Flame, 9 Calamities sword, Wind Thunder Rupture." Suddenly, a spear flew in from nowhere, blocking it. Seeing this, Wang Yang's eyes couldn't hide his surprise. The one who attacked was Right Prime Minister Zhu Xinyu.
She grabbed the spear and said, "Killing the left Prime Minister, I won't allow it." Seeing her, Wang Yang frowned and said, "This Right Minister Zhu Xinyu is indeed quite capable. She actually blocked my Heavenly Evolution Calamity Sword, as if nothing happened. I wonder what realm she's reached." Suddenly, the female spirit system popped up beside him, reminding, "Master Host, didn't you just acquire the Heavenly Surveillance Spirit Eyes? Can't you use them to check the other party's cultivation realm?" Hearing this, Wang Yang immediately activated the Heavenly Surveillance Spirit Eyes from his 3rd eye.
Immediately after, a beam of light swept across Zhu Xinyu's entire body.
Suddenly her armor vanished, leaving her only in a pink undergarment with piglet patterns. She widened her eyes in shock. "Dude." Witnessing this scene,
Wang Yang immediately had a nosebleed, thinking, "So it's light pink. Seems the contrast is a bit strong, huh?" The spirit system, seeing this, waved its hands and feet wildly, shouting, "My Master Host, you're using it wrong. That's the spirited away effect of the spirit eyes."
From below, Right Minister Zhu Xinyu, embarrassed and enraged, yelled, "You pervert, die!" Seeing her reaction, Wang Yang muttered helplessly to himself, "So she still knows how to be ashamed? I thought she was just an inflatable doll."
A second later, Right Minister Zhu Xinyu had already flown over, thrusting her spear straight at Wang Yang.
Seeing this, he hastily swung his sword to block. The two faced each other, spear against sword. One was a Great Emperor Realm rank 8, the other a Great Emperor Realm rank 4. Zhu Xinyu continued to retract her spear and spin it in the air.
A second later, she unleashed the Star Goose spear art. The wind changed, and stars fell. One strike headed directly for Wang Yang. Seeing this, he hastily raised his sword, putting all his strength into blocking. Realizing he couldn't withstand it for long, Wang Yang immediately jumped backward, dodging the attack.
After this one strike, he thought to himself, "As expected, the strength of a Great Emperor Realm rank 8 is no joke. Looks like I have to be careful." At the same time, Qi Wenyuan spoke up, "Sir Wang Yang, you should just give up. Right Minister Zhu Xinyu possesses power enough to destroy a country. You can't possibly defeat her." His words infuriated Wang Yang. He unleashed the Heavenly Evolution 9 Calamity Swords, Lightning Star Slash, towards him, while scolding, "Shut up! It's not your turn to wave your hands and feet, you defeated general." Seeing this, Qi Wenyuan hastily swung his sword to block with all his might, and blood immediately spurted from his mouth. Seizing the moment when Wang Yang revealed an opening, Zhu Xinyu aimed her spear and zoomed towards him. He immediately dodged to the side, avoiding the attack. Without stopping, Zhu Xinyu continued to use the Star Goose spear art. Swift star convergence struck towards Wang Yang like lightning. This move of hers made him widen his eyes in surprise. Looking at Zhu Xinyu's movements, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. That body is so soft and flexible. Is she really not an inflatable doll? Suddenly, the spirit system's voice rang in his ears. "Master Host, watch out for the spear." Only then did Wang Yang regain his senses, raising his sword to block the blow. He chuckled secretly. "I was so busy looking at her figure I almost fell for her trick." Then he said with a smile, "This Great Emperor Realm rank 8 is indeed a bit troublesome. Interesting." The spirit system, hearing this, said excitedly, "Master Host, I have a secret technique that can help you directly advance to Supreme Realm." Wang Yang declined. "If I open a cheat, there's no fun anymore. Let me continue playing with her a bit. I never expected that I don't like the playstyle of crushing everything." Saying this, he turned to the spirit and asked, "That's right. I remember accumulating a lot of merit points before, right? Can those be used?" The system immediately issued a notification. System is checking and measuring that the host intends to convert merit points, now awarding a Saint rank Heart Sutra, the Merit Saint Mystic Record. Hearing this, Wang Yang chuckled to himself, "Great, this merit value can finally be used." Then he shouted to Cultivate, and the system immediately announced,
Congratulations to the host for cultivating the Saint Rank Heart Sutra, Merit Saint Mystic Record. The realm of the Merit Dharma body has reached Emperor Lord Rank 9. As soon as his Merit Dharma body reached Emperor Lord Rank 9, a powerful golden light burst out from the system, and then said, "Your own great Emperor Rank 4 cultivation plus the Emperor Lord Rank 9 Merit Dharma body, Master Host. Your current strength is already no less than the Supreme Realm, Wang Yang." Hearing this, laughed and said, "Then that's good, let's play around with the right minister of the Profound Moon Dynasty a bit." At this moment, Zhu Xinyu couldn't hide her surprise, and asked, "Why have you become stronger?" Wang Yang raised his hand, smiling smugly, and replied,
"Just how much stronger? Why don't you come over and try it, and you'll find out." Without hesitation, Zhu Xinyu immediately used her starry sky piercer, sending it flying like a shooting star, and shouted, "You're asking for death." Seeing this, Wang Yang sneered, saying, "How can the light of a firefly compare to the sun and moon?"
As soon as he finished speaking, he chanted the incantation in a suggestive tone, Heavenly Evolution 9 Tribulation Sword. Immediately, a golden ball of spiritual energy gathered in front of him. Wang Yang swung his sword, shouting, "Solar Flare Spear." The ball of spiritual energy shot straight towards Zhu Xinyu, knocking the spear out of her hand. In a flash, Wang Yang flew over and grabbed the spear. The system chimed in, "Oh my, didn't expect it to actually be a Saint-grade spear, but it's a bit damaged and can only unleash the power of an immortal-grade weapon." To talk about the levels of treasures, they go, Mortal, True Spirit, Immortal Emperor, Saint, Heavenly Deo Supreme Treasure.
Zhu Xinyu, fuming with anger, flew over and yelled, "My spear, give it back to me." Hearing this, Wang Yang responded with a faint smile, "Good children shouldn't play with knives and spears. I'll keep it safe for you for now."
At these words, Zhu Xinyu gnashed her teeth and cursed, "You pervert." A second later, she lunged forward, clawing at him like a little kitten, incessantly yelling, "Give it back! You pervert, give it back!"
Wang Yang blocked her attacks, speechless, thinking, "Is this Zhu Xinyu even the same person? She's acting like a child. Could her mind be controlled by something?"
He then focused his spiritual power in his palm, muttering to himself, "Forget it, I'll just capture her first." As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out with his palm. Zhu Xinyu only managed to cough once, before collapsing. Seeing this, the system exclaimed in panic, "Aya, how could my host not know to cherish the fairer sex? And you even acted so ruthlessly." Wang Yang frowned, retorting, "How was I ruthless? She's an 8th stage great emperor. Stop with the sarcastic remarks and quickly think of a way to tie her up." Immediately afterward, the system announced, "Congratulations to the host for defeating an ancient regional overlord. Received a store of immortal vines and a saint-grade cultivation manual." Hearing this, Wang Yang asked suspiciously, "The immortal vines are indeed a good item, but why is this saint-grade cultivation manual so mysterious?" The system crossed its arms and replied,
"Host, your wish is my command. I'm sure it will suit you."
Wang Yang glanced at the name of the manual and saw the words, "Repair and Maintain Dolls." He immediately roared, "Damn system, has this kind of manual even been vetted?" The system quickly interjected, "Host, these are just small matters. Leave it to me." After a moment, the name of the manual changed, Grand Heavenly Spiritual Radiance Art. Seeing this, Wang Yang nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it, although it still sounds a bit timid. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. "Mr. Wang Yang, please stop." None other than Qi Wenyuan. He clasped his hands together earnestly and said, "Great General Zhu Xinyu is a vital pillar of our Xuanyu dynasty. Please don't capture her. I am willing to die in her place." Hearing this, Wang Yang only curled his lips into a disdainful smile. Your miserable life is better spent helping me pass a message back to the Xuanyu Emperor. Tell him to thank him for the generous gift on my wedding day." As he said this, his eyes immediately turned sharp. "If he dares to come here again, I will surely destroy the Xuanyu dynasty." Instantly, his whole body emitted a surging killing intent. "Go back and tell that Xuanyu bastard that I will be there to destroy the Xuanyu dynasty in a few days. Tell him to wash his neck and wait for me." Qi Wenyuan could do nothing but bow helplessly and respond, I will relay the message." A moment later, Wang Yang had returned to the ground. As soon as she saw him, Lin Lang anxiously asked, "Husband, were you injured in the battle just now?" "I was worried to death." The female state preceptor standing beside her smiled gently and said, "Your Majesty, the state ruler has just swept away the enemy forces. Surely nothing happened."
Wang Yang threw Zhu Xinyu onto the ground. Qing Jiao saw this and asked, puzzled, "Supreme Sect Master, who is this?" He replied, This is the right minister of the Xuanyu dynasty. She lost to me and is now a prisoner.
Zhu Xinyu scrambled to her feet and cursed. You pervert! Let me go! Immediately, Wang Yang waved his hand and used a spell to gag her. Then, he turned to Linlang and said, I've suppressed her cultivation to the immortal king realm. Let's find a place to keep an eye on her first. I'll deal with her in a few days.
The woman beside him bowed and said, Your Majesty, leave her to me.
At this moment, Wang Yang gently called out, My dear.
Then he picked her up in his arms and said gently,
We should get in the carriage first. We can't delay the auspicious hour for the wedding ceremony. Hearing Wang Yang's words, Linlang blushed shyly and replied, I'll listen to my husband's arrangements and everything. With that, the two of them stepped into the wedding carriage. Behind them, the wedding procession lined up and followed. The court officials shouted in unison, Respectfully seeing off your majesty and the state duke.
Switching the scene to Lingjian sect, a voice said, Sect leader Liu, congratulations, congratulations. I didn't expect your Lingjian sect to have a great power at the great emperor realm, Liu Wuya replied politely. Not at all, not at all. Doesn't your Taigu pavilion also have a great emperor seated?
Elder Baifeng stroked his beard and said with some surprise, Usually no one even bothers to look at us, yet Taigu pavilion actually sent someone to attend the feast. Elder Qi also spoke up. Moreover, even Biluo Palace, Chonghua sect, and Jihua sect have all sent people here. Elder Baifeng became happier as he spoke. It seems that our Lingjian sect is really rising up. We're no longer a third-rate Confucian sect in Dongjiao. Elder Qi was equally enthusiastic. The abilities of the supreme sect leader, I think, can be ranked among the top-tier sects.
Seeing the two of them chatting away, Wuya frowned and shouted, What are you two talking about? Hurry up and go greet the distinguished guests. I can't keep up. The two elders, seeing him angry, were frightened and quickly said, Understood, understood.
Inside the banquet hall, the guests who came to the feast began to gossip.
This Lingjian sect is really blessed to have the female emperor of the great prosperous dynasty marry into it. Could it be that the supreme sect leader has special flirting skills? Situ Akao, holding a wine cup in one hand and resting his chin on the other, laughed loudly with disdain. Ah, I want to see what the supreme sect leader of Lingjian's sect looks like. He's probably just a pretty boy who only knows how to sponge off a rich woman. I'm afraid the female emperor is just an ugly woman. The group of well-dressed people laughed and echoed Situ Ayo's words.
Ha ha! Zixuan was furious hearing him insult Wang Yang like that. How dare this brat insult our Lingjian sect? Just as Zixuan was about to make a move, someone stood up and stopped him. Zixuan, stop.
The person who came was Cheng Feng, he said. This person is a great emperor realm expert from the Golden Kui Palace. Don't provoke him under any circumstances. Zixuan was a little startled after hearing this. He didn't expect the other party's cultivation to be so high.
At this moment, Wang Yang and the female emperor also entered, and the servants shouted, The groom and bride have arrived. Seeing the appearance of the two, the crowd couldn't help but say jealously, What the heck is that unparalleled beauty, the female emperor? Damn it, what dogshit luck did Lingjian sect step on to have such a beauty marry into them?
Hearing these words, Qingjiao couldn't help but get angry, he thought. The supreme sect leader and the female emperor are a match made in heaven. When did it become your turn to judge them from head to toe?
The men who were drinking, seeing the female emperor's appearance, also froze instantly. What? This little beauty is the female emperor of the great prosperous dynasty? It's too good of a deal for that little brat.
Situ Akeo then stepped forward and flirted without any restraint. I didn't expect the female emperor of the great prosperous to be so beautiful.
Why don't you ditch that pretty boy next to you and marry me instead?
Lin Ling couldn't help but get angry upon hearing this. She said coldly,
Today is the joyous day for me and the state duke. I don't want to cause trouble. If you know what's good for you, get lost.
Situ Agua wasn't afraid at all. He leaned closer and said with a faint smile, Ha, I only like flowers with thorns. If you follow me, I'll help you solve the Xuanyu dynasty. After all, behind me is the famous Golden Kui Palace. The people behind him also chimed in. I say, Little Empress, why don't you follow young Master Situ? After all, he is a famous young master in the Confucian world of Dongjiao. His father has long been a supreme powerhouse, and he has a great voice in the Wenyuan Holy Land.
Wang Yang then patted him on the shoulder and said with a dark face, I don't care if behind you is the Golden Key Palace or the Silver Key Palace. Today you must die here.
Situ Ao pushed his hand away upon seeing this, and said with a sneer, A small Lingjian sect dares to be so rude to me. I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word death. If you have the guts, go outside and have a fight. The winner will be the groom today.
The guests started to stir when they saw this. Ah, it's been a long time since I've seen a wedding erupt like this. Interesting. Let's go. Let's bet on a round. I'm betting 8,000 spirit stones that young Master Situ will win. Another person spoke up. Then I'll bet with you too. I'm betting 6,000 spirit stones that the Lingjian sect will win. Looking at Situ Ao's smug look, Wang Yang thought to himself, just a third-level Great Emperor Realm Cultivator. Let's see how I'll kill you later. Then he said, since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. A moment later, they dragged each other to the front of the main hall. Wang Yang and Situ Ao stood in the middle of the courtyard, facing each other. Situ Ao too took out a bamboo flute and said with a contemptuous tone, small sects like Lingjian sect, you definitely don't know the background of the sects. In my hand is the Huang Yu Jade Flute, a holy grade magic weapon. Wang Yang sneered upon hearing this and said, ha! I didn't expect the Golden Kui Palace to be so generous. Thank you for bringing such a great gift to me. Hearing these words, Situ Ao roared and cursed, gift, what, are you blind? This is my natal magic weapon. Wang Yang drew out his sword upon hearing this and said, natal magic weapon? I'll kill you with it. Situ Ao saw that, and brought the flute to his lips, sneering. Then, he unleashed the move, Ancient Rhythm of May, Dragon's Roar over the Seas. Instantly, from Situ Ao's position, waves of sound transformed into dragon shapes, surging towards Wang Yang. Hearing this flute sound, the nosy onlookers quickly covered their ears, and many with low cultivation couldn't bear it, and spat out a mouthful of blood. This flute sound can control divine sense. It's so uncomfortable. Someone, just kill me. Suddenly, Situ Ao's face turned astonished. No, impossible. With the support of the joyful moon jade flute, even a supreme being would be affected. On the opposite side, Wang Yang was completely unfazed. He pointed his sword straight at the sky, golden sword energy surging forth, and said with a sneer, Xiang Tu Ao, what are you blowing? Is that a farewell tune for yourself? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yang swung his sword down, Celestial Evolution, 9 Tribulation Sword, shattering the sky. Xian Agao only had time to let out a scream before dying a tragic death. This one sword strike released sword energy that seemed to stretch to the end of the horizon, and wherever it went, the sword intent tore everything apart. The flute sound ended, and the crowd scrambled to their feet, all terrified. What? Just one move and he finished him off. That's the son of the sect leader of the Golden Pinnacle Palace. Just then, Wang Yang spoke up. Who dares to cause trouble today? We'll meet the same end as him. With that, he grabbed Situ Ao's head and hoisted it up. This time, not a single martial artist present dared to speak. They were sweating buckets, thinking, This is too terrifying. That's the young master of the Golden Pinnacle Palace. We thought he was just here for a free meal. How did we run into this? At this moment, Liu Wuya spoke up. Everyone, don't panic. It's just a small matter. The wedding continues. Let's all keep drinking. Although he had a smile on his face, in his heart, Wuya was cursing Situ Ao's ancestors for 18 generations. It's all because of this idiot Situ Ao. Of all people to provoke, he had to provoke my granddaddy Sing. With this, my Lingjian sect has completely offended the Golden Pinnacle Palace. Immediately afterward, the wedding ceremony continued. Ceremony begins. The groom and bride enter the hall. Wang Yang looked at his bride with a bit of anticipation. He didn't expect that after transmigrating, he would get married, and even marry such a beautiful wife. Looking at Ye Linlang's beautiful and moving face, he vowed in his heart, in this life, I will definitely not let down my empress wife. Qing Jiao began to read, First bow to heaven and earth. With that, both Wang Yang and the empress bowed to heaven and earth together. Qing Jiao continued to read, Second bow to the fam. At this point, she suddenly realized, crap, the parents and ancestors aren't here, and the empress's master didn't come either. This isn't a good start. Thinking this, she stuttered, the thing is, and then quickly recited a bunch. Second bow, third bow, husband and wife face each other, enter the bridal chamber. Looking at the empty wedding hall, Wang Yang and Ye Linlang were speechless. The group of Liu Wuyan and the elders couldn't help but hold their stomachs and laugh. Ha ha ha. Qing Jiao, seeing this, loudly scolded, what are you laughing at? Why don't you come and host the ceremony yourself? Wang Yang then took Ye Linlang's jade hand, his voice faltering. Wife, let's go to the bridal chamber. In the bridal chamber, under the candlelight, Ye Linlang sat quietly on the bed, waiting. Wang Yang stepped to her side, placed his hand on hers, and said hesitantly, Wife? Ye Linlang shyly turned her face away, and said bashfully, Husband, what should we do on our wedding night? The imperial preceptor has already given instructions. Thinking of the smug look of the imperial preceptor and the emperor, that everything had been arranged, Wang Yang couldn't help but be moved,
He didn't even miss this. The imperial preceptor is truly a pillar of the great Shang dynasty.
The empress lay down on the bed, her face flushed, and invited, "Husband, what are you still hesitating for?" Wang Yang's eyes blazed with passion, and he grinned as he tore off his clothes. "My dear wife, I can't hold myself back anymore." As he said that, he leaped straight onto the bed. The system then appeared, covering its face with its hands, pretending to be shy, saying, "Oh my, this is too stimulating." As soon as the words fell, the bed curtains were immediately drawn. The system spirit saw this and shouted, "Don't close it, isn't this right?" when the play is starting. Immediately, Wang Yang flicked the little girl's forehead and scolded, "The wedding night is not suitable for children, get out of here quickly." The system hugged its head in pain, tearfully saying, "What's not suitable? I just wanted to confirm if the mission was completed." Late at night, only one room on the pavilion was lit. Below, Chang Feng, disguised with branches, was moving stealthily. He hid behind a tree, peeking out as if he were spying on something. Suddenly seeing Wu Ya, Chang Feng exclaimed in surprise, "Sect leader, why are you here too?" Wu Ya quickly signaled him, "Quiet, shh, don't make a sound." He then put on a noble demeanor, making up a story, saying, "The wedding night of a great emperor powerhouse is a once-in-10,000-year event. If you can seize this opportunity to gain a little fortune, it will be very beneficial for breaking through your cultivation." Chang Feng chuckled and replied, So that's how it is. Sect leader is truly far-sighted." At this time, Qingjiao appeared from behind, holding a large axe and shouting, "So you guys all use the excuse of needing to go into secluded cultivation, but in reality, you came here to peep at others' wedding night." Seeing this, Wu Ya stuttered tremblingly, "Little sister, it's not what you think." Chang Feng was also frightened, his eyes wide. "Senior sister, let's talk it over." Not allowing them to say more, Qingjiao sent them flying with one strike, shouting, "You two, get out of here immediately!" Wu Ya and Chang Feng helplessly screamed, "No!" After chasing them away, Qingjiao looked up, her expression a little melancholy. She sighed, feeling both regretful and envious. "Hi, if the person inside was me, how great would that be?" Inside the honeymoon room, the female emperor blushed and stammered, "Husband, I feel like my realm is about to..." Immediately afterward, a fire phoenix soared into the sky, tearing through the clouds. Seeing this, Qingjiao couldn't help but be shocked. Is this the power of a great emperor consummating the marriage? In the next second, she was even more startled. What is this again? Only to see that right after the phoenix was a brilliant blue azure dragon roaring and flying up. Behind the curtains, Lin Lang and Wang Yang were sitting cross-legged in dual cultivation. She said, "Husband, I didn't expect both of us to break through our realms," Wang Yang humbly replied. "It's all thanks to my dear wife's contribution. Without that intercourse just now, how could I have broken through so easily?" Hearing them being so lovey-dovey, the system showed dissatisfaction, saying, "HMPH. Clearly the biggest contribution is from me, the system, and yet there's not even a thank you." Early the next morning, 9 bells rang in front of the Lingjian sect. Seeing this, Wu Ya stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Who on earth is so daring to dare to ring the soul bell of the sect? Don't you know what it means when the soul bell rings 9 times? The disciple behind Wu Ya cupped his hands and stammered, Sect leader. I don't know what's going on either." Seeing Wang Yang and the female emperor arrive, Wu Ya cupped his hands respectfully. "Greetings, Grand Supreme Sect Leader, Your Majesty the female emperor." He hesitated and said, This is all my fault for not teaching properly, allowing someone to ring the soul bell 9 times, disturbing you and Her Majesty the female emperor's rest." Wang Yang smiled and replied, "You don't need to blame yourself. I rang the soul bell 9 times. Hearing this, Wu Ya breathed a sigh of relief, scratching his head and laughing foolishly. So that's how it is, you rang it yourself. I thought it was a newly entered disciple who did it." He thought to himself, 9 rings of the soul bell, the life and death of the sect is, in an instant. What exactly does the Grand Supreme Sect Leader plan to do? Wang Yang held the teacup in his hand, calmly explaining, "Today I rang the soul bell to summon everyone in the sect here. One is to thank everyone for supporting my marriage. The rewards promised before, I have prepared." Wu Ya looked at the mountain of pills and miraculous medicines, his eyes unable to hide his surprise. "Grand Supreme Sect Leader, you are too polite actually. We disciples are just fulfilling our duties." He was polite on the outside, but at this moment, he couldn't help but salivate at the thought of the marrow cleansing pill, the chi harmonizing pill, and even the spirit condensing pill that he needed most to break through his realm. Heavens, our Lingjian sect is about to prosper. Taking a sip of tea, Wang Yang instructed the next matter. "The second thing is that I plan to choose some talented people to personally teach. to improve the strength of our Lingjian sect.
Hearing this, Wu patted his chest confidently and replied, Grand Supreme Sect Leader, leave this to me. No one understands the strength of the Lingjian sect better than I do.
Speaking of which, Lin Lang suddenly leaned in close, her face flushed as she said, Hubby, my cultivation has just broken through to the mid-stage Immortal King realm. Would you like to give me some extra pointers?
Wang Yang took her hand and said ambiguously,
Wife, tonight when we get back to Jade Clarity Pavilion, I'll give you private lessons, I'll personally guide you, so you can break through again. What do you think?
Lin Ling was stunned when she heard that, and then her face gradually turned red. She coquettishly feigned anger. You're such a tease. There are people around, Qingjiao, hearing these words, blushed and thought, is this something I should be listening to? The system beside her couldn't help but complain. The host is really shameless. Doesn't he know how to close the door before saying those things?
At this moment, Wuxia spoke up to announce, Supreme Sect Leader, I have gathered all the talented individuals from the Spirit Sword Sect for you.
Looking at the lineup he brought, Wang Yang couldn't help but spit out the mouthful of water he had just drunk, and he helplessly scolded, Liu Wuya, I told you to find talented people in the sect. What do you mean by dragging all the peak elders here? In front of the main hall, Liu Wuya led a group of people in. He quickly explained,
Supreme Sect Leader, our Spirit Sword Sect has always valued talent. How could someone climb to the position of elder without ability? Hearing him say that, Wang Yang immediately used his third eye to check.
Looking at their spiritual root levels and talents, Wang Yang thought to himself,
Liu Wuya would be nothing without me. With such a foundation for the Spirit Sword Sect, having Qingjiao, who possesses a sacred body, is already a great blessing.
Thinking this, he raised his teacup and said,
It's really that there are too few cards I can play. The realm difference is too big. I'm afraid the team is difficult to lead.
Hearing Wang Yang sigh, the Empress comforted him.
Hubby, don't be angry. After I return, I will issue a decree, widely seeking outstanding disciples to send to the Spirit Sword Sect to cultivate.
Hearing this, Wang Yang suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and he cheered excitedly. That's right, the great Shang dynasty has tens of millions of troops. Surely there are children of destiny suitable for selection.
The system popped up, bringing countless secret manuals, and upon detecting that the host was searching for the child of destiny, it immediately rewarded a great gift of sect cultivation methods. Wang Yang picked up the pile of secret manuals and looked through them. Nascent Soul in 3 years, Mahayana in 5. Sword Immortal from beginner to proficient. How to cultivate a great emperor. How a supreme being cultivates themselves.
Then he asked suspiciously, System, what is this?
The system waved the pile of books in its hand and said in confusion, Host, I'm so sorry, that was a display error just now, I fixed it. At this time, he took out and said, This, returning origin spirit scripture can replace the basic cultivation method of our sect, Mo Zixuan. You and your senior and junior brothers study it carefully, and the elders can cultivate this 9 revolutions profound art, and strive to break through to Mahayana as soon as possible to transcend tribulation and become immortals.
Zixuan received a secret manual, and his face was overjoyed as he said, Thank you, Supreme Sect Leader. We will definitely study hard and cultivate diligently. Not disappointing expectations, the disciples bowed deeply and shouted in unison, Thank you, Supreme Sect Leader.
On the other side, Wuya, Changfeng, and Elder Bai were fiercely fighting over a few secret martial arts manuals. This cultivation method is extremely domineering. If you can't persevere,
let me study it first.
Senior brother, I always let you have your way before. But this time, it should be my turn first. My lifespan is almost over. No matter what, it has to be me first. Qingjiao could only sigh helplessly at this chaotic scene.
Can you guys pay attention to your image a little? The Supreme Sect Leader is watching.
At this moment, a secret manual flew towards Qingjiao, making her extremely surprised. This secret manual for me, Wang Yang explained. Qingjiao, if you understand this goddess immortal destiny scripture, your future cultivation will definitely not be inferior to anyone at the supreme level. The system glanced at Wang Yang, smiling deeply. Host, you have a good eye. This goddess immortal destiny scripture is the most suitable cultivation method for the female vice sacred body. Ah no, the sacred soul body, Wang Yang responded calmly. That's obvious.
Qingjiao's eyes widened in surprise. What? Not inferior to the supreme level? Then she kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, Supreme Sect Leader. She was extremely happy in her heart. Wow, Master Ancestor really loves me. He actually gave me a cultivation method that can reach the supreme realm.
The Empress looked at Wang Yang with a bit of anticipation in her heart. I wonder if I am now considered a part of the Spirit Sword sect. Suddenly, Wang Yang handed a book in front of her, making her surprised. Then she took it and asked, "Hubby, what is this?" Wang Yang explained softly. "Now everyone has something. How can I leave out my wife?" This Grand Prime Harmony Manual was created by an ancient saint. I think it suits us very well.
The Empress frowned, flipping through the secret manual. Oh, let's see just how miraculous this cultivation method really is.
After flipping through just a few pages, Ye Linlang's face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato. Then, she snuggled up to Wang Yang and asked suggestively, "If this Supreme Harmony Joy Manual is so miraculous, hubby, would you like to try it out with me tonight?" Wang Yang didn't refuse, saying, "Since wifey has said so, I shall accompany you to the very end." Ye Linling, hearing this, leaned her head on his shoulder and happily said, "That's great. I never thought I'd get my turn too." At the same time, in the Golden Glaze Palace, a platinum-haired woman, sound preceding sight, angrily roared, "See Tu Xiaocheng, get out here!" On subordinate, seeing this, immediately approached, bowing respectfully, Grand Aunt Ming Hui. Before his closed-door cultivation, the sect leader instructed that under no circumstances are you to disturb him.
Ming Hui pointed her finger, furiously yelling, "See Tu Xiaocheng, you are a bastard. Your son was killed, and you're just sitting still."
The subordinate was in a difficult position. He tried to dissuade her. "Grand Aunt, please calm your anger. I understand your pain of losing a child, but the sect leader feels the same. The sect leader is at a crucial stage of breakthrough. If he accidentally suffers a chi deviation, our entire Golden Glaze Palace will be finished." Hearing this, she gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, if you Golden Glaze Palace are so heartless, then I'll avenge my son myself." With that, Ming Hui shot off into the sky. As she flew, she cursed incessantly, "Sing Tu, you old treacherous bastard. There's no other way than to go find him for help."
Switching back to the Spirit Sword sect, the disciples were engrossed in their training,
when suddenly their eyes widened in shock and worry. On the other side, Wang Yang was holding Qingjiao's hand, guiding her through each sword movement. Not quite. It should be like this.
Suddenly, as if sensing something, Wang Yang's eyes froze, and a voice echoed from the void. "So, you are the adulterous couple of the Spirit Sword sect. Get out here for me." He turned around sharply, narrowing his eyes and muttering to himself, "The sect's grand formation is under attack."
Ye Linlang also spoke up at this moment. "Hubby, they've come with ill intentions, I'm afraid." Wang Yang quickly reassured her. "Wifey, don't be afraid. On the contrary, I want to see who dares to do this."
Qingjiao couldn't help but angrily say, "Just who is so blind to dare come to the Spirit Sword sect to throw their weight around, Supreme Sect Leader? Let me go out and smash those foul-mouthed bastards." Wang Yang stepped forward, frowning and saying, "You've come with ill intentions. You take good care of Her Majesty. I'll go take a look and be right back."
Outside the Spirit Sword sect, several figures were floating in the sky, trying to break through the barrier.
It was Ming Hui and an old Taoist. She was getting impatient. "It's just a small sect's formation, and you can't even break it. What use are you?" The old Taoist cast his spell while gnashing his teeth and saying angrily, "This small Spirit Sword sect actually has such a difficult grand formation it doesn't look like a ninth-rate sect at all."
At this time, Wang Yang appeared. He flew over and said, "If you are not in the Supreme Realm, you should not waste your energy."
The old Taoist saw this and sneered.
"Where did this little brat come from? Be careful I destroy both you and the Spirit Sword sect." A flash of killing intent appeared in Wang Yang's eyes, and he replied coldly, "This seat does not change their name. Spirit Sword Sect Supreme Sect Leader." Wang Yang Ming Hui couldn't contain her anger upon hearing the name and drew her sword and charged forward. "So, you're that damned Wang Yang? Give me back my son's life." The old Taoist quickly stopped her. "Cousin, don't be impatient. Leave this to me." Hearing them say that, Wang Yang tried to hold back a smile and asked, "You're a nun?" He's a Taoist priest, and the father of Situ Ao, the sect leader of Jink Palace. Is this a scholar bullying an old Taoist priest and a nun? Your relationship is so messy it's making people freak out.
The old Taoist priest, ridiculed like that, saw red and roared, "Shut up, you wet behind the ears brat. Today I, Tianquan Recluse, will definitely tear you into 100 pieces." Wang Yang, however, scoffed, "Tianquan Recluse, I think Bootlicker Recluse suits you better."
Tianquan couldn't take it anymore. He roared in fury, You can die for me." Then he unleashed his moves, the Azure Wave Illusory Sword and Heavenly Sect Sword Flow, striking out. Immediately, Wang Yang raised his hand and channeled his qi, activating the Qian-kun Heavenly Gang Art, and 5 elements returning to origin. A layer of barrier enveloped his body, blocking all of Tianquan Recluse's attacks.
Seeing this, Tianquan felt both disbelief and a hint of anger. How is this possible? How could my sword moves be completely absorbed without a sound or trace? Could it be that this brat has already reached the supreme realm?
As the golden light gradually faded, Wang Yang spoke up to negotiate. I can understand your feelings, so why don't we just let this end here? Tianquan Recluse knew he couldn't win, so he spoke up. Cousin, why don't we? Before he could finish, Ming Hui roared. Shut your mouth, you heartless wretch. You're the reason my son is dead. Then she pointed at Wang Yang and said, Today, I not only want to kill everyone from your Lingjian sect, but also destroy that bitch Ye Lin Lang, who forced my son to marry a useless wife.
Hearing these insults, Wang Yang immediately flared up in anger, and a potent killing intent erupted from his body.
The system, seeing this, excitedly chirped. It's here, it's here. Host's killing intent has appeared again.
Wang Yang drew his precious sword, raising it as he said, Before I thought cutting the weeds by the roots in novels was just empty talk.
But it seems today it's truly necessary. Immediately, a golden ray of light shot out from the azure precious sword.
Tianquan Recluse and Ming Hui were extremely frightened to see such immense power. You brat, what do you want to do?
Wang Yang sneered in response. What do I want to do? Of course I'm sending you down to reunite with Situ Ao. A family should be together, right? At this moment, the system's voice also chimed in. System analysis detects that host intends to help people reunite with their families, immediately awarding the Saint-grade cultivation technique 3 souls transformation art. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention, the spirit reminded him, Esteemed host, there's a reward, aren't you going to check it out? Wang Yang, with a terrifying expression, swung his sword and thrust it forward, saying, Wait until I've killed this foul-mouthed nun. As he spoke, Tianquan Recluse, seeing this, couldn't help but panic, and hastily cast a spell to block. Without stopping, Wang Yang unleashed 2 more moves. The Heavenly Evolution 9 Tribulation Sword, Devouring Yin Spear, and the Heavenly Evolution 9 Tribulation Sword, Sky-Piercing Soup. Each powerful golden ray of sword Q struck out.
Immediately, old Tianquan lost his footing and spat out a mouthful of blood.
Cough, ah. Seeing this, Ming Hui angrily scolded. You really haven't improved at all these past few years. You can't even defeat a mere brat? Tianquan clutched his chest in pain and said, Cousin, if we want to kill this guy, we might need our Twin Swords United technique.
Saying that, both of them drew their swords and joined forces, unleashing the Heartless Water and Fire Twin Swords United technique.
Then they lunged to attack Wang Yang. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Seriously, how despicable. There's actually a sword move like Adulterous Couple Sword. The system then reminded him, Esteemed host, why don't you use your new cultivation technique to deal with them? Immediately, Wang Yang began to learn the cultivation technique, lines of incantations appearing in his eyes. 3 souls transformation art. Isn't this 1 chi transforms 3 pure ones?
The system heard this and replied, It's not far off. If they're using Twin Swords United, then you can righteously use 3 on 2.
Seeing the system's logic was sound, Wang Yang couldn't help but smile smugly. Immediately after, he vanished before their swords, leaving Ming Hui and Tianquan utterly stunned, and then reappeared as 3 separate bodies. Seeing this, both of them couldn't help but panic. What kind of evil cultivation technique is this? This must be an illusionary trick. There's only one true body. What is there to fear? No sooner had they spoken than Wang Yang's 3 figures simultaneously charged from 3 directions to attack. One figure lunged to attack Tianquan, who swung his sword to block, but couldn't help but be shocked internally. This sword move is so powerful. Could he really be in the supreme realm? On the other side, Ming Hui was sent flying by another figure. She screamed in pain, arg, and then fell.
Seeing this, Tianquan hurriedly flew after her.
Cousin! He caught her and pleaded, Taoist friend, can you be magnanimous enough to spare my junior cousin in exchange for my life?
But Ming Hui, holding the grudge of her son's death, how could she be reconciled with this? She furiously yelled, Shut up! Even if I become a ghost, I won't spare this beast.
On this side, Wang Yang had no intention of sparing them either. He coldly said, Sorry, but this venerable one isn't in a good mood today. All of you must die. The moment he said that, Tianquan gritted his teeth and said,
You're pushing things too far. If you've already said that, I'll fight you to the death today.
Having said that, he charged towards Wang Yang, disregarding everything, and roared, I'll drag you down to hell with me. The system sensed the danger and quickly warned, Host, please be careful. Wang Yang also sensed something. This feeling, is that bootlicker trying to commit suicide? At this moment, Tianquan hugged him tightly and then turned around and shouted, Little sister, run! Ming Hui, holding a talisman in her hand, looked at Tianquan with disdain, thinking, If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have bothered finding this useless guy as a shield.
Just as she thought this, a massive explosion rang out in mid-air, right where Wang Yang was. Ming Hui turned into a wisp of smoke, hurriedly fleeing the scene.
As she fled, she pondered, I should still go find Xiantu Xiaocheng for help. At least that heartless bastard is in the Supreme Realm.
Suddenly, something hit Ming Hui on the head, causing her a sharp pain.
Ouch! A huge go-board blocked her way. Seeing this, she couldn't help but be astonished. What kind of secret art is this?
Wang Yang also appeared at this time,
holding a black ghost stone in his hand, calmly saying, I've already said it, none of you will escape today. With that, he raised his sword, casting a cold gaze toward her, and then slashed down with a single strike.
Ming Hui, with her last breath, hissed,
Kill me! The Buddhist sect won't let you get away with this. Just wait and go to hell. As she said this, she let out an ah, and then fell. Hearing these words, Wang Yang's eyes didn't waver as he said,
I've already offended both the Confucianists and the Taoists. What's one more sect? The system, seeing this, piped up, Host is truly amazing, daring to face the Buddhist, Confucian, and Taoist 3 sects alone.
As soon as he saw it, Wang Yang grabbed its collar and questioned, System, is all of this part of your scheme? The system, terrified, hurriedly explained, How could that be? How could this system possibly plot against you? Besides, hasn't this system always wholeheartedly supported the host?
Wang Yang sheathed his sword and said softly, That's good, let's go back. Lin Lang and the others seem worried.
With that, he returned to the ground. As soon as she saw him, Lin Lang quickly asked, Husband, are you all right? That scene just now was truly terrifying. Qing Jiao, standing beside her, thought in admiration, The supreme sect leader is truly amazing. He defeated those unreasonable invaders again.
Seeing Lin Lang's worry, Wang Yang quickly reassured her. Those troubles were resolved with no effort at all, it's nothing to worry about. Liu Wuya then stepped forward, cupping his hands respectfully and asking, Supreme sect leader, who exactly were these invaders? Wang Yang replied, It was the mother of that Situ Sao who caused trouble yesterday, and she also brought a bootlicker called Tian Xuan Cultivator. Wuya was shocked when he heard this. What? That Xuan Ying Ying Yue guy? Tian Xuan Cultivator? Then what should we do? Wang Yang was a little suspicious when he heard the unfamiliar name, Xuan Ying Ying Yue. What kind of sect is that?
Wuya explained. Xuan Ying Ying Yue is a group of 4 like-minded people, elegant co-cultivators, and their reputation is very prominent in the Confucian world of Dongzhu. As he spoke, fear was written all over Wuya's face.
Hearing him, Wang Yang stroked his chin and said, Sounds like a bunch of old folks, not a bit of threat. Wuya was shocked when he heard him say that. This, the supreme sect leader, might be unfathomable. Surely the remaining people in Xuanyang Yingyue wouldn't dare to cause trouble for our Lingjian sect. At this point, Wang Yang waved his hand and said, Everyone, don't worry too much, just cultivate the secret manuals I've given you properly. Wuya heard this and cupped his hands and said, That we are all diligently cultivating, but our Lingjian sect is not a great sect in the first place, and the spiritual qi is pitifully thin. Even if we cultivate diligently every day, it's difficult to make a breakthrough. Hearing his words, Wang Yang replied, What you say makes sense. How about we find a great sect to attack, and directly seize their blessed heavenly cave? Hearing Wang Yang's crazy idea, Wuya quickly stopped him. No, absolutely don't do that, Supreme Sect Leader. This sect war cannot happen. The Holy Lands will intervene in an instant. Wang Yang understood this, and he deliberately said this to the system. A sect war is really too troublesome. I'm most afraid of getting involved in karma. If it can't be ended, it'll be exhausting. It'd be great if there was another way. The system then spoke up. Host, what's so difficult about that? Just leave it to this system. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and a surge of purple spiritual qi appeared. Immediately afterward, the system notification popped up. Discovered that the host intends to develop the sect strongly, the system rewards the host with a purple mansion immortal stone. Wang Yang held the purple immortal stone with a very suspicious expression. What's the use of this purple mansion immortal stone? The system explained. Just place the purple mansion immortal stone deep within the sect's spiritual veins, and it will raise the level of the spiritual veins, creating a denser spiritual qi. Seeing Wang Yang take out a strange immortal stone, the entire sect felt extremely curious. Supreme Sect Leader, what is this treasure? Wang Yang explained. The Purple Mansion Immortal Stone can improve the quality of the Lingjian sect's spiritual veins. Elder Bai Feng was utterly astonished when he heard this. What? Another legendary Violet Palace Immortal Stone? Even major sects with long-standing inheritances can't possess such treasures? Seriously. Suddenly, Wang Yang grabbed the immortal stone and flew into the air. Then,
He slammed it hard into the ground, and the earth immediately cracked open. Old Bai was horrified. "Oh heavens, Supreme Sect Leader, what are you planning to do?" Under Wang Yang's control, the immortal stone plunged deep into the earth. Then, like a seed sprouting roots, the immortal stone began to latch onto the spiritual vein. At the same time, dense streams of spiritual qi, like a spring breeze, surged upwards from the ground. Lin Lang's eyes widened in amazement.
"Hubby, you're so amazing. The surrounding spiritual qi really has become denser," Qingjiao thought to herself. "Unbelievable. The Supreme Sect Leader can actually make the spiritual vein undergo such a transformation."
At this moment, Wu Ye hurriedly ordered the disciples, "What are you waiting for? Quickly sit down and cultivate." Elder Baifang also spoke up. "Hurry! Take advantage of this excellent opportunity to cultivate and break through."
The disciples obeyed and quickly sat down cross-legged to cultivate.
They quickly achieved results. I've successfully reached foundation establishment. I've broken through to foundation establishment. I've refined a golden core. Holy carp! Lin Lang stepped forward and took Wang Yang's arm, asking, "Hubby, the spiritual qi is so dense. Why aren't you cultivating?"
Wang Yang looked at her and replied, "Meditative cultivation is too slow. Dual cultivation is much faster." Lin Lang was extremely embarrassed when she heard this. "It's not even night yet. Tone it down a bit." Qingjiao watched from afar, full of envy. "I want to dual cultivate with the Supreme Sect Leader too." Drools.
Scene change. The next day, dawn broke over the Spirit Sword sect. Wang Yang stretched as he woke up, feeling a little tired. Last night's dual cultivation was too intense, almost couldn't get up. Phew.
Lin Lang had already woken up and was sitting in front of the mirror adjusting her clothes. Wang Yang saw this and approached, asking, "Lin Lang, why are you up so early?"
Lin Lang frowned and replied, "Today is the day we return to my family. Have you forgotten?" The guy gave a sheepish laugh. "Ha ha, you mean going home, right? How could I forget?" Lin Lang stood up, straightening his clothes as she spoke. "Not long ago, the 6 kingdoms were destroyed. The great Dasheng dynasty is not yet stable, and I need to return to take charge. Moreover, a lot of official duties have piled up in the past few days, which also need to be handled." Wang Yang quickly said, "Then let my Empress Wifey handle everything." Immediately after, Wang Yang entered the system space and opened his status bar. Great Emperor Realm Stage 6, Merit Law Body, Emperor Monarch Stage 2. Seeing the changes in the status bar, he was a little puzzled. "What's up? Why is my Merit Law Body lost so much?" The system then explained,
"Dear host, you have experienced several battles, so it's very normal for the merit value to be consumed. To restore or upgrade the level of the Merit Law Body, you can only collect more merit."
Wang Yang frowned upon hearing this, saying, "There's even consumption? This mechanism is too unreasonable." The system continued to explain, "If the Merit Law Body reaches the Emperor Venerable Realm, then it won't be so troublesome anymore." Hearing this, an idea popped into Wang Yang's head.
"Looks like I have to create a big event in the Great Dasheng dynasty to earn some more merit." Cha-ching! Scene change. Somewhere within the profound Moon dynasty, a figure knelt and bowed to the person on the high platform. Chu Tianshen pays his respects to the old ancestor.
He looked up, thinking, "What tricks are these undying old geezers up to this time?"
The old man sitting on the high seat spoke in a reproaching tone. "Last time you sent troops to the Great Dasheng dynasty, why didn't you command the battle properly, allowing Ye Linlang's body to be seized by someone else?" Chu Tianshen stuttered in response. This is all Tianshen's fault. Please punish me, old ancestor."
The old man stood up, stepped down, and said, "Punish you? I'm not the third uncle. I don't have the right to punish you." As he said this, he walked beside Chu Tianshen, placed his hand on his shoulder, and said, "He has already said, although we cannot obtain Ye Linlang's body, we must still capture her and use her as medicinal ingredient to aid cultivation."
Chu Tianshen heard this and said with some difficulty, "Old ancestor, the great Daisheng dynasty has powerful experts helping them. I'm afraid it won't be easy to capture her."
The old man roared, "This time, I will take action myself as well. I don't believe that a little-known spirit sword sect can completely protect the great Dasheng dynasty."
Seeing this, Chu Tianshen hurriedly cupped his hands and said with a forced smile, "With old ancestor taking action, we will definitely crush the great Dasheng dynasty and the spirit sword sect." The old man flared up in anger. "Don't dawdle here. Go and organize the troops," and set off immediately. With that said, Chu Tianshen stepped out of the main hall.
He looked at the distant sun, thinking with worry. Still greedy for beauty, even when he's old. He has already tricked the 2 state preceptors and 4 generals of the dynasty, causing them to lose a total of 1,200 taels. Now I have to personally lead the troops. Where am I going to find people? It seems I can only ask that guy for help.
Scene change. Back in the Great Shang dynasty, people pushed each other on the streets, whispering, "What exactly is going on? Why are so many people gathering there?" Another person replied, "What? You don't know. Her Majesty the Empress and the national ruler are returning to the maiden's home." Seeing Lin Ling and Wang Yang approaching, they hurriedly paid their respects. The cheers that filled the sky rang out. "Long live the Emperor! 10,000 years! 10,000 years! His Highness the national ruler! 1,000 years! 1,000,000 years!" The system dinged. "Yo, host, you've earned mad respect and tons of merit points." Then she was all like, "These commoners wishing for 1,000 years of life, peft. Great emperors live for hundreds of thousands of years. Get real," Wang Yang sighed. "Chill, these regular folks are too busy grinding to know the deep secrets of the cultivation world, you know." Before they knew it, they were back at the royal palace. The imperial advisor was already rushing up. "Your Majesty, you're finally back. So much paperwork waiting for your royal stamp." Then, the whole court chimed in. "Yeah, a country can't be without its ruler, not even for a day. The situation at the border is critical. Can't delay it any longer." And then the whole shebang started. "Long live the emperor! 10,000 years! Long live the royal head! 10,000 years!" Lin Lang and Wang Yang took their places on the throne. Lin Lang boomed out in a voice dripping with authority. "Rise, my subjects. Next up, the dreaded paperwork approval. The floods in the southern prefecture need immediate aid, not a moment to lose." Hearing the order, everyone scrambled. "Yes, Your Majesty." Wang Yang just sat there, watching his wifey handle all the court stuff. "Ugh, so boring. When will this afternoon be over? Still hate working for a living." Who knows how much time passed. But Lin Lang finally stood up. "Alright, that's enough for today. Dismissed."
Wang Yang was over the moon. Phew, finally dismissed. Dismissal for the win. I love dismissal. And I love my Empress wife 10,000 times over. After the afternoon court session, Wang Yang wandered off somewhere in the palace all by himself. The system, being nosy as always, piped up. "Yo, host, where are you headed?" He replied. "Got a date with the imperial advisor at the heavenly dungeon to see that ex-prime minister Zhu Xinyu we caught last time," he thought to himself. "If I can win over that great emperor-level Zhu Xinyu, I'll have myself another powerful henchman."
Wang Yang arrived at the entrance of the heavenly dungeon. As soon as he showed up, the imperial advisor bowed. "This humble servant greets the royal head." Wang Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Skip the formalities. Skip the formalities."
Then, they both headed inside the heavenly dungeon, which was filled with moans and groans. "Someone's here. I hear someone. And it's a woman. Let me out. Let me out. I've been framed." Wang Yang commented. "So this is the heavenly dungeon, huh? Doesn't feel that far from the royal palace." The imperial advisor replied, "The heavenly dungeon holds many dangerous criminals. If anything happens, only your Majesty can suppress them." Hearing all the groaning, the Xingxing system covered her ears and trembled. Wang Yang rolled his eyes. "These mortals are locked up already. What's there to be scared of?" she stammered. This system isn't scared, okay? I'm just scared of the dark." Suddenly, a prisoner spotted him and shouted, "Hey, little brother, come over here and let this old man give you some lovin'." Wang Yang turned around, his voice icy cold. "Guess you want a beating." After that, the chamber was filled with screams of agony. Ah, ooh, ah. At the very end of the heavenly dungeon, the imperial advisor announced, "Royal head, we're here." Wang Yang looked up. "Cell number 1, heaven level. So she's locked up here, huh?" The imperial advisor explained, "If it weren't for Royal Head using a magical artifact to suppress her cultivation level, this prison wouldn't be able to hold her at all." The cell door slowly creaked open. Wang Yang walked in, and the imperial advisor, looking concerned, said, "Royal Head Marshal General Zhu Xinyu is no pushover, so be careful." Wang Yang reassured him. "Don't sweat it, I can handle her. You go back to your duties." With that, Wang Yang and the system stepped inside, their expressions tense. Inside the cell, Zhu Xinyu was tied up securely, slumped against the corner of the wall. He approached, peering around. "Let's check her out. Still breathing. Let's poke her. Still got some warmth." As his grubby hands were about to reach for her chest, Zhu Xinyu startled awake. Wang Yang kept mumbling, "Gotta check her heartbeat." The moment she saw him, Zhu Xinyu screamed, "Release me now, you pervert! Once I escape, I'll kill you all." Wang Yang couldn't help but sweat, thinking, "This Zhu Xinyu, she's definitely a beauty. Too bad someone messed her up so badly." The system piped up, "Host, even though she's all potty-mouthed, you can totally retrain her. You know?" Wang Yang thought about the idea and agreed. "Retrain her? That's actually a pretty good idea." He pulled out the Heavenly Epoch, Spiritual Secret Grand Art, muttering to himself, "Guess this renamed scripture is still a holy grade technique." Wang Yang started reading aloud in a low voice. Control of the spiritual valiant. Use the talisman as the master. The talisman does as it pleases. When the talisman disappears, the spirit scatters, and the soul vanishes. According to this secret book, to gain control of Zhu Xinyu, you must first destroy the original talisman. Reaching this point, Wang Yang used his third eye to look at Zhu Xinyu. Let's see where this valiant controller talisman is hidden. After a moment, he finally found the talisman, muttering to himself, "They're good. Actually hiding the talisman here." Wang Yang leaned in close, gently lifting her chin. Zhu Xinyu panicked. "What are you doing, Sniffle? Sniffle, let me go." Wang Yang pulled out a talisman and said, "Don't worry, you will listen to me soon." Having said that, he held the talisman in his hand and pressed it into her mouth. Immediately after, Zhu Xinyu widened her eyes and cried out in pain. "Ah, ah." In a dark cell, someone hesitantly asked, "Who exactly touched my seal?" A ray of light shone in, revealing a woman completely wrapped in bandages. Her face was full of excitement. This is definitely intriguing. At the same time, a voice spoke. "Yun Mi Niang. The person who has come is Chu Tianshen." He stepped forward and sneered, "How does it feel in Heavenly Dungeon? Feeling comfortable?" The woman named Mi Niang laughed contemptuously in response. "Oh my, isn't that the Xuan Yu Emperor revered by the world? Why have you degraded yourself by coming to the Heavenly Dungeon today?" Chu Tianshen said seriously. "What if I came here today to release you?" Hearing these words, Yun Mianyang found it laughable, responding with a loud laugh. "Haha, you think I'd trust the words of a nation-stealing robber like you? If that's the case, then pigs can fly. If I wasn't holding back for that ancient spirit beast, I would have killed you a long time ago." Hearing these words, Chu Tianshen immediately clenched something tightly in his hand. Instantly, Yun Yang screamed in pain. Ah, stop, I beg you, please stop," Chu Tianshen continued. "Can you talk properly with me now?" Only then did he get to the main point. "Zhu Jin was stolen. As long as you help me kill that bastard, I will give you your freedom back," Yun Mianyang said with a painful expression. "Do you think I have a choice to refuse?" Hearing this, Chu Tianshen didn't say anything more, directly turning and leaving. The heavy sound of the iron gate closing echoed. Yun Mianyang then coldly snorted, "HMPH, that idiot Chu Tianshen doesn't even have a tenth of his father's political skills. Wait until this queen gets out, I'll definitely make you pay." On the other side, Wang Yang was sitting, scratching his head in frustration, saying, "Crap, looks like I overdid it. Although the initial seal was destroyed, I can't do anything more about it." The spirit system then spoke up. "Dear host, there are many ways to control a spirit beast. Why be so rigid and stick to the old way?" Wang Yang, hearing this, showed agreement. That makes sense, let me see." Turning to the next page of the book, Wang Yang pointed to a seal, saying, "I think this seal looks pretty good." He turned to look at Zhu Xin, grinning mischievously. "There's bound to be some big commotion, you just have to bear with it for a bit." Immediately after, a huge surge of energy shot straight into the sky above Daisheng. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but break out in cold sweats. In the end, what on earth is happening? This power is too terrifying. Lin Lang couldn't help but worry at this moment, looking towards the direction of the energy burst, saying, "That direction seems to be Heavenly Prison. Could something have happened?" Inside the Heavenly Prison at this time, Wang Yang waved his hand, dispelling the pink mist, saying with suspicion, "Is this considered successful?" The spirit, hearing this, spoke up. "The sound just now was so loud it definitely won't fail." At this moment, Zhu Xin slowly woke up, her eyes full of confusion. Where is this? Who am I? Could it be you? You are my master." Hearing her say that, Wang Yang couldn't help but feel pleased with himself. "Master? It actually worked. This pink seal is truly magical," the spirit system next to him announced. "Congratulations to the host for successfully making the ancient spirit beast acknowledge you as its master, immediately gifting 3 Emperor-grade spirit origin enlightenment pills." Looking at the system's reward, Wang Yang couldn't help but rejoice. Enlighten the mind and raise the cultivation realm. This effect is too awesome, I have to try it right away. Saying that, he grabbed a pill and brought it to Zhu Xin's mouth. As soon as she swallowed it, her eyes widened and her face flushed red, saying, "Master, my body feels a bit uncomfortable." Hearing the way she addressed him, Wang Yang stroked his chin with satisfaction, saying, "This enlightenment pill is really effective. No need to retrain her. She automatically calls me master. This name Zhu Xin isn't good. From now on you'll be called Wu Xuanji." After speaking, he put his hands together and began chanting, "Heaven and earth are boundless. Command of the universe. Unbind the immortal restraints." Immediately, the immortal restraint vine released her. Immediately after, Zhu Xin, now Xuanji, went over to him, directly throwing herself into Wang Yang's arms, causing the young man to break out in cold sweat, stammering,
"Wait, Xuanji, you, the spirit system," seeing this, laughed gleefully. "Hee, there's a good show to watch."
Wu Xuanji asked curiously. "Master, Xuanji can finally get closer to you. What's wrong with you?" Wang Yang replied in a panic. "Wait, Xuanji, which step went wrong?" Saying that, he opened the manual and looked at the incantation he just used again. After imprinting the lust seal, the soul will become extremely proactive. Only after 100 years can it be re-imprinted. What kind of setting is this? Wu Xuanji said with a lustful expression. "Master, my whole body feels extremely uncomfortable right now. Can you help me?" Wang Yang, seeing this, turned to blame the system. "This damn system, are you the one who harmed me?" The spirit system put on an innocent look, replying, "Host, don't talk nonsense. You were the one who chose this lust seal." Just at this moment, Ye Linlang suddenly burst through the door, asking with concern, "Husband, are you all right?" What caught her eye was a scene of hugging and cuddling. Linlang froze, stammering, "Husband, what are you doing?" Wang Yang's face turned as pale as a toad, saying in a panic, "Wife, this is a misunderstanding, let me explain." Switching scenes to a while later, Linlang's voice echoed from the main hall. "I know I've been busy with official duties recently, and I haven't paid attention to your feelings. This is my fault. But if you really want it, I can arrange servants to wait on you, but why did you have to go find a spirit beast?" Wang Yang, hearing this, held his head in helplessness, saying, "My dear, listen to me. It's not like that at all." The national advisor, at the side at this time, also spoke up with remorse. "Your Majesty, this matter is all because this subject didn't discover it. If I had known earlier, I would have brought the monarch to my place." Wang Yang couldn't help but say with dissatisfaction upon hearing this, "National advisor, don't make things worse at this point." Wu Xuanji, standing behind, massaged Wang Yang's head while comforting him. "Master, calm down, calm down." He then recounted the matter. "Actually, I went to the heavenly prison to train Zhu Xin to become our battle power. I didn't expect there to be a small accident." Ye Linling, hearing him rattle on, burst into tears, saying, "I was really too impulsive just now. I didn't expect my husband to sacrifice himself to this extent for the Daixing dynasty." Seeing her expression, Wang Yang sighed, saying, "All right, if you say so, then that's how it is." The national preceptor looked at Wu Xuanji suspiciously and asked, "It is indeed strange. This Wu Xuanji is exactly like the real one, except that her intelligence is somewhat lacking, and her emotions are unstable." Hearing this, Wang Yang thought to himself, "The spiritual source of the pill needs time to recover. I have to wait a while before I can let her use it again." Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Wang Yang took out a white chess piece and muttered to himself, "Got it. There are 2 more white chess pieces. Let's see if they work." With that thought, he touched the chess piece to Xuanji's chest. Immediately, a powerful stream of spiritual energy burst forth from her body. She asked in confusion, "Master, what exactly am I?" Wang Yang smiled wryly and replied, "Xuanji, you're making me feel a little pressured like this." Upon hearing this, Xuanji stammered, "Master, I'm sorry." Just at that moment, powerful waves of purple spiritual energy rippled. The national preceptor hurriedly spoke up. "The nation protecting formation is under attack." Seeing this, Lin Lang couldn't help but say tiredly, "The Great Shang dynasty is indeed unstable. Now there are 2 more powerful enemies attacking." Wang Yang then looked out and said seriously, "That's not right. There are 3 people, and their cultivation levels are no less than high-stage Great Emperor Realm." Lin Ling was shocked to hear this. "What? There are 3 high-stage Great Emperor Realm enemies attacking at this time?" Wang Yang took out the reforged spear and handed it to Xuanji, saying, "Xuanji, hold on to your holy grade long spear." Seeing the spear, she happily replied, "Yes, thank you, master." With that, Wang Yang led Lin Lang and Xuanji away, saying, "National preceptor, your realm is not high enough. Please stay in the palace, my wife. Let's go teach these ignorant fools a lesson." Ye Lin Lang responded, "Okay, my husband." The national preceptor bowed and clasped her hands, saying, "May your majesty and the national lord return victorious, with the dynasty flourishing." Immediately afterwards, the 3 of them flew outside the barrier. Seeing Chu Tianshen and the others, Wang Yang asked, "All unfamiliar faces, don't you know that I am protecting the Great Shang dynasty now?" Hearing these words, Chu Tianshen said coldly, "I don't care what background you have. Quickly hand over Ye Linling, and perhaps I will consider sparing your dog life." Wang Yang drew his sword and said sarcastically, "So you're the profound Moon Emperor Chu Tianshen. You dare to call yourself we when you're in the Great Shang dynasty? I think you're just a dog pretending to be an emperor. Your 2nd and 4th generals have already been defeated by me. Are you here to die yourself today?" Feeling insulted,
Chu Tianxian roared. "Shut your mouth!" Yun Mainyang, standing beside him, said in a flirtatious tone. "Oh my, young Master Wang Yang is so handsome and domineering, this servant really likes it."
Just as she said this, her eyes suddenly froze. Then she clutched her chest, looking pained, and said, "It hurts, Chu Tianxian, stop."
He then stopped and shouted, "You slut, you're here to be used, not to seduce men. You go and kill that Wang Yang later, or you won't have an easy time today."
Seeing this, Wang Yang turned to the system and asked, "System, what's the secret of his jade pendant that can control a peak great emperor realm expert?" The system replied, "It's probably a technique like soul control. This kind of technique is very common in the cultivation world." Yun Mainyang continued to say in a flirtatious voice, "Little brother, you just saw it. This servant is also helpless. Remember to be gentle when you strike later."
Seeing her flirtatious appearance, Yi Linlang angrily roared, "Slut! Where did this fox spirit come from? You really have no shame. Stay away from my husband, or I will tear you into a million pieces." Hearing this, Yun Mainyang covered her mouth and giggled. "Linlang's sister, why so agitated? This servant will strike gently later, and definitely won't let your husband get hurt at all."
Old Ancestor Chu then angrily shouted, "What time is it? Hurry up and capture the female emperor, and bring her back for Old Ancestor to refine into a cauldron." With that, he unleashed his move. Black Killing Underworld Palm, Dark Underworld Giant Palm, and a huge palm struck towards Wang Yang. As quick as lightning, Wu Xuanji rushed forward and unleashed her move. Starry Sky Spear Decision, Raging Cloud Wrathful Wave, blocking the attack and saying, "You are the biggest threat. Don't get close to my master." Yun Mainyang suddenly appeared behind Wang Yang and said in a delicate voice, "Little brother, where are you looking? Your opponent is this servant." Immediately, white silk ribbons shot out from her hands. The silk ribbons tightly wrapped around Wang Yang's sword, catching him off guard.
Yun Mainyang smiled triumphantly and said, "Hee, got you." Looking at the silk ribbons that were both soft and strong, Wang Yang thought in doubt, "Why can't these silk ribbons be cut? And what are these petals?" Yun Mainyang temptingly said, "Come here, little brother, let's go into our own world." With those words, the two of them vanished. Seeing this scene, both Xuanji and Linlang widened their eyes in shock. Linlang shouted loudly, "Husband!"
At this time, Wang Yang had appeared in another space. He wondered, "There's something strange about these petals." Looking at the space in front of him, a pink sky appeared. Wang Yang muttered to himself, "Is this a formation or a space?" Yun Mainyang then appeared, speaking in a coquettish voice. "I didn't expect little brother to be so calm. You're really so handsome that my heart is itching, and I really want to turn you into an obedient puppet." Hearing this, Wang Yang drew his sword and said, "Want to turn me into a puppet? No one in this world can do it," he thought to himself. "What kind of formation is this? I have to quickly find the formation I." Seeing his attitude, Yun Mainyang said, "What's wrong? Doesn't little brother Wang Yang like this place? This is a place I specially prepared for you." Speaking of which, a murderous glint flashed in her eyes. "Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. I am the master of this Sumeru space, and I can easily erase everything." Hearing this, Wang Yang coldly replied, "Easily erase everything? Not necessarily." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed the Heavenly Evolution 9 Tribulation Sword Art, Heavenly Punishment towards Yun Mainyang. Seeing this, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, and hurriedly shouted, "Cloud Ripple Illusion Shield!" Instantly, white ice and peach blossom petals formed a barrier to block the attack. Then, the clash between the two created a massive explosion. Yun Mainyang couldn't hide her shock at this moment. "You maniac, why aren't you affected? Even a supreme being would have their cultivation suppressed here." Upon hearing this, Wang Yang replied with a disdainful tone, "Could it be that I'm even stronger than those so-called supreme beings?" he thought to himself. "Looks like it's the runaway Tao that's helping me dissolve the influence again." The spirit system finally appeared, beads of sweat on her forehead. "Host, please be gentle. Although this Sumeru space is just a fragment of space, if it's completely destroyed, we'll have to drift in the endless void." Hearing this, he replied with displeasure, "So troublesome. If I had known, I would have made a move earlier and killed this Yun Mainyang." On the outside, Wu Xuanji and the old ancestor of the Chu family continued their fierce battle. She shouted loudly, "Release my master immediately!" Old Chu heard this and slowly replied, "When he comes out, he'll just be a corpse. Yun Mainyang's Sumeru space can kill ordinary supreme beings, you know." Hearing this, she brandished her spear and charged forward, shouting, "Old geezer, shut your mouth, Starry Sky Spear Art Meteor Shower!" Immediately, Old Chu unleashed his move, Black Fiend Netherworld Palm, Shadowy Palm Teleportation to block it. He thought to himself, "Isn't she Ling Yong?
How did her cultivation rise by 2 realms? Chu Tianshen then spoke up and sighed. I didn't expect, Zhu Xin, your cultivation could still improve. Truly surprising. Xuanji heard this and replied coldly. What, Zhu Xin? My name is Wu Xuanji now. Chu Tianshen shouted angrily. Old Ming, don't hold back. Teach her a lesson properly for me. Hearing him shout like that, Old Ming couldn't help but think with dissatisfaction. Since when did Lao Fu need Chu Tianshen to point fingers? If it wasn't for the great elder holding you back because you still have value, Lao Fu would have slapped you twice already. As he thought this, he released a ghostly gray palm.
Ye Linlang then pointed her sword at Chu Tianshen, asking loudly, Chu Tianshen, where exactly did that woman take my husband? If anything happens to him, you and I are not done. He heard this, smiled triumphantly and replied, You're talking about Wang Yang? He has fallen into a death tribulation with no escape. No one has ever survived from Yun Mainyang's Sumeru space. I didn't expect that the queen who's so popular online also has some charm. If it wasn't for the ancestors' orders, I really would have wanted to take her into my harem.
Hearing these words, Lin Lang couldn't help but brandish her sword and charged forward. Go to hell! Chu Tianshen quickly dodged to the side, smiling contemptuously. Beauty, don't you think your realm is too far apart from mine? It seems I have to teach you a lesson myself. Otherwise, with such a strong temperament, I'm afraid it will spoil the ancestors' fun. Lin Lang heard this and shouted loudly. Just wait until my husband comes out. He will definitely deal with you, you stray dog. In her heart, she secretly prayed for his safety. Husband, you must be safe and sound. Back on Wang Yang's side, Yun Mainyang asked suspiciously. There's one thing that this humble servant is very curious about. How did you manage to erase the control mark on Jui Xin?
Wang Yang replied coldly. The control mark on Wu Xuanji. Breaking that kind of low-level toy doesn't take much effort. Just a breath is enough.
Hearing this,
Yun Mainyang felt bewildered. What? How is this possible? I spent a full 100 years to make Zhu Xin into a spiritual puppet, Wang Yang replied. Believe it or not, you've already seen it. She's extremely loyal to me now. At this point, Yun Mainyang revealed her intentions.
Since you can easily erase the mark on the child, then there will be a chance for us to cooperate.
Wang Yang couldn't help but feel suspicious upon hearing this. Cooperate? Aren't we enemies? Are you kidding me? In his heart he wondered, what exactly does Yun Mainyang want to do?
She suddenly raised her hands, and the ice ribbons on her body fell off, saying, As long as Wang Yang Gebej can resolve this unspeakable suffering, and help this humble servant break the restriction that Chu Tianshen placed on me, this humble servant is willing to offer everything. Seeing this eye-popping scene, Wang Yang couldn't help but be stunned, stammering, This seems a little inappropriate. The spirit system also felt embarrassed, and quickly spoke up, Oh dear, how could this be? Isn't this too unsuitable for young children? On the outside, Ye Linlang and Chu Tianshen continued to fight, and he said with a perverted tone, I say, Ye Da Meren, you better obediently surrender lest you suffer. Linlang replied with disdain, Don't even dream about it. Suddenly, a crack appeared behind Chu Tianshen. Mainyang stepped out from it, saying, This Wang Yang garage is too weak, it seems. I have to find a stronger person in the future. Seeing Yun Mainyang appear, Ye Linlang's face revealed obvious sadness, and she loudly questioned, Husband, what exactly did this fox spirit do to you? Chu Tianshen smiled triumphantly and said, That Wang Yang is definitely unable to escape this death tribulation. No one can survive from Yun Mainyang's Sumeru space. Hearing Yun Mianyang say that, Wu Xuanji paled, refusing to believe what was happening. What? The master failed? Yun Mianyang then turned to Chu Tianshen and said, Chu Tianshen, I've taken care of the big problem. Now it's time for you to keep your promise.
Hearing that, he sneered and replied, Promise? What promise? I don't remember promising you anything.
Hearing this, Yun Mianyang couldn't help but shout, Chu Tianshen, you're such a despicable person, daring to go back on your word. He calmly replied, You're just my dog, how dare you dictate terms to me?
As soon as he finished speaking, a sword pierced through Chu Tianshen's chest from behind, leaving a gaping hole. Seeing this, he was shocked and cursed with a trembling voice.
Ah, you dog couple, you're so despicable.
Wang Yang slowly revealed himself behind him, smiling disdainfully.
Using despicable means to deal with someone as despicable as you is perfectly reasonable. He retracted his sword, his voice cold. You kept sending people to harass my wife. That sword just now was a favor to you. Chu Tianshen clutched his wound, blood flowing from his mouth non-stop. Fine, Wang Yang, you dare to injure me to this extent, he thought. What kind of cultivation technique did he use, to be able to approach me silently without my knowledge? If I didn't have a naturally displaced heart, I would have died long ago.
Ye Linlang then approached Wang Yang, her voice worried. Husband, you suddenly disappearing just now really worried me. Did that woman do anything to you, she thought? If my husband is harmed by that woman, I will definitely not spare her. Wang Yang looked at her and smiled. Of course not. How could that trashy space trap your husband? Don't worry, everything is under my control.
Switching back to the scene before, while still in the different dimension, looking at Mian Yang's bare back, Wang Yang had a nosebleed and said, "This seems a bit too revealing." The spirit system seeing this reminded him, ahem, host, please have some restraint." A red mark appeared on Yun Mianyang's back, she recounted. This slave was originally from the Xuan Yue royal family, but unexpectedly was framed by the old ancestor of the Chu family. Not only was implanted with a mark, becoming a prisoner under their control, but even everything was snatched away by the Chu family. Hearing this, Wang Yang couldn't help but smile disdainfully. So Chu Tianshen is a traitorous usurper, how interesting. But let's be clear, if I help you remove the mark, what benefit will I get?
Hearing this, she flipped her hair and coquettishly replied, "Oh dear, Wang Yang Garage is really calculating. As long as you can remove the mark controlling this slave, everything of this slave is yours." As soon as she finished speaking, he threw a punch and rushed forward. "Then I'll have to be a little impolite then," he shouted. "Here I come, myriad disintegration dragon claw hand." Immediately after, Yun Mianyang's face showed a satisfied expression. Ah, finally solved. The spirit system then displayed a notification. Congratulations, host, for helping someone remove a mark. Obtained holy grade cultivation technique. Supreme ethereal formless art. Hearing this, Wang Yang was overjoyed. Another new cultivation technique. This system is really diligent.
Before he could be happy for a few seconds, his face drooped and said, "I thought it was a body transformation technique. Who knew it was just invisibility?" Seeing that he didn't know the danger of this cultivation technique, the spirit system closed one eye and explained, it's not like that. Host doesn't understand the cultivation technique. After the supreme ethereal formless art is cast, apart from saints, no one can detect the person's whereabouts, nor can they attack the person's invisible state. Hearing this, Wang Yang nodded. Sounds pretty good. Then let's give the Xuanyue Emperor a little scare. Back in the present, Wang Yang turned to look at Lin Lang's slightly torn dress and said, "Wait, wife, why is your dress torn?" In the next second he realized the reason, turning his cold gaze towards Chu Tianshen and said, "Well, you, Chu Tianshen, you dare to lay a hand on my wife. See how I'll kill you in a moment." Chu Tianshen took out a pill and smugly replied, "Wang Yang, you should have chopped off my head just now. What a pity. I'll let you see the power of the Chu family." Finishing his words, he put the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. Immediately, a powerful burst of spiritual energy erupted around Chu Tianshen, and his realm also increased, from Great Emperor Peak to Half-Step Supreme. Regaining his confidence, Chu Tianshen said in an arrogant voice, "Above the heavens and below the earth, I am the most noble. Who dares to fight?" Hearing this, Wang Yang raised his sword, smiling disdainfully. "A useless piece of trash-taking pills dares to be arrogant in front of this seat." Saying that, he swung his sword and rushed straight towards Chu Tianshen. On this side, Wang Yang swung his sword and slashed. Celestial Flame 9 Calamity Sword, Purgatory Destruction, a powerful blue sword aura struck. On the other side, Chu Tianshen also quickly launched a move. Netherworld Killing Palm, Dark Abyss Fissure, a giant palm made of golden spiritual energy appeared. As soon as the two palm forces collided, a powerful shockwave shot out from the side. At this moment, Wang Yang used the supreme ethereal formless art. His figure immediately disappeared into the air. Each shockwave gently passed through, as if there was no resistance at all. Seeing him suddenly disappear, Ye Linlang panicked. "How could this be, husband? Where did he go?" On this side, seeing Wang Yang's aura disappear, Chu Tianshen couldn't help but be smug, laughing like a father delivering a baby. "Haha, I thought you were capable. Who knew you couldn't even withstand one move? Truly useless." Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Yang appeared behind him, swinging his sword with a cold sneer. "You really thought one move could take me down? So naive. How did you even climb to this position? Seriously." With that, he unleashed the Heavenly Evolution 9 Tribulation Sword, Divine Demon Whirlwind. Countless sword beams tore through the sky from above, raining down. Caught off guard, Chu Tianshen was immediately hit, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ouch! Not even giving him a chance to change his pants, Wang Yang followed up with a solid kick to his behind, then another head-on kick, then another and another and another. You get the idea. Chu Tianshen was like a human-shaped soccer ball being kicked back and forth in the air. Bored, Wang Yang flew up to him, sneering, "Chu Tianshen, weren't you so arrogant just now? What happened to that half-step supreme being? You're like a dead dog now." Without another word, he swung his sword and chopped off Chu Tianshen's arm, causing him to scream in pain. "Ah!" Then, he desperately cried out to Old Ming,
Old Ming, save me!
Old Ming, who was still fighting Xuanji, paused upon hearing the cry for help. That useless Chu Tianxian was a lost cause, but he couldn't just abandon him. Thinking that, he unleashed the Black Fiend's nether palm, a suffocating wave of killing intent, and blasted Xuanji backward. He then swiftly flew to Chu Tianxian's side, muttering to himself, "I have to stick with him, or the ancestors' plans will be wasted." On the other side, Wang Yang quickly blocked Chu Tianxian's path, saying in a deep voice, "You shouldn't have provoked me again and again. In your next life, try to be a better person." With that, he swung his sword and sliced Chu Tianxian's neck.
In an instant, his body vanished. Although Old Ming's nether palm got him away, Chu Tianxian's head didn't stay attached. Oops, Old Ming's face paled as he stammered. "It's over. How am I going to explain this to the ancestor?"
He glared at Wang Yang, grinding his teeth.
"Wang Yang, you have guts. Do you know you just killed the emperor of the profound Moon Dynasty?" Wang Yang laughed dismissively. "So what if he's an emperor? Provoking me has consequences. Besides, he stole the throne anyway. I'm just acting on behalf of heaven." Old Ming was enraged. Losing his cool, his face twisted into a grimace as he roared, "Young man, don't be so cocky. You can't even begin to imagine the background of the Chu family." Wang Yang coldly replied, "Then today, I'll definitely see how deep the Chu family's turtle pond really is." With that, Old Ming immediately channeled his qi, and black and purple energy surged around him. "You arrogant brat! Today I'll crush you to avenge Chu Tianxian," he thought fiercely. But inside he was wondering, just what realm is this Wang Yang kid that Chu Tianxian was basically one-sidedly slaughtered? At the same time, Wang Yang also began to channel his qi, activating the cosmic heavenly gang art and the purple qi dragon transformation art. His level immediately increased by 3 realms, from Great Emperor Realm level 6 to Great Emperor Realm level 9. Bomb.
Flashback time. Old Ming was kneeling on the ground before the Chu family ancestor. He asked hesitantly, "Ancestor, do I really have to personally go capture Ye Linlang and that Chu Tianxian kid? The Great Prosperity Dynasty only has a few great emperors." Before he could finish, the Chu family ancestor sternly interrupted, "You expect me to personally go capture that little slut?" Seeing the ancestor's expression, Old Ming quickly kowtowed and said, "Ancestor, please calm your anger. This subordinate will go immediately," and urged Chu Tianxian to quickly bring Ye Linlang back.
Then the Chu family ancestor spoke. "Just remember that Ye Linlang has the innate phoenix holy body. With her, I can break through to the next realm and extend my lifespan. The night is long and full of dreams, so go now. And remember, no matter what happens, you must protect Chu Tianxian and bring him back."
Back to the present, Old Ming channeled his qi and thought, "Staying here is too dangerous. Going back might save my life. Looks like I can only wait for that old coot to die, and then I'll be the one calling the shots in the Chu family of Eastern Continent."
With that, he yelled, "Take this!" Black flame nether palm, scattering clouds and expelling waves. A claw-like hand covered in blood-colored purple energy lunged forward.
Seeing the attack, Wang Yang sneered, "I'll see what skills a dying old man like you has." The spirit system saw this and piped up, "Host, why are you trying to take that hit head-on? That old guy is a half-step supreme." Instantly, a golden bell appeared, enveloping Wang Yang and completely blocking Old Ming's attack. Ding ding. As soon as the spiritual energy dissipated, black light drifted in front of us like mist. Seeing this, the spirit system waved its hands and cursed, "Damn it, I can't see a thing. This old geezer is too cunning." Wang Yang, hearing this, seriously replied, "Rest assured he won't get away." At the same time, after launching an attack towards Wang Yang, Old Ming immediately used the Black Fiend's shadow escape, bolting away like a bat out of hell. He muttered to himself, "Opportunity." While he's still reacting, "Gotta run." Over on Wang Yang's side, he activated the runes of the Great Path, pulled out a black chess piece, and said with a smug grin, "Finally caught ya. See where you can run now." With that, he unleashed a move, shifting Cloud Dao, prohibited territory of the Fei family. A massive gold board of golden light appeared, blocking Old Ming's path. Seeing this, Old Ming couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth and cursing, "You little bastard, you're so scheming you used every trick in the book just to kill this old man." At this moment, Xuanji flew in, blocking his way. Behind him, Wang Yang slowly floated over, his voice dripping with disdain. "Using every trick? Don't flatter yourself. You're not even worthy of my true abilities." Forced into a corner, Old Ming forced his true QA, breaking through from half-step supreme to first-level supreme. Along with his shout, a surging wave of bloody violet keylite erupted from him. Seeing this, Linlang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "No, impossible, could this be? This is the aura of the Supreme Realm." Yin Mainyang, standing by her side, crossed her arms and said softly, What's so strange? As expected of a small country on the border, the Empress has so little knowledge. Standing behind them, she worriedly bit her nails, cursing under her breath. What the hell is that old geezer from the Chu family doing? Actually forcing a breakthrough to the Supreme Realm. Anyway, the seal on my body has been released. Should I run away and find a place to hide for a while? Seeing the scene before them, the system appeared and said, Master Host, that old man is at the Supreme Realm now. Do you need this system to help you? Before it could finish speaking, Wang Yang interrupted. No need, he's destroying his cultivation. To force a breakthrough, he's far from a true Supreme Realm expert.
On old Ming's side, he was completely submerged in bloody violet Q, his eyes bloodshot as he said,
You little punk, today even if I bet everything, I'll drag you down to hell with me.
Hearing this, Xuanji shouted loudly, As long as I'm here, you won't get near my master a single step. Wang Yang smiled upon hearing this. Xuanji, that old man's gone crazy, you might be at a disadvantage fighting him. Hearing this, Xuanji's eyes filled with worry, her voice stuttering. Master, but I haven't defeated a single enemy for you yet. Wang Yang rubbed her head, smiling brightly. It's okay, Xuanji has already tried very hard today. I'll deal with this old man, you go down first. Seeing his reassuring look, Xuanji obediently replied, Yes, master. As soon as Xuanji left, he beckoned to old Ming and said, Old man, stop screaming over there, come here and accept your death. Hearing this, the old man summoned the Asura ghost avatar, shouting, Arrogant brat, this old man wants to see how you withstand a full-force strike from the Supreme Realm. With that, from the sky, the massive avatar launched a palm strike directly at Wang Yang. At the same moment, he immediately unleashed the supreme, ethereal, formless art. Just as the palm landed, Wang Yang completely vanished, and a powerful shockwave blasted out. Seeing this, Ye Linlang shouted in horror, Hubby. At this moment, old Ming couldn't help but feel pleased, self-satisfied. One palm strike, and only remnants remain. This is the difference in realms, do you understand? Looking at him basking in his arrogance, Wang Yang couldn't help but say with disgust, About to die and still so oblivious. Truly an idiot. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yang's sword pierced through old Ming's chest from behind, straight through his heart. The old man widened his eyes in shock. What kind of technique is this? Wang Yang nonchalantly retracted his sword, answering, What kind of technique? You're not worthy of knowing. At this moment, Lin Lang and Xuanji also came over. Lin Lang worriedly called out, Hubby, was that move just now really okay? I was sweating buckets. Watching, Xuanji also asked, Master, should Xuanji help you check your body? Hearing this, he laughed and replied, I'm fine, don't make a fuss, how could anything happen to me? After witnessing Wang Yang's one-shot kill of a Supreme Realm expert, Yin Mingyang looked at him and secretly thought, Wang Yang, such a handsome and strong young man, his strength is unfathomable. It seems like he would be a pretty good backer. Seeing them leaving, the spirit system hurriedly called out, Master Host, don't rush off, the mission rewards haven't been calculated yet. The young man, eye twitching, suspiciously asked, Rewards? Didn't you already calculate the rewards? Don't tell me it's Qi Yue Shan. The girl unhappily responded, Shut up, you're the one who has Qi Yue Shan. Suddenly the spirit's face flushed red, and she exclaimed in surprise, Ah, it seems like it's really coming. Seeing her like that, Wang Yang thought to himself, This system seems to be in the same state as last time. Could the reward be fragments of the heavenly Dazio? Just as he thought this, swirling blue spirit energy gathered around the spirit, and then a blue stone appeared in her hand. The little girl picked up the stone and cheered excitedly, Awesome! Host, we've obtained the second fragment of the heavenly Tao. Immediately, the two entered Wang Yang's sea of consciousness. The spirit handed the heavenly Tao fragment to him, saying, Master, quickly place the fragment to see if anything changes. Wang Yang took it, asking with a doubtful tone, Really? Is there something in this world that you don't know about? The spirit scratched her head, replying with an embarrassed smile, This is the heavenly Tao, the rules that make up this world, belonging to the highest existence. The system hasn't unlocked all its permissions yet, it's not omnipotent. Hearing this, Wang Yang said with annoyance, Not omnipotent yet? If I knew that, I wouldn't have been fooled by you. Without another word, he used his spirit energy to send the stone flying. As soon as the heavenly Tao fragment fit into the crack on the stone slab, a powerful burst of spirit energy erupted. Wang Yang's cultivation realm rapidly increased, from Tier 9 initial burst Tao to Tier 9 Great Emperor, reaching the peak of the Great Emperor realm. The system, seeing this, exclaimed excitedly, Long live! Long live! Congratulations to the host for leveling up once again. Congratulations to the host for taking another step closer to the heavenly Dagyo on this side. Wang Yang looked at the notification on the screen, saying without much enthusiasm, finally reached the peak of the great emperor realm. But this submissive fool path sounds a bit silly. Seeing this, the spirit explained, Master, submissive fool isn't what you think. Activating submissive fool authority can hide your strength, preventing you from being detected by the methods of sages. Wang Yang then realized, oh, it's a face-slapping function. I can pretend to be a weak chicken just entering Foundation establishment to mess with people. How fun! Returning to the real world, Wang Yang rubbed Xuanji's head, saying, Xuanji, go strip those two unlucky guys of their equipment and belongings, and I'll reward you handsomely later. The girl obediently replied, Yes, master. Ye Linlang then asked worriedly, Husband, the great battle just now was so intense. Are you not injured? Wang Yang replied with a smile. How could I be injured? It was just a simple crush, like flipping my hand. Hearing this, the girl leaned closer, her face flushed, and said, Brother Wang Yang, I was so worried just now. I didn't expect you to be so handsome and brave. It really moved me. At this moment, that vixen Yin Minyang also came over to flirt. Seeing this, Lin Lang couldn't help but angrily shout, Yin Minyang, stay away from my husband. The vixen replied with a teasing tone, Little Lin Lang, why are you so nervous? Don't you have any faith in your husband? Hearing what she said, Ling Kling continued, Yin Minyang, don't put on an act here. Don't think everyone can't see your little schemes. Yin Minyang calmly replied, I didn't expect you to be so smart. I really intend to offer myself to repay Big Brother's life-saving grace. The two were like fire and water, arguing back and forth. Lin Lang cursed, You vixen! If you dare touch a single hair on my husband, I'll tear you to shreds. Yin Minyang replied, Little Linling, do you really want to fight? I'm already an 8th-tier Emperor Realm expert now. Seeing this, Wang Yang said with a bitter smile, Then I'll go see how much Xuanji has found. After saying that, the guy ran away quickly, saying, Women arguing is so scary, gotta run. The spirit system, seeing this, covered her mouth and giggled, Haha, master, you have this day too. At this moment, Xuanji also came over, holding the spoils in her hands, and excitedly said, Reporting to master, I've stripped all the valuable things from them. Wang Yang took the items in her hands, saying with disappointment, Why is the Xuanyue dynasty so poor? The only thing worth anything is this broken book. The rest are all trash low-grade emperor items. Xuanji, take these things and find an opportunity to bring them back to the Lingjian sect. Xuanji obediently replied, Yes, master. Early the next morning, inside the Dasheng dynasty, the people were constantly discussing, Have you heard? It's said that the Xuanyue emperor was defeated by our Dasheng. It's already spread everywhere. Our queen has granted a general amnesty and tax exemption. One person then said with concern, The Xuanyue emperor was defeated by our Dasheng. Will they launch a nationwide revenge? The person next to him laughed upon hearing this. Tritsk, don't worry about useless things. Our national leader is wise, divine, and unparalleled under the heavens. I think the Xuanyue dynasty should be worrying about our Dasheng. Inside the main hall at this moment, Wang Yang and Lin Lang sat on the main seats, with Wu Xuanji behind them. The three of them were all looking at Yin Minyang with vigilant eyes. Seeing this, the vixen pretended to be wronged, and said, Brother Wang Yang, what have I done wrong that you're being so wary of me? Linling snorted coldly upon hearing this. HMPH, you're still a suspect in infiltrating the Dasheng dynasty. Quickly confess everything you know, or you'll be in jail for life. The vixen replied indifferently upon hearing this. Little Linlang, are you planning to use this to get revenge? I'm very tight-lipped. Should I not argue with you? Lin Lang turned to ask, Husband, what do you think? Wang Yang picked up a jade pendant and said, Miss Yin, I think you should cooperate a little. Yin Minyang teased upon hearing this. Brother Wang Yang, I didn't expect you to be so good at playing games. Whether it's a celestial prison or the Sumi space, I can follow you. Hearing this, he handed the jade to Lin Lang, clearing his throat and saying, Ahem, Miss Yin, you should save some face. The vixen replied with dissatisfaction upon hearing this. HMPH. Someone like Wang Yang really doesn't understand the nuances. Alright, ask whatever questions you have, I'll answer everything. Lin Lang picked up the jade pendant and examined it, asking, I heard that you're a descendant of the Xuanyue dynasty's royal family. How did the Chu family seize the throne? Yin Minyang recalled and said, 600 years ago, I was cultivating alone outside. My father accepted the Chu family, who were wanderers. Can you believe it? In just over 100 years, they took over the court, and even bewitched my imperial father into trying to marry me off to that hateful Chu Tianchen. At the engagement banquet, the Chu family's old ancestor and their elders all attacked together. My imperial father was killed by them, I became a prisoner, and the Chu family totally took over the entire Xuanyue dynasty. As she spoke, Yin Minyan's face clearly showed her indignation.
After hearing her whole story, Wang Yang rubbed his chin, thinking, ugh, Yin Minyan and her dad were way too careless. They let someone else steal their home, and even had a bloody wedding. That's just too dog blood drama. Then he said, so the Chu family is that low down. You must know them inside and out then. What's their current strength like?
Yin Minyan smiled cheerfully and replied, I actually have to thank senior brother Wang Yang for helping me kill Chu Tianqian and Chu Ximing. That directly crippled half of the Chu family's top experts.
The Chu family probably only has Chu Shixuan and that undying old geezer left, and their strength isn't much better than Chu Shixuan's anyway. Ye Linling immediately chimed in, if the Chu family only has those two old geezers left, then just wipe them out directly. Wang Yang couldn't help but flinch. What? My dear wife, maybe you should reconsider that for a sec.
Inside, he was practically flailing. Ugh, the Chu family is definitely going down, but wiping out all 9 clans? That's way too much trouble. If we accidentally miss even one, it could lead to a whole mountain of consequences later. Right then, Yi Linlang shot to her feet, waving her hand as she issued a command. I've made my decision. Summon my people and convey my decree. Appoint the National Lord as the Grand Marshal of the world's armies. Immediately ascend the altar, honor him as a general, and launch a campaign against the Xuan Yu dynasty. Hearing this dramatic announcement, Wang Yang's face went slack as he muttered to himself, what? Didn't the battle-crazed empress just want to wipe out the Chu family? How did it turn into wiping out an entire nation?
Standing beside them, Yin Minyan looked visibly moved. Senior brother Wang Yang is just too powerful. He's starting a nation-destroying war, all for me. I'm just so touched. Wang Yang heard her and said with a look of utter disgust, zip it, will you? Stop standing there and butting in.
At this point, Yi Linlang also stepped down and said, don't worry, your hatred for your country and family. I will avenge it for you. Yin Minyan heard this and laughed. Ha ha, then many thanks, Empress sister. Though she said that, Ye Linlang was thinking to herself, HMPH. I will definitely flatten the Xuan Yu dynasty and cut off all the foolish dreams of a vixen like you.
Meanwhile, Yin Minyan also had her own little calculations. Once the Chu family is wiped out and the dynasty is reclaimed, then I, your humble servant, will present the entire empire to senior brother Wang Yang. Then we'll finally be equals. Seeing both their attitudes, Wang Yang couldn't help but feel utterly speechless. All right, fine. Once the Chu family is gone and the Xuan Yue dynasty is flattened, I guess I can finally take a super long vacation. Observing his predicament, the system spirit chuckled mischievously. Hey, looks like there's some good entertainment to be had this time.
Thinking this, Wang Yang slumped back in his chair, lacing his hands behind his head.
Ugh, can't we just wait a few more days before attacking the Xuan Yu dynasty? We're still on our honeymoon, for crying out loud. Hearing his whining, Ye Lilang immediately retorted, honeymoon? What honeymoon? Is there such a treasure in the 4 seas and 8 deserts? Chu Tianqian just kicked the bucket, so the Xuan Yu dynasty is definitely in disarray. If we don't launch the campaign now, when else are we supposed to wait for?
After saying that, she immediately ordered the servants. You two, quickly go help the National Lord change into his attire. Don't miss the auspicious hour for the grand military expedition ceremony. They bowed their heads and replied obediently, Yes, Your Majesty. With that, the two of them advanced and practically dragged Wang Yang away. The guy started whimpering aggrievedly. My dear Empress wife, I have social anxiety. Can I please not participate? Ye Linlang replied. No can do. Soon you'll also be officially appointed as the Grand Marshal leading the armies of the world.
Meanwhile, back in the Xuan Yu imperial capital, inside the Grand Hall, voices buzzed. The first prince has assisted His Majesty in handling court affairs for a long time. He's perfectly suited to inherit the throne. The nation is at a critical juncture, and the imperial throne should be passed to the strong. I propose we immediately bring the first prince back to stabilize the court.
Inside the Grand Hall, 2 factions had formed. The one supporting the first prince argued, Left Prime Minister, the first prince is your student.
He's always been intelligent and calm. Shouldn't you be supporting him? The other side countered. The second prince is also your disciple. He's sagacious and decisive. Everyone can clearly see that. Hearing them bicker, Qi Wenyuan thought to himself, a bunch of imbeciles. The Xuan Yue dynasty's fate isn't even clear yet, and they're already rushing to pick a side? They're practically digging their own graves. Just then, a voice thundered. What in the world are you lot bickering about? I am the rightful master of Xuan Yu.
The officials quickly whirled around to stare at the source of the sound, their faces utterly bewildered. How could it be him? Is this just a wild rumor?
From deeper within, 2 old men emerged.
One was Chu Tiande, the other Chu Shixuan. Chu Tiande curled his lips into a sneer and declared, Listen up, all of you. Immediately prepare for the grand enthronement ceremony. I must quickly seize control of Xuan Yue.
Seeing this,
The officials immediately began shouting curses. Chu Tiande, you're just the son of the 7th imperial concubine. In terms of closeness, you're only the emperor's younger brother. What right do you have to covet the imperial throne? Chu Tiande, get lost right now.
Faced with this chaotic scene, a grand minister stepped up beside Chu Shixuan, bowing low as he asked,
Old ancestor, how do you think these people should be dealt with?
The old man replied in a cold voice,
Kill them all.
Immediately, within the grand hall, blood-curdling screams erupted, and fresh blood splattered across the floor. Arg, my hand! After a brief moment, the entire grand hall fell silent. At this point, every single official was prostrating themselves, trembling in submission. Chu Tiande then sat upon the dragon throne and loudly demanded, I am seated here. Who supports me? Who opposes me? Not a single sound answered him. Back over in the great Shang dynasty, after the proclamation was issued, the common folk gathered in front of the imperial palace. Wang Yang and Ye Linlang stepped forward, side by side. Seeing them, the people cheered in unison. Long live our emperor! 10,000 years, 10,000 years! Long live the national lord! 1,000 years, 1,000 years!
Amidst the thunderous cheers, the two of them ascended the high platform together.
Amidst all this, Liu Qingjiao secretly rejoiced. Apparently the Grand Supreme Sect leader got another promotion. That means our Spirit Sword sect's standing will also rise accordingly. Nearby, Liu Wuya was a bit tense, thinking, I wonder if the Grand Supreme Sect leader will bring me along for this campaign. Ugh, what a bother.
On her side, Wu Xuanji was also intently watching Wang Yang. Master looks even more handsome today than yesterday. Standing right next to her, Yin Minyan was a little displeased. HMPH, Ye Linlang stole all the limelight. This is so not fun. On the high platform, the imperial preceptor stepped forward and boomed. The auspicious hour has arrived. Begin the heaven-worshipping ceremony.
As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Linlang and Wang Yang took 3 sticks of incense and stepped up to the offering tray. Wang Yang's face was practically scrunched up as he muttered to himself, this heaven-worshipping ceremony is such a huge event. Who knows how many more rounds it'll take? Just get it over with already.
Once that was done, the imperial preceptor continued to shout,
The heaven sacrifices are complete. Read the call to arms.
Liu Linlang stepped forward and delivered a passionate speech. Disregarding international relations, invading Daoshang's borders, that's the first crime, abusing power, oppressing the people.
After finishing the proclamation, Liu Linlang took out a token and placed it in Wang Yang's hand, her voice a bit sad. Hubby, it's all my fault. We just got married and I have to give you such an important task. I really can't bear it. He took the token and replied, It's all right. I'll go quickly and come back quickly. I'll definitely be back in time to enjoy our honeymoon.
Then it was Wang Yang's turn to speak, he thought wearily. This is such a headache. What should I say when I make my oath? Seeing this, the system popped up and said, Host, try this new AI assistant. It can help you solve all problems. Writing an oath of 5,000 words in a second is no problem. Wang Yang scolded after hearing this. Shut up. I just want to rest, not be a vegetable. Don't arrange everything so clearly. And besides, when would I finish reading 5,000 words? The little girl replied,
Okay, Your Honor, I'll disappear right away. After that, Wang Yang stepped forward, cleared his throat and said, We definitely have to attack the Xuanyue dynasty. We have no choice. Think about it. We were happily eating at the wedding banquet, enjoying the music, when suddenly they came to steal the bride. So without the Xuanyue dynasty, every day will be a good day.
After finishing speaking, he raised the tiger tally and shouted, Deploy the troops. Below, the people raised their hands in unison and shouted, Exterminate the rebellious bandits. Flatten Xuanyu. Exterminate the rebellious bandits. Flatten Xuanyu. On the Xuanyu dynasty side, Qi Wenyuan came before Chu Tiande, cupped his hands, and said, Your Majesty, according to reports from the front lines, the Dasheng dynasty has mobilized 200,000 troops, led by their ruler Wang Yang, preparing to invade our borders. He sneered after hearing this. How naive to think they can destroy the Xuanyu dynasty with only 200,000 troops. Who gave them such confidence?
Qi Wenyuan said again,
Your Majesty, although 200,000 troops are not to be feared, Wang Yang is a ruthless opponent, even the late emperor. Upon hearing this, Chu Tiande stood up abruptly and shouted, Shut up! Since when is it your turn to point fingers at me and judge me, you ungrateful wretch?
Seeing his attitude, Qi Wenyuan sighed helplessly and thought, Chu Tiande is not even as good as the late emperor. It seems the Xuanyue dynasty is doomed. After a while, Chu Tiande pointed at him and ordered, Because you are so loyal, I order you to lead 1 million brave soldiers to eliminate those Dasheng bullies, those useless fellows. Hearing these words, Qi Wenyuan looked dumbfounded and replied, What? You want me to go fight Wang Yang again?
On the Daosheng side at this time, the six-dragon imperial carriage flew in the sky. And below, long lines of soldiers followed each other in formation. One person said excitedly, "I didn't expect our Daosheng to have a day to counterattack. This is too exciting." The person next to him replied, "That's right. Thanks to our ruler's continuous actions, and also killing that Chu Tianxian. It's so satisfying, Gary. After this battle, I'll go back and buy some land and get married."
Sitting in the imperial carriage, Wang Yang said to himself helplessly, "Managing the food, drink, and daily life of 200,000 people alone is really troublesome. It would be better to sneak in and kill all the true people and be done with it." Seeing his hesitation, the system popped up and said, "Detected that the host wants to manage an army, preparing to activate the invincible national war system." Wang Yang couldn't help but get excited after hearing this. What, could there be a silly system where you can just click a button to win?
The little girl put her hands on her hips and said smugly, "There's nothing this system can't do, only things you can't think of." Immediately, the system screen appeared. The names of the two dynasties, their leaders, and spiritual power began to be explained.
The invincible national war system will display the basic information of the two countries and compare their national power on the main interface.
Looking at the two numbers on the screen, Wang Yang said, dissatisfied, 503,000.
"Is this dog system malfunctioning? I am a peak grade emperor after all. Why so disrespectful?" The system continued to explain. "Host, war isn't just about looking at the numbers on paper to determine victory. There are many other factors that can change the outcome." "You have a point. So where is this system invincible?"
The system displayed a bunch of functions and replied, "The invincible national war system has many functions, such as real-time panoramic battlefield monitoring, an intelligent marching support system, and an intelligence system through rumors."
Seeing the last function displayed, Wang Yang immediately ordered, "System, National War Arsenal, rumble."
Seeing what was displayed in the National War Arsenal System function, Wang Yang couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What, Italian cannons? This dog system? Can those be exchanged?" Seeing this, the spirit asked, "Host, do you really want this?"
Wang Yang raised one finger and said,
"I'm asking if the system can give me some Italian cannons to play with." The spirit couldn't help but panic after hearing this. "Dear host, this is a world of immortals. Using Italian cannons in war is too unfair."
Seeing this, Wang Yang turned to ask, "So is your invincible national war system reliable or not? Can't it be a little more flexible?"
The system spirit smiled awkwardly and replied, "Dear host, please wait a moment. The system will give you 100,000 national war points first, and then update the store module." Wang Yang then said with satisfaction, "That's more like it. Let me see if there's anything interesting." The system spirit couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, glad that it had reserved the system store function interface.
After looking around for a while, Wang Yang stopped in front of a cannon and said, "The Ice Lightning Divine Fire Cannon is only 1,000 points per cannon. That's too cheap, take 50 first. But the design is too ugly, system. Add some special effects for me." The system replied, "All right, no problem, dear host."
The little girl thought to herself, "This time, the other side is doomed."
Switching scenes to the Xuanyu military camp inside the main tent, a voice said,
"The main force of the Daosheng dynasty is stationed less than 10 miles away from us, according to reconnaissance reports. They currently only have more than 100,000 troops," another person said after hearing this.
"Only that many people, not enough for our 30,000 vanguards to swallow in one gulp,"
another person offered his opinion. "General, the enemy's situation is still unclear. I heard that Wang Yang is also present in the enemy's formation. I suggest maintaining our defenses and waiting for reinforcements," the general replied after hearing this.
30,000 against 100,000. The advantage is already in our hands. No matter how strong Wang Yang is, he can't wipe us all out.
Another person on the side chimed in, "But General, Left Prime Minister instructed us not to act rashly. Let's wait until he arrives before making any decisions." Upon hearing this, the guy scoffed, "TCH, one day the emperor favors one, the next day, another. Qi Wenyuan has long lost his power."
The commander of the camp, Cao Yuelin, loudly ordered, "Relay my order, the entire army, move out. We'll wipe out the main force of Great Sheng and then have lunch."
On the Great Sheng side, the war drums were beating intensely.
Soldiers with shields and spears, their morale sky high, advanced forward. A commanding general shouted, "Form ranks, advance." After grasping intelligence about the enemy's numbers, some soldiers began to panic. "The enemy has 300,000 elite troops with vast combat experience. Can we even win?" The person next to him replied, "I don't know. But surely our sovereign won't let us suffer too badly." At this moment, Wang Yang had changed to another carriage.
Qingjiao was walking beside him on the ground, feeding him grapes and whispering, "Sovereign, the great Sheng enemy is attacking aggressively, and it's a 300,000 strong army at that. Are we sure we can win?" Wang Yang lightly chuckled. "Heh, relax. Everything is under control." Saying this, he opened his system interface, thinking, but this Kao Yuelin guy is really obedient. He even directly deployed the entire army like that, so I don't even have to bother. The system spirit also appeared, gleefully saying, "The host is resourceful beyond compare. This system is also greatly looking forward to the upcoming battle." On Kao Yuelin's side, the reconnaissance officer also returned to report. "Reporting, General. The enemy has completed their formation." Hearing this, Kao Yuelin immediately gave the order. "Alright, have the archers snipe them first. Once they can't take it anymore, the entire army will charge out and annihilate this group that doesn't know the meaning of death." Receiving the order, the Xuanyue archer squad immediately fired their arrows in unison. Whizzing sounds echoed through the air. Seeing the rain of arrows pouring down on the great Sheng army, shouts arose. "Arrows are coming! Raise your shields!" Raise shields. As soon as the shields were raised, a barrier appeared, completely blocking the arrows. Ugh! Wang Yang, seeing this, couldn't help but be disgusted. What kind of defense is this from a bunch of rookies? Fine, let's fake a defeat and trick them a bit. Pass down the order. Everyone retreat 100 paces. Immediately, someone shouted, "The commander orders, retreat quickly." Hearing this, the soldiers shouted, "Retreat quickly! Run!" Seeing this, Kao Yuelin couldn't help but feel complacent. Haha, as expected. They couldn't take it anymore. "Everyone listen to my orders. The entire army advances. Crush Great Sheng." The Xuanyue soldiers immediately surged with morale and rushed forward in droves. Kill! Crush Great Sheng. Seeing that his plan to lure the snake out of its hole had succeeded, Wang Yang smiled contemptuously and said, "These guys are really easy to fool. It's time to show them the cruelty of war. Bring out my artillery." Immediately, a row of Italian artillery was pulled to the front. The Xuanyue soldiers couldn't help but be surprised. What is that? The commander waved the flag to give the order. Apply the talisman. The boxes were opened, and the soldiers took out a talisman. The commander continued to shout, "Open fire!" The soldiers immediately stuck the talismans onto the artillery. Right after that, a stream of golden spiritual power erupted powerfully from the talisman. From the cannons, earth-shattering explosions rang out, propelling the cannonballs towards the enemy. Seeing this scene, every single Xuanyue soldier turned pale. Next, under their feet, crisp explosion sounds echoed, and corpses flew everywhere. Miserable screams resounded. Ah, ugh! At this point, Kao Yuelin could no longer remain calm, and he panicked and said, "What kind of weapon is that? How can it be so powerful?" On Wang Yang's side, after the initial victory, he continued to give orders. "Excellent. The enemy is already crumbling. Relay the order. The entire army advances. All artillery target the enemy's rear lines and fire." The entire army charged towards the enemy with unstoppable momentum, determined to kill them all. Yuelin was raging and scolding the soldiers, giving them all a fright. "A bunch of useless things. Stop right there. Do not retreat." Just then, the sound of cannons echoed again, and a cannonball flew straight towards Kao Yuelin. Immediately, Kao Yuelin was blown away, and the ground beneath his feet was shattered. A soldier who was lying battered and bruised said in a trembling voice, This is impossible. Wang Yang must have used demonic arts." Everywhere, the crisp sounds of cannons echoed, and the morale of the Xuanyue army completely disappeared, only knowing to shout and run away. Run away! Sitting watching through the system screen, Wang Yang smiled secretly. The enemy is crumbling so quickly it's even easier than playing with those AIs before. Right then, the system chimed in with a notification. Enemy General Gao Yuelin has been KIA. Congrats, host, on securing victory. The system even brought out the celebratory confetti, all hyped up. Congrats, Hosama. On your triumphant debut in the war effort, Wang Yang, utterly bewildered, asked, "Huh, we won already." The little sprite chirped happily. "Duh? This is the ultimate national war system I whipped up. Anyone who comes at us is just gonna get crushed." Hearing that, he furrowed his brow and asked, "So where's my war spoils? System, you're not gonna forget the rewards again, are you?" The system instantly replied, "How could I forget? I've prepped a one-of-a-kind reward just for you." Hearing that, the kid got all excited and blurted out, "Ooh, a super awesome reward, hurry, let me have a go." The sprite, seeing this, quickly said, "Hold up, Hosama, this is some serious heavy artillery." Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, amidst the piles of corpses, the survivors surveyed the scene, marveling. As expected, His Majesty's arcane cannons are wicked strong. Good thing he's on our side or else. Another dude chimed in, What are you lot standing around for? Chop chop, clean up this mess. Just then, a prisoner spoke up. Wang Yang, he's definitely colluding with outer demons. How else could he have such terrifying weapons?
Xuanji, appearing out of nowhere, stomped on the poor sap. Shut your trap. She planted her foot on his back and roared, if I hear any more drivel coming out of your mouths, I'll bury you all alive. Watching the prisoners being dragged away, she still felt disgruntled. The enemy got wiped out as soon as they showed up. No chance for me to even throw a punch.
Just then, Wang Yang's voice echoed. Xuanji, where are you? Come over here for a sec. She beamed, obediently replying, yes, master, I'll be right there. He hasn't forgotten about me. Finally, I get a chance to shine, she thought to herself. A moment later, Xuanji stood before Wang Yang, her voice serious. Master, are you prepping for the next battle? Please, let me lead the charge. Wang Yang, using Qingjiao's lap as a pillow, waved his hand dismissively. No need for now. I've got a pretty cool magic item I'm giving you. The moment she saw it, her face fell. This magic thing is all black and ugly, and it's not as comfy as a spear or glaive. Hearing this, he pointed into the distance. See that cliff over there? Can you make an impact like that? Following Wang Yang's finger, a cliff came into view, riddled with huge holes.
Xuanji, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, stammered, if I were standing here, I couldn't do that.
Wang Yang then walked over and said, next time, just take that magic item and lead the charge. Give me a show. Hearing that she would be leading troops, Xuanji couldn't help but feel excited. Really, awesome, I definitely won't let Master down. She gave a small smile. Since it's a magic item Master gave me, it's gotta be super powerful.
Meanwhile, back on Xi Wenyuan's side, everyone was in a chaotic frenzy, shouting over each other. How could this happen? How could the entire army be wiped out even if you threw 3,000 pigs out there? Wang Yang couldn't kill them all in one go. This is too weird. Are you hiding something?
The soldier hurriedly explained. I swear, I'm not lying. A flash of light suddenly appeared in the enemy camp, and then we were all blown to bits, men and horses collapsing. The deputy general, hearing this, slammed his fist on the table.
You can't even tell what kind of weapon they were using. How are we supposed to fight this battle?
Just then, two cultivators walked in from outside the tent. The fourth stage grand completion cultivator said mockingly, You're this scared just because Wang Yang used a few weird magic items? The deputy general, seeing this, barked, How dare you? War isn't a game. You cultivators have no idea how deep these waters run. The two cultivators, hearing this, replied in unison with disdain, How deep could they be? It's just a simple explosive talisman, and you guys lost so spectacularly. Talismans can't hit us in the air. We can just fly up and use all kinds of techniques and spells to wipe them out.
Qi Wenyuan, hearing this, couldn't help but feel dubious.
Is it really that simple?
The dude clasped his hands and said, Don't you trust us as top-tier cultivators from the Chu family? Just give us half a day, and we can completely eliminate the invaders. Qi Wenyuan immediately agreed. All right, if you're so insistent, then sign a military pledge. Switching scenes to the Daosheng army, dusk had fallen, and the soldiers signaled each other to stop and set up camp.
Behind the emperor's carriage, Wang Yang had one arm around Qingjiao and the other swiping through the system. Just then, an alert went off. Beep, beep, beep. A large number of enemies were rapidly approaching. Looking at the red dots getting closer, he thought, these enemies aren't moving like cultivators.
Qingjiao, hearing this, panicked. What? An enemy attack? How come I didn't sense it? Xuanji, feeling restless and hearing about enemies, quickly spoke up. Master, let me go, let me go. Wang Yang, hearing this, agreed. Xuanji, take that magic item and wipe out all the invading enemies.
At that moment, the profound moon cultivators had already flown into the sky. Seeing the surrounding formation, one of them said, No formations, no scouts. These Dasheng people are truly arrogant. The person next to him replied, So what if they're arrogant? We'll send them to the heavens in a moment. Just then, Xuanji flew over, carrying the Gatling gun with the flowery name Namo Jia Telen Saint product magic item, and said, Master was right. What exactly are you rats plant? The moment they saw her, they recognized her and sneered, Seriously?
The esteemed Right Minister Xuan Yue, and after surrendering to the enemy, you don't even have a decent weapon? Are you trying to scare us with that piece of junk? Hey, if the Right Minister would grace us with her presence for a night, we could definitely get you a shiny magic treasure.
Heh, Xuanji thought. Not letting them get cocky for long, she hauled out her Gatling gun and started blasting like crazy, yelling, Eat this, you bastards! Instantly, the martial artists were riddled with holes, screaming bloody murder.
Seeing this scene, the two great Emperor Realm guys couldn't help but break out in cold sweats. They looked at each other in panic. Run! Run for your lives!
In just a moment, the martial artists of the Xuanyue dynasty were dropping like flies.
Xuanji couldn't help but sigh. This thing is too OP. Not only is the power insane, but it also auto-aims. Less than 50 breaths, and it wiped out the entire enemy force.
The more she looked at the gun, the happier she got. My lord's treasures are just too awesome. At the same time, on Wang Yang's side, the system notification chimed. Elite enemies invading have been completely annihilated. Hearing this, the guy grinned. Less than a minute, done. As expected, science and technology is the #1 fighting power. The system spirit then popped up. Congratulations, host. For winning the elite national war, rewards will be issued immediately. Just as it said this, Wang Yang suddenly interrupted. Hold on, he said with a request. Can the reward be a space battleship? Preferably one that can do orbital bombardment. Orbital bombardment. Turning the ground into fire. That's a real man's romance. The system spirit nearly short-circuited hearing that, frantically waving its hands. Are you kidding me? How can we make something like that now? Unless you, Lord Host, can completely grasp the heavenly Tao rules. Hearing this, Wang Yang played the reverse psychology card. I thought you were all-powerful, but turns out I still have to rely on myself. The system spirit instantly took the bait, puffing up its chest. Fine, since you said that, I'll have to take out that treasure. Wang Yang got excited hearing this. Oh, you actually have a treasure? Let me see it. The system did some hocus-pocus and conjured up a gloomy flag, wrapped in purple energy, and said, the treasure of 10,000 souls. This is my system's ultimate trump card. Looking at the interface, Wang Yang immediately dissed it. It's all black and ugly, and it even has skulls on it. The system spirit was helpless. Okay, the base code is locked. Modifying the function is too troublesome. I can only change the interface and color of the magic treasure. Immediately, the 10,000 souls banner transformed into the human emperor banner. The purple light turned into golden light, filled with righteousness. Wang Yang nodded in satisfaction. This gold color isn't bad. It suits my identity as a righteous powerhouse. Holding the magic treasure, Wang Yang wondered, what's the purpose of this human emperor banner anyway? Is it like in those novels where you invite fellow cultivators into the banner for a gathering? The spirit nodded, confirming that was the purpose. Within 3 breaths of death, all souls can be collected into the banner. Hearing her say that, he smiled and said, perfect timing. Xuanji just finished cleaning up. Let's go over there and pick up some loot. No sooner said than done. Wang Yang went to Xuanji with the human emperor banner. Seeing him, she asked, my lord, why are you here? Are you worried about me? Wang Yang was too lazy to explain and casually replied, yeah, just came to pick up some benefits. Saying this, he raised the magic treasure and commanded, you unlucky bastards, hurry up and get inside the banner. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuanji broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to herself, what is this magic treasure? I can feel my soul trembling. At this moment, the souls of the martial artists flew up, screaming, no, no, please. The vortex of spiritual power on the human emperor banner grew stronger and stronger, engulfing the souls and pulling them in. Wang Yang smiled smugly. The human emperor banner is as awesome as in the novels. I need to study this thing more. Meanwhile, in the Xuanyu military camp, a soldier rushed in, kneeling down and saying, reporting, the offerings and cultivators from the Chu family are all dead. Hearing this news, the generals in the tent were shocked. All dead? How? How is that possible? How did we lose even faster than Gao Yuelin? Seeing the current situation, they turned to Qi Wenyuan, asking anxiously, right, General, what should we do now? That's right, General, please give us instructions. After a moment of silence, the old man held up the imperial decree in his hand and read, the imperial decree has arrived. His Majesty orders us to launch a full-scale attack and annihilate the entire Dasheng army. The lieutenants immediately reacted. This is too absurd. How can we defeat a monster like Wang Yang? That's impossible. The 4 great families aren't willing to contribute troops or resources. How can we withstand this alone? Qi Wenyuan replied with a helpless expression. We can only follow orders. What else can we do? Imperial decrees are hard to defy, and everyone shouldn't be too discouraged. Wang Du has sent some cultivators skilled in formations. Perhaps they can resist the opponent's domineering talisman cannons. Scene changes to the next day. As soon as the sky cleared, the 2 armies were facing each other. On the emperor's carriage, Wang Yang looked at the system screen, thoughtfully thinking, the enemy changed their commander to that old fox Qi Wenyuan. I have to be serious, or I'll fall for their tricks. On the other side, seeing that she was pushed from the front line to the back, Xuanji frowned and thought to herself, my lord must have a reason for putting me in the back. I definitely won't give the enemy a chance to take advantage. In just a moment, the Xuanyu dynasty army surged forward. Rushing forward, the commander of the artillery team immediately ordered, fire! The booming cannon fire rang out in succession. Unlike the last time, this time the Xuanyu dynasty's formation wasn't disrupted at all. and they continued to advance.
Wang Yang was surprised to see this. What's going on? Did they take something? In a flash, he realized, wait, I get it, this is an illusion. That old fox Qi Wen Yuan is really cunning. Thinking this, he opened the National War Store, smiling and said, looks like I have to exchange some high-tech equipment to turn the tide. The system spirit praised, host, you're such a sly dog, you even figured out a way to break this. Right after that, buzzing sounds filled the air amidst the fighting, and a series of white drones flew in. The soldiers couldn't help but be confused. Look up at the sky, what are those things anyway? Must be some magical artifacts bestowed by His Majesty. Then, beams of green light scanned down from the drones. The illusions were immediately revealed, and the positions of the soldiers behind them were exposed. They exclaimed in surprise, what's going on here? Not only are the illusions in front detected, but even our stealth techniques are ineffective. Seeing Qi Wen Yuan's formation clearly, Wang Yang couldn't help but admire. This Qi Wen Yuan really lives up to his name as a Go Master. To be able to play such a sophisticated trick, I want to see how many more trump cards you have, he ordered. Don't stop, keep firing. Receiving the order, the artillery crew immediately aimed at the exposed soldiers and fired with all their might. But just as the artillery shells were about to hit, a golden barrier appeared, blocking them.
Immediately after, a soldier ran towards Qi Wen Yuan and reporting to Right Minister, the enemy's firepower is too strong, the formation masters are about to collapse. Qi Wen Yuan replied upon hearing this, tell them they must hold on, he ordered. Send a message to them, I'm about to win.
On the other side, Wang Yang, with a dark face, operated something on the system and said, well done, it's really a trap within a trap, even using a shield for protection. Qi Wen Yuan, if you want to play, I'll play with you to the end. Seeing his expression, the system spirit whispered, Master, you're a bit fierce. Wang Yang frowned upon hearing this and replied, if I don't strike ruthlessly and crush the opponent, how long will this battle drag on?
A moment later, soldiers carried a box of items to the artillery crew and said, His Majesty orders, use armor talismans to break through the enemy's defenses.
The artillery soldiers asked upon hearing this, what are these armor talismans? Where does His Majesty get so many magical things from anyway?
With that, they attached the newly received talismans to the cannons. Immediately after, the cannons fired one after another. From the cannons, a series of shells with strange patterns flew out. As soon as they collided with the Xuanyue army's shield, the shield shattered instantly. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers couldn't help but panic. What is this? From the position of the cultivators maintaining the formation, explosions rang out incessantly. They couldn't hold the formation any longer, and cried out miserably, ugh, can't take it anymore. A soldier ran into the military tent to report urgently, it's not good, the protective formation is broken. The vice generals were shocked upon hearing this. What? How could it be so fast? Didn't they say it could withstand an attack from a supreme? Then they ordered the soldier, what's the panic? Quickly go find those formation cultivators and set up another layer of protection. The soldier stuttered in response, General, they suffered a backlash from the formation and are no longer alive. Hearing this, the vice generals were even more shocked and began to discuss retreat. What? Those cultivators are dead? Then we should retreat quickly, another said. Our troops will engage the enemy immediately should we launch a full-scale attack and fight.
Watching them argue, another turned to Qi Wen Yuan, bowed and clasped his hands, saying, Right Minister, what should we do now? Qi Wen Yuan's face was full of helplessness, and he replied gloomily, It's too late to do anything now, you simply don't know how terrifying this Wang Yang is.
Outside the battlefield, under the shattered barrier, a soldier looked into the distance and said, Wait, was that artillery fire just now? The person next to him said upon hearing this,
The enemy must be at their wits' end, charge.
Just then, Wang Yang appeared, and he said sarcastically, You're about to die without even realizing it. With that, he opened the National War Shop, chose a toy, and said, It's time to put an end to this great war, mother and son heavenly mechanism bullets. Immediately after, a series of bombs appeared in the sky.
They aimed straight at the Xuanyue army and flew over, looking at the things getting closer and closer. The Xuanyue army had no idea what was going on and asked in a trembling voice, What exactly is this? Before they could finish speaking, a series of deafening explosions rang out. The explosions were so loud that they could be heard miles away, and smoke and dust filled the sky. After a long time, the smoke and dust dissipated, and the corpses of the Xuanyue army lay scattered on the ground. From within the corpses, souls escaped in droves. Wang Yang immediately used the human emperor banner to collect them, and he said with regret in his voice, It's a pity that old man Qi Wenyuan didn't throw all his troops in, otherwise I could have collected dozens more teams of ghost soldiers.
Looking at the desolate and ruined scene, the vice-generals were all pale as ghosts. No way, this is absolutely impossible, kid. Your third uncle has let you down. At this point, Qi Wenyuan completely gave up, his eyes helplessly ordering, knowing that it was impossible but still doing it, bringing disaster for personal gain. All the generals and soldiers under my command unconditionally surrender.
At the same time, a notification appeared on Wang Yang's system, congratulations master, on winning the National Fortune War, successfully activating the title Butcher of Men, and receiving a share of the National War victory rewards. Hearing the victory notification, Wang Yang said with some surprise, that old codger Qi Wenyuan still knows how to behave.
He stared intently at the reward on the screen, muttering to himself. Title: Manslaughterer. In battles with 3 or more people, it can increase one's cultivation level by 1 stage, limited to below the Saint realm. In other words, I don't have to worry about getting ganged up on anymore. This title's pretty interesting, huh? The system then asked. The national war has been a great victory, so, esteemed host, what are your plans next? Wang Yang answered without hesitation.
Of course I'm heading straight to the profound Moon Dynasty's royal capital to slaughter all those old geezers. Saying this, Liu Wuxia revealed a sinister grin. But before that, there are still a few small matters to take care of. A moment later, Wang Yang appeared before Qi Wenyuan and his group. Streams of golden spiritual energy surged from his body. Seeing this, Qi Wenyuan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This pressure, it's even stronger than His Majesty's. Just how unfathomable is this Wang Yang? Could it be that he was holding back all those times before? After his display of power, Wang Yang landed. He covered his mouth and said with a mocking smile, "Oh, isn't this the right minister, Qi? Why are you only now groveling before me?" Qi Wenyuan bowed and clasped his hands in response. It was all because this lowly one was blind, and only now understands that His Majesty is the one destined by heaven. This lowly one is willing to lead the remaining troops to submit to His Majesty, and serve like a dog or horse. Wang Yang said with satisfaction, recognizing the situation as the mark of a wise man. I'm very pleased that you can be so enlightened. This time I want to settle accounts with the Chu family. You were all dragged into this by those old coots. I won't make things difficult for you. Hearing this, Qi Wenyuan kowtowed in response.
Thank you, Your Majesty, for your magnanimity. We, your subordinates, will forever remember your kindness, and swear to be loyal unto death, repaying your grace of rebirth. Hearing this, Wang Yang took out a black chess piece, saying, Very well, since you've chosen to submit, this is the meeting gift I've prepared for you. With that, he shot the chess piece straight toward Qi Wenyuan, and it entered his body. Seeing this, Qi Wenyuan couldn't help but be puzzled. What exactly is this technique? Why don't I feel anything unusual? He lowered his head, a melancholic look on his face, and said, Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. At the same time, in the profound Moon Dynasty, there was a buzz of discussion. Have you heard? The entire frontline army was wiped out. Who would have thought that even the right minister couldn't last a day? Suddenly, those who had been quick to speak were instantly controlled and began screaming in agony. Chu Shixuan stepped forward, his whole body filled with murderous intent. He threatened through gritted teeth, If I hear any of you spreading lies again, your fate will be the same as theirs. The officials groveled and kowtowed. Please, old ancestor, calm your anger. Please, old ancestor, calm your anger. Chu Shixuan walked over to the dragon throne and sat down, pondering. He hoped everything would remain within his control. At the same time, in a secret chamber, Chu Tiande was meditating and cultivating. Purple spiritual energy emanated from his body, and his cultivation level then reached the half-step supreme realm. Breakthrough successful, he jumped up and laughed excitedly. Ha ha! I'm now a half-step supreme, much stronger than that Chu Tianshen. Back on Wang Yang's side, he led Xuanji and Qingjiao into the main camp. As soon as they saw him, the generals all knelt down and saluted. Greetings, Your Majesty! Greetings, Your Majesty! Wang Yang waved his hand, saying, Rise. As soon as they stood up, one of them spoke up. Reporting to Your Majesty, our army is about 10 days' journey from the profound Moon royal capital. Hearing this, Wang Yang immediately turned around and said, 10 days' journey is too slow. Issue the order to press the troops to speed up their march and strive to reach the royal capital within 7 days. The general below him stuttered, That, Your Majesty, there are still 7 or 8 defensive passes along the way. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us. Hearing him say that, Wang Yang increased the deadline. Speed is of the essence in war. 8 days, no more. Later, tell the kitchen to prepare plenty of delicious food for everyone to replenish their strength. Switching scenes to the profound Moon Dynasty,
An indistinct figure descended amidst the falling peach blossoms.
As soon as they saw this person, the great officials knelt down. Greetings, greetings to Yin Kong. Greetings to the eldest princess, your highness.
This person was none other than Yun Mingyang. Hearing how they addressed her, she said with a sarcastic smile, "Ha ha, eldest princess, your highness? What a nostalgic title. You people are truly skilled at changing direction with the wind."
The subordinate, hearing this, responded with a bitter laugh. Eldest princess, your highness, you are joking. Our loyalty to you is witnessed by the whole world. It's late at night. Is there something you wish to instruct?
Yun Mingyang spread her hands and said coldly, "I know very well that you've always helped the winning side. This time, someone wants to destroy the Chu family. If you know what's good for you, stay out of it. Don't blame me for not warning you when the blood splatters on you."
The man, hearing this, stuttered. Thank you, eldest princess, for the reminder. We will definitely use our full strength to entertain His Majesty of the great Dasheng dynasty.
Saying this, Yun Mingyang turned to leave. Before leaving, she added a few more words. "All right. There is no need for you to have any small thoughts. If you anger Wang Yang, you won't have enough heads to be chopped off."
As soon as she left, the young soldier behind him asked, "General, should we report this to the royal capital over there?" Hearing this, he frowned and shouted, "Shut up! Do you not want to live anymore? Did you not listen carefully to what Yun Mingyang said just now? We are all mortals, and we should not get involved in the affairs of immortals fighting."
Meanwhile, Wang Yang was relaxing. Qing Jiao, who was beside him, fanning him, asked, "Supreme Sect Leader, why is it that along the way the officials of the Profound Moon Kingdom treat us with such polite etiquette, even more enthusiastically than the officials of our great Dasheng dynasty?" He slowly opened his eyes and smiled. "Firstly, their emperor died at my hands, and I easily surrounded and annihilated their million-strong army. If their minds aren't flexible, they know very well what they should do. Of course, it's also thanks to Yun Mingyang's activities behind the scenes. After all, the reputation of the previous dynasty's eldest princess is still very powerful." Hearing Yun Mingyang mentioned, Qing Jiao leaned in and said, "Supreme Sect Leader, we must be careful of that Yun Mingyang. She is not a good person." Wang Yang smiled confidently and replied, "Rest assured, she can't escape from the palm of my hand." At the same time, in the main hall of the Xuanyu dynasty, the news of Qi Wenyuan's surrender had arrived, and the officials were all buzzing about it. "Hey, did you hear? The right minister surrendered to the enemy." "What? How could that be? If even the right minister has thrown in the towel, how can the court possibly stop the enemy?" Someone said, "The four great clans aren't planning to help either, is that true?"
Just then, Chu Tiande stepped forward, and the officials immediately stopped chattering, prostrating themselves and shouting, "Long live the emperor! Long live! Long, long live!"
Hearing the officials' murmurs, Chu Tiande coldly snorted, "HMPH. Is it really such a big deal that just one Qi Wenyuan ran off? Do you all have to be so hopeless? I've already achieved great power. I'd like to see how many moves that Wang Yang can withstand from me." Saying this, he plopped down onto the throne. "As for the four great clans, after I wipe out Wang Yang and the Dasheng dynasty, I'll crush them into pieces. What Chu Tianshen could do, I can do too. What Chu Tianshen couldn't do, I'll definitely do."
Hearing his words, Chu Shixuan scoffed inwardly. Chu Tiande really thinks he has everything in the bag just because he's the emperor. It's all in the old ancestor's palm.
At the same time, the Dasheng dynasty's army had arrived before the capital city of the Xuanyu kingdom. Xuanji then came to Wang Yang's side and said, Master, let me charge into battle for you." He replied with a smile, "It's just a few old geezers from the Chu family. I can easily handle them."
After speaking, Wang Yang flew straight towards the capital.
The spirit system then appeared, saying, "Dear host, do you need this system to help you capture the Xuanyu capital?" Wang Yang closed his eyes and replied, "If I'm still just sitting around at this point, I'd really be a waste of space." With that, he channeled his qi and transmitted his voice, "I am Wang Yang of the great Sheng kingdom, the Chu family. You traitors, hurry up and accept your deaths." Every word he spoke reverberated throughout the capital. Hearing this, Chu Tiande couldn't help but angrily say, "Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, don't blame me for being impolite. Bring out the Thunder Dragon halberd and let me go meet this Wang Yang." In just a moment, he was holding the long halberd and flying in front of Wang Yang, saying, "So you're Wang Yang? I thought you'd have 3 heads and 6 arms. Who knew you'd be so weak and feeble? You killing Chu Tianshen was a great service to me. If you kneel down and beg for forgiveness now, I might even reward you."
Hearing this, Wang Yang drew his sword and said coldly, "Kneel and beg for forgiveness? The ones who said that to me before don't even have a chance to be reincarnated. If you old geezers of the Chu family pushed you out to die, then I'll send your whole family along with you later."
Hearing this, Chu Tiande shouted, "You arrogant brat, go die for me." Then he unleashed the Black Asura halberd strike, a soul-reaping attack aimed at Wang Yang.
Seeing this, the spirit reminded him, "Dear host, the opponent is already a half-step supreme, and he's also holding a high-grade Saint-Tier weapon. You can't let your guard down." Hearing these words, Wang Yang thought, so this Chu Tiande is even stronger than Chu Tianshen. Did he use some kind of secret technique? Then he replied, "It's just a slightly higher realm. I can handle it easily. Use all my merits to recreate the golden body." Immediately, his Dharmakaya was summoned. A first-layer Emperor Venerable Merit Dharmakaya. Then he unleashed the attack, Heavenly Evolution 9 Calamity Sword, Ling Xiao Carriage blocking Chu Tiande's attack.
Seeing the attack being blocked so easily, Chu Tiande was shocked, saying, "No, impossible. I had people secretly investigate. You only have the cultivation of a great emperor. There's no way you can be my match." "Could it be? Did you also learn a method for rapid advancement?"
Wang Yang grinned, his eyes on the sword in his hand, replying, "Who said I only have the great emperor realm? You are really naive."
He shouted, hearing this, "I don't care what cultivation you have, but today you will die under this Thunder Dragon halberd." With that, he unleashed the Black Asura soul-seizing attack. Just as the halberd struck, Wang Yang easily dodged the attack, his voice mocking, "Your skills are far inferior to Chu Tianshen. I really don't know what you have to be proud of." Being told he was inferior to Chu Tianshen, Chu Tiande couldn't help but be frustrated. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Shut your mouth for me, you freeloading clown." Hearing him spew nonsense, Wang Yang immediately channeled his chi and said, "To let you die convinced, my first-layer Emperor Venerable Merit Dharmakaya." Hearing this, Chu Tiande was stunned, dumbfounded, and fell back. What? You're not a great emperor originally? How can you have such a powerful Merit Dharmakaya?"
Without further ado, Wang Yang immediately unleashed the Heavenly Evolution 9 Calamity Sword attack, God and Devil Rend, charging straight towards Chu Tiande. Seeing this, he hurriedly summoned a barrier to block it. Under this attack, Chu Tiande's barrier quickly shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, screaming miserably, "Ah ya!" His whole body fell to the ground, like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this, Wang Yang said in a disgusted voice, "Chu Tiande, you're really nothing special. You're even weaker than Chu Tianshen." Below, Chu Tiande struggled to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Proft. He struggled to get up, holding his aching stomach, thinking, "Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. What should I do now?" Just then, Chu Shixuan flew over, and seeing this, he happily said, "Elder Xuan, you've arrived just in time. Quickly, help me eliminate Wang Yang." Hearing these words, Chu Shixuan channeled a purple spirit orb, thinking, "Looks like I have to prepare in advance." Then he shouted loudly, "Soul-seizing technique, soul-devouring strike," striking straight towards Chu Tiande. Seeing this, he was shocked, saying, "Elder Xuan, you!" Not letting him finish, Chu Shixuan continued, "I wouldn't have needed you anyway, but who told the little brat Tianshen to fail at the hands of Dao Sheng?" Chu Tiande's eyes were full of panic, trembling as he said, Why is there an image of the old ancestor in my head?" On this side, the spirit system immediately recognized it, saying, This is a soul-seizing technique, dear host. Act quickly." Hearing this, Wang Yang calmly replied, "No need to rush. Let's see what tricks they're going to play first." From Chu Shixuan's hand, a purplish-red orb shot straight into the sky. All around it, streams of purple miasma swirled, accompanied by continuous screeching noises. The orb flew higher and higher, touching the barrier of the kingdom's protection formation. The purple miasma rapidly spread throughout the imperial city. The streams of purple miasma greedily devoured every trace of vitality from the people throughout the capital. Everyone couldn't help but feel bewildered. Just what kind of magic is this? Why do I feel my body getting weaker and weaker? Ugh, so dizzy. At the same time, the increasingly dense streams of purple miasma entered Chu Tiande's body. In the air, an old, raspy voice echoed, "Shixuan, why did you wake me up so early? Didn't we agree to wait until we captured Ye Linlang before taking action?" Chu Shixuan bowed and replied, "Ancestor, a powerful enemy is right before us. Only you can deal with him." Hearing this, the old voice continued, "Shixuan, protect me while I channel my power. In just a moment I'll return to my peak condition." Chu Shixuan respectfully replied, "As you command, ancestor." Witnessing this scene, Qi Wenyuan was extremely surprised. No, to think they'd actually used the lives of Zhao citizens in the royal capital as sacrifices. They're truly cruel beyond compare. He soared into the sky, muttering to himself, "Now, only the kingdom's ruler, Wang Yang, can save us." In an instant, Qi Wenyuan flew behind Wang Yang and loudly begged, "Your Highness, the kingdom's ruler, the Chu family's old ancestor, is planning to drain the souls of all the people in the royal capital. You are a kind and benevolent man. Please, save them. Wang Yang, upon hearing this, responded, I was originally planning to wipe them all out, not leaving a single one behind.
You're making things difficult for me now.
But what's in it for me?
Seeing Wang Yang's attitude, Qi Wenyuan couldn't help but panic. He desperately pleaded, if your majesty saves the people in the city, Qi Wenyuan is willing to build a living shrine dedicated to your highness, offering incense and paying respects day and night.
Hearing him say that, Wang Yang couldn't help but think helplessly. This daddy is still alive and kicking. What's the point of building a living shrine? This is seriously bad luck, but this could help this daddy accumulate a large amount of merit. I guess it's a way to become stronger while lying down.
Thinking this, Wang Yang raised the Qingbao sword in his hand and said, all right, the people of the royal capital are innocent. They don't deserve to be implicated. Qi Wenyuan was overjoyed upon hearing this and quickly clasped his hands together, saying, thank you, your highness, the kingdom's ruler, for your benevolence. Speaking of which, Wang Yang unleashed his technique, Heavenly Evolution 9 Tribulation Sword, Falling Sky Execution, chopping straight down onto the barrier of the Grand Protection Formation, causing it to shatter. As soon as the Grand Formation disappeared, the purple miasma vanished, and the people in the imperial capital were freed. Finally I can breathe. I thought my soul was about to be sucked away just now. Chu Tiande, now possessed by the Chu family's old ancestor, immediately sensed the collapse of the formation. He spoke in an aged voice. This protection formation could at least withstand an attack from a second-level supreme. Just what kind of freak are you, Wang Yang? How can you be so strong? Chu Shixuan behind him was also shocked. How can this be? Just then, Wang Yang landed in front of the two of them and asked, you're the damn old geezer from the Chu family who refuses to die, right? Knowing how to possess a corpse to revive, you've got some skill, I'll give you that. The old ancestor's face darkened upon seeing this. You're Wang Yang. Today, this old man doesn't want to argue with you. If you don't want to die, quickly leave Xuan Yu. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Chu Shixuan. Shixuan, hold that bastard back. I need a little more time to fully control this body. Chu Shixuan received the order. Yes, ancestor. Hearing this, Wang Yang raised his sword and said, you've got a big mouth, I'm telling you right here, today, no one from the Chu family should expect to survive. At this moment, Chu Shixuan rushed forward and unleashed a technique. Ghost Whale Slaughter Evil Fist, Yin Soul Bone Eater, he roared, die for me. Immediately, Wang Yang used the Qiankun Heavenly Transformation Art, Golden Barrier Absolute Wall, blocking the attack and saying, HMPH, that old fool doesn't know how to respect his elders, daring to sneak attack a junior like me. The instant Chu Shixuan's attack touched the barrier of the Heavenly Transformation Art, his entire body was bounced backwards. Seeing this, he coldly harumphed. After that, he continued using the Evil Slaughter Shadow Dao, disappearing right in front of Wang Yang. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Wang Yang, channeling his energy and yelling, you little brat, die for this old man. Finishing his sentence, he unleashed the Evil Slaughter Fist, Furious Ghost 100 Refinements, striking. Immediately, a huge tremor rang out, and streams of lightning crackled and exploded. At this moment, under his grand technique, a golden dragon figure appeared. Startling him, Wang Yang's mocking voice said, HMPH, your moves are quite fast, old man, but this kind of power is like a tickle. Qiankun Heavenly Transformation Art, Intoxicated Qi turns dragon. The golden dragon body flew around, enveloping Wang Yang's body. Chu Shixuan was stunned upon seeing this. How can this be? He can directly dissolve all of my fist force. A second later, Wang Yang pointed towards the old man and used the Intoxicated Qi turns dragon art. Drunken mud pierces the sky. Instantly, the golden dragon figure shot straight towards Chu Shixuan, piercing through his chest. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. He only managed to let out a miserable scream, and then his eyes went blank, losing consciousness. Seeing this, Wang Yang mocked. With this kind of strength, you're not even worthy to fight me. After this strike, Chu Shixuan completely collapsed. He lay on the ground, trembling, saying, How can this power be exactly the same as my furious ghost? 100 refinements just now. At this moment, the Chu family's old ancestor's voice rang out again. Chu Shixuan heard this, reached out to grab his staff, and said in a trembling voice, Ancestor, forgive me, I can't accompany you any further. The old man panicked upon seeing this. Shixuan, don't do anything rash. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Shixuan immediately swung his staff and struck himself in the head. After a thud, his entire body collapsed to the ground, completely losing all signs of life. The Chu family's old ancestor saw this, tears streaming down his face, and shouted in pain, Shixuan, no! He roared in anger. Wang Yang,
I swear to cut you into 10,000 pieces and grind your bones to dust. Wang Yang was not the least bit flustered. On the contrary, he was very calm and said with a smile, HMPH. Not bad for the menacing aura. Finally, something interesting is happening. After a moment of rage, old ancestor Chu grabbed his long spear and soared into the sky. Violet lightning crackled around him. His face dark, he declared in a raspy voice. This old man has recovered his cultivation. Witnessing this, Qi Wenyuan couldn't help but sweat bullets, thinking, This pressure is terrifying. Is he at the supreme realm? If old ancestor Chu wins, we're all screwed. Seeing his aura, Wang Yang finally turned to the system and asked, Damn system, what realm is this old geezer from the Chu family about to reach? The system replied, My dear host, why aren't you worried at all? Old ancestor Chu is about to break through to the second level of the supreme realm. Hearing this, he stroked his chin, satisfied, and said, Second level supreme realm. Finally something to look forward to. I wonder if beating him up later will be considered bullying an old man. The system, half urging, half mocking, said, Oh my god, my dear host, hurry up, any more dawdling and we might capsize. Just then, a whirlwind carrying violet lightning appeared. It was caused by old ancestor Chu. He raised the long spear in his hand, summoned a storm of thunder and lightning, and shouted. At this point, his cultivation realm was already at the second level of the supreme realm. He triumphantly said, Wang Yang kid, let's see how many people you can protect. Today, everyone here will be buried with the Theasia continent. Hearing this, he took out the emperor's banner and said with disdain, Easy there. Let me first check if your second-level supreme realm is actually worth anything. Go forth, my friends. Immediately, wailing souls escaped from the emperor's banner. Seeing this, old ancestor Chu immediately revealed a look of shock. Aren't these from the Chu family? This is soul retrieval technique, he shouted angrily. Wang Yang, where did you learn this evil and cruel sorcery from? Wang Yang smiled disdainfully and replied, Humph, an old geezer who seizes other people's bodies and does so many immoral things like you actually has the nerve to point fingers at me. Attack, my friends. The wronged souls immediately swarmed towards old ancestor Chu. Hua. Seeing this, he waved his long spear and said, It's all because of that kid Wang Yang, don't blame me. With that, he unleashed his attack, splitting blood overlord strike, blood kill sundering the sky, towards the wronged souls. From Wang Yang's emperor's banner, the wronged souls rushed out continuously, moaning, Hua, kill, kill. Watching old ancestor Chu struggling with the wronged souls, Wang Yang smiled and said, Although the cultivation of these wronged souls is less than half of what it was when they were alive, they are endless and inexhaustible. They're really useful. On this side, old ancestor Chu was surrounded by wronged souls, from top to bottom, left and right, in every direction, in an extremely awkward situation. In this scene, Qi Wenyuan said in astonishment, No, this is impossible. Can a single magical artifact suppress a powerhouse at the supreme realm? Seeing him so astonished, Xuanji snorted and said, This is not even all of Master's strength. Being relentlessly harassed by the wronged souls, old ancestor Chu said in his aged voice, No, I absolutely cannot fall here. This old man still has to rebuild the Chu family. With that, he unleashed the splitting blood overlord strike. Blood god shakes the earth, sending a burst of energy in all directions, instantly shattering the wronged souls. Seeing this, Wang Yang unleashed the heavenly stem earthly branch celestial change art, boundless heavenly stem to block it. He smiled and said, Thinking you could use numbers to overwhelm strength, it seems I still underestimated the supreme realm powerhouse. Old ancestor Chu then flew in front of him and shouted, Wang Yang, have the guts to fight me head-on. Don't use this kind of heretical trickery. Wang Yang closed his eyes calmly and replied, Don't think I don't have other ways to send you to the Yellow Springs. At the same time, the golden light on his body expanded more and more. Seeing this, the system couldn't help but be surprised. What's going on? My system didn't activate the cheat. Host's cultivation is still increasing. Wang Yang raised his sword and replied, I just saved the common people of an entire city. That is, boundless merit. With that, he rushed towards old ancestor Chu and unleashed the drunken chi turns dragon art. Drunken steps like dragon movement. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and said, Come, let me see how I kill you. As soon as he rushed over, Wang Yang continued to unleash the Heavenly Evolution 9 Tribulation Sword. Shattering the firmament, old ancestor Chu also unleashed the Splitting Blood Overlord Strike. 6 bloods dance madly to block it. As soon as the two moves collided, old ancestor Chu's entire body flew backward, and the wall where he crashed into had a big hole, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. On this side, Wang Yang immediately unleashed the drunken chi turns dragon art, Drunken Dragon controls energy to suppress the shockwave.
Seeing that he was unharmed, old ancestor Chu said in shock, "No, this is impossible." "What realm are you at?" Wang Yang indifferently replied. "Does my realm matter? It's just that you're old, but this is all you've got. You're really disappointing." These words officially drove old ancestor Chu mad. He channeled his energy and cursed, "Damn it, today, even if I exhaust all my cultivation, I will drag you down to hell with me."
Wang Yang couldn't help but be surprised. Blood sacrifice technique or demonic disintegration, looks like this old geezer is going all in.
On the other side, old ancestor Chu immediately unleashed bloodthirsty annihilation strike, a bloody rampage charging towards him.
Just as he thought he was about to be impaled, Wang Yang used Wang Qi dragon transformation art. The illusory dragon dodged the attack, and his figure instantly vanished before the spear's tip.
Seeing this, old ancestor Chu completely lost hope. He said powerlessly, "How? How could this be? What kind of technique is this?"
Wang Yang reappeared behind him, unleashing Heavenly Evolution 9 Tribulation Sword, Tribulation Cycle, slashing down.
Fresh blood immediately gushed out from old ancestor Chu's throat. Wang Yang turned back and said coldly, "Go die for this daddy, old geezer of the Chu family."
Seeing this, Qi Wenyuan couldn't believe his eyes. After a moment he exclaimed, how is this possible? One sword can kill a supreme realm powerhouse."
Seeing his expression, Xuanji smiled and said, "I told you, how could that old fart Chu be Master's opponent?"
On the other side, Qingjiao in her pink maid outfit cheered excitedly. "Thank heavens, the supreme sect leader won again." Next to her, Yun Mainyang was also happy. "This servant placed the right bet. The great revenge has been avenged in just a few days. Looks like I need to get closer to Wang Yang little brother in the future."
Old ancestor Chu had completely given up. With his last breath he looked up at the sky and questioned, What did this old one do wrong to bring about the Chu family's extinction peak in just one night?
Wang Yang looked down at him and snorted coldly, "HMPH, you messed with the wrong person."
Hearing this, he forced a smile and said,
"Haha. Although the Chu family was destined for this calamity, killing this old one will anger heavenly wrath." Wang Yang raised his sword, saying disdainfully, "Heavenly wrath, I am heavenly wrath."
"Old geezer,
your time has come." Old ancestor Chu panicked, struggling to say, "Cough, cough, you're really not afraid of the saint."
Before he could finish, Wang Yang swung his sword down. He only managed to let out an "ah."
Then, Wang Yang took out the human sovereign banner and shouted, "Come on out, haha, old geezer. How could this daddy let you die so easily? Quickly get into the human sovereign banner and work." The system, seeing this, was also terrified. "Whoa, host, the way you're smiling looks like an evil landlord." Below, the remnant soul of old ancestor Chu resisted desperately. "No, I don't want to."
After finishing, Wang Yang casually picked up the spear from the ground and said, "This halberd looks not bad. What grade is it?" The system immediately replied, "The system has identified it. It is a high-grade halberd, rare and hard to find."
Hearing this, he swung it a few times and said, "Spears are too bulky and cumbersome. I will just use it to improve Xuanji's strength." Suddenly, a wave of blood-colored light emanated from the spear. This blood-colored wave was like a raging torrent, soaring straight into the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. The people shouted to each other, "Ah, the sky is changing again, honey. Come out and see the immortals." At the same time, inside Wang Yang's sea of consciousness, the system's warning sounds kept appearing. Warning, detected unidentified energy fluctuations. Warning, target's life signs are abnormal. Level unknown. Warning, space stability is decreasing. Wang Yang couldn't help but sweat. Could it be that this old geezer was hiding something? The system responded blankly, "How could this be? Could it be that a saint is personally taking action?" Hearing this, Wang Yang's eyes widened in surprise, and he turned to ask, "Hey system, I just casually dealt with an old geezer. Why would it cause a saint to intervene?" The system hugged its head in confusion. I don't know either. My current strength is not enough. I don't have the authority to check the other party's level. I can only judge that it's at least quasi-saint level." While the two were talking, the sky had turned gloomy, and a pair of blood-red eyes slowly opened, looking down at the capital, examining it. Then a huge face appeared. It opened its mouth and asked loudly, "Who is it that dares to kill someone from the Chu family?" Provoking heavenly wrath.
Wang Yang laughed disdainfully. "Provoking heavenly wrath, I killed the old ghost of the Chu family. Who told him to provoke me?" In his mind, he thought, "First I need to probe the strength of this old saint."
The face in the sky was furious, roaring, "You arrogant ant! Don't you know that the Chu family has a quasi-saint protecting them? I see that you don't want to live anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck directly at Wang Yang.
Instantly a loud bang resounded, dust filled the air. Seeing this, Yun Mainyang, Qingjiao, and Xuanji panicked. Mainyang thought, "No wonder the Chu family had such a strong backer. That's why they dared to plot against my father." Qingjiao and Xuanji called out worriedly, Supreme Sect Leader, this is not good."
"Master." The dust dissipated, revealing Wang Yang holding his sword, Qian-kun heavenly transformation art, deflecting lightning with mystical light. He said with a scornful tone, "HMPH? Looks like quasi-saint is nothing special."
The gigantic face in the sky couldn't help but get furious. You dare defy this venerable one." No sooner had he finished speaking, Wang Yang had already flown right in front of him. Swinging his sword, he coldly said, "Defy? If you had the power, you wouldn't be standing here flapping your gums so much, Scram. This venerable one commands you."
With that, he immediately unleashed a technique. Heaven's Evolution 9 Tribulations Sword. Mid-form, the void tearing through the heavens. A flurry of sword gleams, aimed directly at the gigantic face, hacking down with a mighty rumble. Immediately after, a sky-shattering explosion rang out, and shockwaves swept out layer after layer from that direction. The gloomy mists also vanished, and the sky became clear once more.
Witnessing this move, Xuanji, filled with confidence, mumbled to herself, "Master will definitely win." Qingjiao, beside her, also secretly prayed, "Hopefully, Supreme Sect Master will be all right." Yin Minwang, seeing this scene, couldn't help but fall into deep thought, thinking, "Pretty amazing. I wonder how many trump cards that youngster Wang Yang still has up his sleeve. Looks like I can't just sit around twiddling my thumbs either."
A moment later, the smoke and dust from the explosion also dissipated, and the sky returned to its clear blue. Wang Yang floated in the air. He scoffed coldly, "HMPH? A quasi-saint? Is that all you've got?" Elsewhere, a mirror cracked and shattered, with a crack sound echoing. Inside a chamber, an unclear figure spoke, "A brash brat, you dare lay hands on this venerable one's external avatar. But why did the heavenly punishment have no effect just now? Could it be that he also controls the heavenly dada?"
Back to Wang Yang. As soon as he stepped down, the common folk in the city immediately knelt down one after another, kowtowing and saying, "Thank you, Immortal, for your great grace and virtue. We will never forget it as long as we live. Immortal's divine might is unparalleled. We vow to worship you for generations."
The system, seeing this, also clicked its tongue in admiration, praising, "Wow, Host-sama is so amazing, daring to directly confront a quasi-saint's heavenly might." Hearing its flattery, Wang Yang immediately flicked its forehead. The spirit, seeing this, let out a yelp and said, Host-sama, you haven't even finished your sentence." Wang Yang cut him off with a disgusted voice, saying, "Be a bit smarter next time. It was just an old quasi-saint, and you're already shaking in your boots." At the same time, elsewhere, Yin Minwang had gathered the 4 great aristocratic families for a discussion. One person spoke up, asking, "Yin Minwang, why exactly have you summoned us here?"
Yin Minwang replied with a smile, "Of course it's to show you 4 great families a path to survival. That old fella from the Chu family was killed as easily as squashing an ant. You wouldn't want to end up like him, would you?" Hearing these words, an old woman immediately yelled furiously, "Audacious Yin Minwang, this isn't your father's era anymore. Don't even think about forcing us to submit. Our 4 great families are not some outsiders. Don't think that just because you wiped out the Chu family, you can come here and act so cocky."
Yin Minwang showed no sign of displeasure, and continued to say, "This humble one knows that your 4 great aristocratic families have deep roots and strong foundations, but there's a saying, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. As long as you acknowledge Wang Yang of the Dasheng dynasty as the master of Xuanyue, I can guarantee that your interests will absolutely not be harmed." Having said this, she didn't say anything more and immediately stood up and walked towards the door. Someone seeing this immediately spoke up, "All right, if that's what you say, then we won't oppose the Dasheng dynasty taking over Xuanyue." Yin Minwang didn't even bother turning her head when she heard this. She merely replied indifferently,
"Only those who know how to adapt are truly outstanding individuals.
I trust your loyalty will be amply rewarded."
Behind her, the remaining family heads protested loudly one after another, "Don't you dare make decisions for us without permission. We will never submit to that Wang Yang guy. That's right, an emperor is just a figurehead, but our aristocratic families are eternal."
At this moment, one person stepped forward and said, "This Wang Yang fellow, well, the common folk in the capital all support him. Why don't we just wait and see how things develop? It won't be too late to replace him once we've thoroughly investigated his background." The female family head in the green dress also agreed with these words, replying, "That makes sense. Let's just sit tight and observe for now.
Transitioning to the Dasheng Imperial Palace, inside the main hall, Ye Linlang was reviewing memorials, while secretly thinking, these memorials are all just trivial matters. Are those people below afraid that I'm not busy enough? I wonder how my husband is doing on his side. With him winning big every day, he must be close to Xuanyue royal capital by now, right?
Suddenly a palace maid rushed over. Your Majesty, news of victory from the front lines. Hearing this news, Linlang couldn't help but be overjoyed. What? My husband won again. Quick, present it.
She took the memorial and read it excitedly. The royal capital has been breached, the Chu family destroyed. The female official beside her immediately bowed and spoke. Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations to the Dasheng dynasty, she continued enthusiastically. My husband, as expected, you are truly an unparalleled genius. I didn't choose the wrong person. Then Ye Linlang turned and issued an edict. Issue my imperial decree. Immediately prepare the imperial carriage. I want to personally go to Xuanyue royal capital to congratulate the nation Lord Wang Yang on his nation-destroying victory. The female official immediately replied, Yes, Your Majesty.
At this moment, in Xuanyue royal capital's plaza, Wang Yang, Yin Minwang, and Wu Xuanji were quietly waiting. Yin Minwang thought unhappily. They actually made this humble one come out to greet guests. How annoying. Xuanji, beside her, also secretly thought, why aren't they here yet? Mistresses should really upgrade to a better carriage by now. Only Wang Yang couldn't help but feel a little anxious in his heart.
It's been over half a month since I last saw my empress wife. I wonder if she's gotten thinner. Who knows how long passed. On the horizon, a magnificent chariot could be seen. As soon as he saw it, Wang Yang excitedly extended his hand and said, Finally, the empress has arrived. As soon as the carriage touched down, he immediately stepped forward and extended his hand to help the empress alight. All the generals and soldiers uniformly knelt down in salute, shouting loudly, We respectfully welcome Your Majesty. Suddenly, Ye Linlang spoke up. Oh, thank goodness you're here. I thought Miss Yin had sacrificed herself for the nation already. Yin Minwang immediately retorted. Thanks to your good fortune, little sister, this humble one barely spent any effort to reclaim the entire Chu state. Linlang heard this and said, That's true. I also didn't expect my husband to be so divinely valiant. Yin Minwang wasn't to be outdone. Marrying well truly makes one envious. This humble one also wants to be a freeloader.
Wang Yang saw the two of them engaging in a verbal battle, scratched his head with a wry smile, and thought, Oh right, please don't start fighting, right here, right now. A moment later, in a room, the three of them were seated at a wine table. Yin Minwang finally spoke up. This time, this humble one destroyed the Chu family, establishing a great merit. No matter what, little sister, you have to give me a reward, right? Hearing these words, the empress replied,
How about you tell me your price? I'm not a cruel or heartless person.
Seeing the two of them verbally sparring back and forth, Wang Yang quietly picked up his wine cup, smiling as he thought, Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, this is interesting. Looks like there's a good show to watch today. Without hesitation, Yin Minwang immediately proposed, Little sister, can you let this humble one serve nation, Lord Wang Yang? Linlang's eyes immediately widened in protest.
Absolutely not. My husband is mine. He's not someone you can just eye covetously. Seeing her attitude, Yin Minwang abruptly stood up and said, Ye Linlang, don't be ungrateful just because I'm being polite. Without this humble one secretly working hard behind the scenes, how could you have so easily obtained Xuanyue royal capital? Linlang scoffed, replying, Merit is merit, but sharing a husband is absolutely non-negotiable. At the dining table, the scent of gunpowder filled the air. Wang Yang saw this scene and happily thought, Fight, fight, fight! After they're done fighting, I'll give each of them a piece of candy.
Yin Minwang continued, Little sister, don't be so angry. Can't we both take a step back? This humble one will help Dasheng merge with Xuanyue, and you'll still be the high and mighty empress. But this humble one only asks for a place in the imperial harem. What do you think? Linlang heard this and said in disbelief, What? Dasheng merges with Xuanyue? And I'm still the empress?
Talk about selling your husband for a good price. Linlang immediately agreed, saying, This is indeed a good price, I accept. Yin Minwang chuckled softly. I thought little sister would refuse.
She secretly grumbled to herself, Darn it, I set the price too low. This woman really got the better of me.
Having sat through all that, Wang Yang finally reacted. I object, he thought to himself. Why'd they suddenly team up to sell me out like this? Ye Linlang flatly ignored him. Objection overruled. Hubby, don't act all coy when you've hit the jackpot. Other people would kill for this opportunity, you know.
Knowing he couldn't change their minds, Wang Yang could only sigh helplessly. What is happening? They're actually ganging up on me for a free ride. Seeing him put on an act, the system appeared, laughing heartily. Ha! Dear host, that grin of yours is already stretching from ear to ear, so why keep up the pretense? Hearing this, he snapped back. If you don't talk, no one will think you're a mute.
Just then, he remembered something and piped up. Hey, you damn system, did you forget something? Where's my reward for annihilating a nation? Hearing that, the system quickly replied. Coming right up, dear host. Don't be hasty.
Immediately after, the system pulled out a bunch of magic treasures, saying, Congratulations, host, on completing the nation annihilation mission. Here's a grand gift package. Congrats on obtaining the mid-tier Saint-grade cultivation technique, the 9 Heavens Mystic Thunder record, an upper realm Saint-grade sword, and the mid-tier Saint-grade magic treasure, the Jade Pendant of Opportunity. Gang calmly looked over the rewards, then said nonchalantly, This stuff is pretty average. Damn system, you think you can just shoo me away with this junk? The system then squeezed out a fragment of the heavenly Tao, replying, No, absolutely not. The next item is the real grand prize, a fragment of the heavenly Tao. Taking the item, Wang Yang nodded in satisfaction. Now this is more like it. Wasn't a waste of me working overtime all this time. A few days after the celebrations ended, Wang Yang had just stepped out of his room for a walk when Qingjiao and Wu Xuanji came over. As soon as they saw him, they both exclaimed happily, Master, so this is where you were. The Grand Sect Leader has finally found you. Wang Yang calmly glanced at the two and asked, Why are you two here?
Qingjiao replied softly. Her Majesty the Empress sent me to find you for a meeting. I heard that the representatives from all the major clans of the Xuanyu nation have arrived. Hearing this, Wang Yang immediately refused. Not going, I hate meetings the most, not even if I just sit there as a mascot. The system heard this and chuckled. Hey, dear host, aren't you basically a mascot right now? He ignored it and replied, Meetings are impossible, forever impossible. He then turned and left without another word. From behind, Xuanji stammered, Then, Master, where are you going? Wang Yang then grinned and said, Qingjiao, Xuanji, come with this seat for a stroll around the city. Don't just stay cooped up in the palace all the time. The moment she heard they were going out, Wu Xuanji's mood immediately brightened. That's great, we finally get to go out and have fun. Seeing that she couldn't drag Wang Yang to the meeting, Liu Qingjiao could only sigh, All right, I'll listen, to the Grand Sect Leader. Meanwhile, in a room within the Grand Hall, a group of people looked at each other quizzically, saying,
Didn't they say that His Majesty, the nation's Lord Wang Yang, has returned? Someone else explained. He's swamped with a million things to do, he's probably just too busy. Another person retorted, No matter how busy he is, he should at least show up for a moment. We want to see him.
Over on this side, Yin Mianyang and Linlang were also getting anxious. Yin Mianyang glanced towards the door and said, I say, sister, why isn't our husband here yet? Yin Linling heard this and reminded her, We have told you many times, in public settings you must address people by their official titles. Hearing that, Yin Mianyang immediately corrected herself. Aya, I was rude just now, please forgive me, your majesty. If our husband doesn't come, what will we do with this meeting? Linlang replied with a hint of displeasure. It's fine, the meeting will proceed as scheduled.
At the same time in the marketplace, the lively calls of vendors rang out. Fresh candied hawthorns here, come and get 'em. The best cotton candy, your money back if it's not sweet. Qingjiao walked up to a stall, exclaiming with delight, Wow, this fox mask is so cute. The stall owner smiled warmly and said, Young lady, you have a good eye. This one is 15 wen.
Seeing this, Wang Yang smiled and said, 15 wen. I'll buy out your entire stall, 100 taels. The stall owner was stunned, then said emotionally, 100 taels, sir? Are you truly my great benefactor? Taking the mask, Qingjiao smiled to herself. This is wonderful, the Grand Sect Leader bought this for me, I must treasure it carefully. Seeing her still standing there in a daze, Wang Yang urged her, Let's go, we'll go check out other places.
On the other side, Xuanji, with candied hawthorns in one hand and cotton candy in the other, said while munching away, Master, it's so lively up ahead, it's even blocking the road. Wang Yang clasped his hands behind his back and said, We can just go around, don't go poking your nose into this kind of business. Suddenly he froze. On his system screen, a notification popped up. A daughter of destiny has appeared up ahead. Please take her as a disciple soon. After reading the notification, Wang Yang chuckled to himself. A daughter of destiny. Talk about getting a pillow just when you're feeling sleepy. The sect should indeed recruit some good seedlings. Instantly, the system spirit appeared, agreeing, Dear host, you are truly wise. Taking a child of destiny as a disciple comes with extra rewards. Hearing that, he replied, "Don't be such a show-off, let's be humble and watch the show first." The system spirit saw this and also laughed. "Great, let's watch the show, watch the show." In the noisy crowd ahead, a blue-haired girl said to an old man beside her, You wicked servants are really bullying people too much." The old man heard this, stroked his beard, and said, "This is the old master's will. You'll have to suck it up whether you like it or not." The blue-haired girl heard this and couldn't help but feel indignant, questioning, I am the true master of the Lin residence. On what grounds do you all occupy my home?" Just then a fat man walked over and said, "On what grounds? On the grounds that just before he died, your father entrusted the Lin residence to me. Now everything in the Lin residence is up to me to decide." Hearing this, the girl was speechless. You're talking nonsense. My father would never do that." The surrounding people witnessing this started pointing fingers. "This second master Lin of the Lin family is too cruel. Not only did he steal the entire family fortune, but he's also kicking his own niece out." A person next to them chimed in. "What a cold, cruel world. Who can blame him?" When second master Lin managed to cozy up to some high official, hearing them talk, Wang Yang thought to himself, "Seizing the family fortune? Why does this script feel so familiar?" At that exact moment, a shout came from the street. Move it, don't block the road." From behind the crowd, a platinum-haired man strode forward. The surrounding crowd recognized him and looked surprised. Isn't that the Lin family's son-in-law, Xiao Wu of the Xiao family? Could it be that he's going to stand up for Lin Qingqing? Seeing this person, the girl called Lin Qingqing looked as if she had found her savior, saying joyfully, "Brother Wu, you're finally here. My second uncle not only seized the Lin residence but also kicked me out of the Lin family. You have to get justice for me." The moment she finished speaking, Xiao Wu shoved her hand away and said in a disdainful tone, "Let go, you penniless wretch. Don't touch me." Hearing these words, Qingqing was completely stunned, asking in a choked voice, Why are you being like this? I'm your fiancé," Xiao Wu announced loudly. "Fiancé? The one this young master wants to marry is the eldest miss of the Lin family. I came today to tell you, our engagement is cancelled." As soon as the words fell, a vixen-like woman stepped out from behind him, a smug smile on her face. "Dear cousin, young Master Zhao had his eyes on me from the start. Just accept your fate. Don't humiliate yourself further." Lin Qingqing finally understood everything, her body trembling as she cursed. "Fine, so you two were in cahoots all along. You damned pair won't have a peaceful death." The second uncle immediately ordered, "Men, throw this crazy woman out." Instantly, a group of lackeys rushed forward with clubs. After hearing this whole trope play out, Wang Yang facepalmed and sighed helplessly, thinking with utter exasperation, "There's even a marriage annulment scene. This script is so damn overused." The people around, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel indignant. That second old master Lin is really heartless, huh? Just then, Wang Yang, Qingjiao, and Xuanji immediately rushed out to stop them. The small fries were instantly sent flying, and seeing this, second old master Lin roared, "How dare you!" He gritted his teeth and said, "You guys are really bold, daring to meddle in my Lin family's affairs." Wang Yang curled his lips into a disdainful smile. "I don't have much else, just a big set of guts." Seeing this, Lin Qingxuan turned to them and said, "Please don't get involved because of me. Quickly leave this place." At this, second old master Lin immediately ordered, "Go get him. Directly break that punk's dog legs." The old silver-haired man immediately unleashed a palm strike, charging towards Wang Yang. Seeing this, he curled his lips into a disdainful sneer and said, "A mere ant that doesn't know its place." Then, he casually waved his hand and unleashed a technique. 3 sword Q strikes crisscrossed, instantly sending the old silver-haired man flying backwards. Second old master Lin now trembled as he roared, Who exactly are you to dare to kill someone in my Lin residence?" He turned pale and mumbled to himself, "And here I didn't even see his movements just now." Qingjiao now stepped forward and said, "This is our Spirit Sword Sect's supreme sect leader, the nation lord of the great Sheng dynasty, His Highness Wang Yang." The surrounding common folk, upon hearing this, were 7 parts shocked and 3 parts fearful. What? Is he really nation lord Wang Yang? The one who annihilated the Chu family? The crowd gathered around, gossiping, growing larger and larger, with endless whispers and discussions. He's nation lord Wang Yang, who saved the capital's common people. He's way too young for that, no way. At this moment, several young ladies in the city also cast glances towards Wang Yang and discussed, "I heard nation lord Wang Yang has an 8-foot waist and is 8 feet tall. How could he be handsome like that?" These words reached Wang Yang's ears, making him quite displeased. "Who in the world is ruining my image behind my back? I'll definitely not let them off." Hearing this, Xiao Wu scoffed disdainfully, speaking sarcastically,
Your nation Lord Wang Yang, His Highness, currently discussing state affairs in the palace with my father and the heads of the great noble families. Second Old Master Lin heard this and breathed a sigh of relief, immediately regaining his confidence. So he's just a fake, someone who learned a bit of magic and came here to deceive. How many lives do you have to be so reckless? Young Master Zhao, please allow the enshrined expert to act and immediately cut down this scoundrel. Hearing these words, Wang Yang spoke mockingly. Oh, so the Xiao family raised a useless wastrel like you who's actually qualified to attend palace discussions? Seems like Yin Min Yang still gives you guys too much face. Hearing this, Zhao Wu's face turned purple with rage as he roared, Shut up! How dare an arrogant fool like you disrespect the eldest princess? Enshrined expert Yang, enshrined expert Ma, why aren't you quickly eliminating this traitor?
As soon as he finished speaking, two figures, an old man and a youth, both at the nascent soul stage, appeared. The one at the mid-stage nascent soul cultivation aggressively cupped his hands and said,
Young Master Zhao, just leave this kind of faker to me.
Kid, have you thought about how you want to die yet? The other, putting on an arrogant air, thought, how can a dignified enshrined expert like me become a lackey for someone who bullies others like this? Looking at these two, Wang Yang couldn't help but say in disgust, the Zhao family is really pathetic. You dare to show off two nascent soul cultivators? Are you trying to make this honored one laugh?
Insulted, Xiao Wu roared furiously. Shut up! Later I'll show you just how powerful the Zhao family is. What are you two still hesitating for? Quickly kill him for me, and leave those two beauties for this young master.
The two enshrined experts immediately charged forward upon receiving the order. The leading one loudly yelled, Kid, this great master will take good care of you.
Seeing this, Wang Yang calmly said, Xuanji, these two cannon fodders are yours. Xuanji immediately stepped forward and replied,
Understood. Xuanji, taking on two at once, unleashed her starlight spear art, cloud-rending raging waves, effortlessly turning both enshrined experts into minced meat.
She jabbed the tip of her spear at their faces and said, You're just a bunch of insects. Who gave you the guts to act like this? Only then did the silver-haired one realize, retreating in fear. This is the starlight spear art. You, Your Excellency, our chief advisor Zhu Xin.
At this moment, Xiao Wu and Second Old Master Lin were both as pale as ghosts. Xiao Wu knelt down and said, If she's Zhu Xin, then he must be Nation Lord Wang Yang. We're finished. We're totally finished. Beside him, Second Old Master Lin frantically kowtowed.
Your Highness Nation Lord, please spare my life. Your Highness Nation Lord, please spare my life.
The surrounding people also quickly knelt down to pay their respects. Greetings, Your Highness Nation Lord. Long live, long live. Wang Yang waved his hand and said, Dispense with the formalities. Dispense with them. This honored one doesn't like flattery. He thought to himself, Long live? This honored one is at the Emperor Venerable stage. I should at least have hundreds of thousands of years of lifespan. What's a mere 1,000 years? Just then, a group of cavalry also galloped over. Your Highness Nation Lord. The common folk looked up and immediately recognized. These are the Imperial Guards.
As soon as they arrived, they immediately knelt before Wang Yang, shouting in unison, Your Highness Nation Lord, your humble subordinates were slow to rescue you, please forgive us. Hearing this, Wang Yang waved his sleeve and said, This honored one didn't need you to rescue me anyway. Xuanji now walked over, cupping her hands respectfully and asking, Master, how should we deal with these insects? He replied. The Imperial Guard commander has arrived. Just let them handle it.
Then he turned to the Imperial Guards and ordered, Now, lead your men to raze the Xiao family to the ground. While you're at it, bestow upon them a 9 clans annihilation party, and also deal with Second Old Master Lin's entire family. He thought to himself, there are so many common folk watching. Might as well earn some merit points. The Imperial Guard commander heard this, and immediately cupped his hands, saying, Understood. The surrounding common folk, watching this scene, once again broke into lively discussions.
Looks like both the Zhao family and the Lin family are finished. Good riddance.
Following this, the Imperial Guards dragged Xiao Wu and Second Old Master Ling away as they shrieked pitifully, Your Highness Nation Lord, please spare my life. Your Highness Nation Lord, this humble one was blind. Please spare my life. This time, the common folk couldn't help but rejoice. Nation Lord Wang Yang actually took action to eliminate the arrogant and overbearing Zhao family. With His Highness Nation Lord upholding justice, we, the common folk of Xuan Yu, are truly blessed. Lin Qingxuan now knelt before Wang Yang, saying gratefully, Many thanks, Your Highness Nation Lord, for upholding justice for this humble maiden. Wang Yang reached out to help her up, saying, Maiden, please stand up. What are your plans for the future? Qingxuan replied. This humble maiden intends to spend her entire life serving by your highness nation lord's side, even if it means losing all my family's wealth.
Liu Qingzhao, upon hearing this, immediately felt her position threatened. What? She wants to serve Supreme Sect Leader too? She immediately imagined a fierce struggle for favor. Only I can serve Supreme Sect Leader? No, His Highness Nation Lord prefers my service more. Xuanji also felt uneasy in her heart. What? She wants to steal my snacks? In her mind, an image of Wang Yang calling Qingxuan appeared. Come here, have a stick of fruit candy. Then Qingxuan replied, Many thanks, great nation lord. On this side, Wang Yang responded to Qingxuan's sentiments, saying, No need for service. This honored one sees your talent is very high. Why not join my spirit sword sect and cultivate the peerless immortal Tao? What do you say? Qingxuan cupped her hands, replying in surprise. This humble maiden is willing. Inwardly, she couldn't help but be stunned. What? His Highness Nation Lord is actually planning to take me as a disciple?
The system spirit now appeared, explaining, Congratulations, great host, for successfully taking the Daughter of Destiny as your disciple. You've received one luxurious disciple-taking gift package. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Luxurious disciple-taking gift package? I'll open it after I get back to the sect then.
Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, Yin Linlang was sitting, discussing and drinking tea with Yin Mingyang. Everything was progressing smoothly. She hadn't expected the representatives of the great families to be so cooperative. Yin Mingyang nodded and replied, Indeed, it's rare for them to give this much face. Even I didn't expect it. Lin Lang then sweetly said, The unification of the two nations has been decided, elder sister. Your contributions are truly immense. That's what she said. But inwardly she thought, This vixen is too cunning. I'll have to be wary of her in the future. Hearing this, Yin Yang modestly replied, Oh no, it's all thanks to my sister's wisdom, kindness, and generosity in accepting our Xuanyue. In her heart, she thought, Ye Linlang is unfathomable. It seems she is not easy to deal with.
Right at this moment, several servants rushed in, saying,
Your Majesty, Empress. The eunuch whispered into Yin Yang's ear, and her face changed with every word. What? Wang Yang destroyed the Xiao family, and even accepted a disciple? Ye Linlang, you're really playing the long game.
A maid also whispered into Ye Linlang's ear. Her expression was pretty much the same as Yin Yang's. Seriously, hubby went out and picked up a female disciple. Could it be that this fox spirit Yin Yang set this up? After hearing the report, Lin Lang stood up and said with a sinister smile, I didn't expect hubby to get a disciple after just one trip out. Yin Yang also stood up. That's right, to catch Yang Gage's eye, she must have exceptional talent. They both had the same thought, without prior agreement.
We must quickly get our people into Lingjin sect. We can't let Yin Yang and Yi Linlang seize the initiative.
Cut to the next day in Yin Yang's palace. After leaving the tea table, she immediately returned to order the servants to find talented people. At this time, the chief steward led a group of people to pay their respects to the eldest princess. Yin Yang propped her chin and replied, Get up! Remember, from now on, call me Empress. Is this all you could find? The chief steward stammered, Empress, These are the young talents recommended by the major families. Whether it's talent or character, they're top-notch. Hearing this, Yin Yang's face turned purple with anger and she shouted, Castrate these guys and send them to the palace as eunuchs. I can't stand them. You're still thinking about petty gains at a time like this? The old chief steward was shocked, waved his hands, and hurriedly explained,
Empress, the 4 major families are hiding all the outstanding talents. The rest are still observing the situation. This old servant really tried his best. Hearing this, she stood up and pointed and shouted, I can't control the 4 major families, but can't I control you? I'll give you 7 days. Regardless of background, you must find someone with the best talent. If you can't do it, I'll take your head. The steward was scared out of his wits, and hurriedly replied, Yes, this old servant will go and do it immediately.
Elsewhere in the palace, Ye Linlang was also selecting talented people. A group of people followed the national preceptor to pay their respects to Her Majesty. Long live the Emperor! Long live, long live! She waved her hand and said, You are all important figures of the Dasheng dynasty. No need to be so formal. Only then did the national preceptor speak up. Your Majesty, the talents selected this time are the best in terms of quality and character. Lin Lang nodded after hearing this. With the national preceptor personally inspecting them, I am naturally at ease.
Inside the royal palace garden, the spirit was munching on snacks. Wang Yang sat next to him, yawning and sighing. Teaching disciples is so tiring. Behind them, Qingjiao and Xuanji were seriously cultivating, swallowing earth and breathing with focus and no distractions. Long-term qi refinement, yes, Sister Liu. Hearing Wang Yang's sigh, the system spirit asked while munching on a cake, "What's tiring about it for you? You're not even personally teaching the disciples." He leaned back, squinting his eyes, and replied, "The master shows the way. Cultivation depends on oneself. Geniuses will learn on their own, no need to worry." Suddenly, Lin Lang walked in and called out loudly, "Hubby, look who's here!" The national preceptor behind him bowed and paid his respects. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Seeing her, Wang Yang stood up and said warmly, "So the national preceptor has also come to the Xuanyu kingdom. Forgive my lack of courtesy." Immediately afterwards, Lin Lang continued to gesture towards the group of people outside and said, "Hubby, these are all the talents that the national preceptor selected from the Daoxing dynasty. They all hope to join the Lingjian sect." Looking at the number of people, Wang Yang couldn't help but sweat and said hesitantly, "Well, if they're the ones selected by the national preceptor, there's definitely no problem." Immediately afterwards, Yin Yang also led a bunch of people over. "Yang Gage, if the talents of Daoxing can enter the Lingjian sect, then the talents of Xuanyue should also be treated fairly, right?" Seeing this, Lin Lang couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. "No way! Another group! Give me a break!" Seeing this, the system laughed and said, "Haha, host, there are nearly 100 people in this group." Wang Yang held his head and replied in pain, "Don't say any more, my head hurts. It seems I can only bring them back to the Lingjian sect and deal with it there."
Thinking this, he stepped forward and said, "If they are all talents from the two countries, then I should naturally let them join the Lingjian sect. It just so happens that I plan to return to the sect, so they can follow me." Hearing this, Yin Yang said,
"If you want to return to the Lingjian sect, how about Yin Yang returns with you?
It just so happens that I can serve you." Hearing this, Lin Lang approached him.
"Sister, I'm afraid this is not appropriate.
Now that the war has just settled, you and I both have a lot of things to deal with." Hearing this, Wang Yang agreed. "That's right. Now that the two countries have just merged, government affairs are busy. M.I. Niang, you should help Her Majesty more." Hearing him say this, M.I. Niang had to agree. Yang Gay is right. I should prioritize the overall situation. Seeing this, Lin Lang couldn't help but feel proud. Absolutely can't let this fox spirit follow my hubby back. On the other side, Yin Yang thought dissatisfiedly, "Damn it, Yi Lin Lang is really calculating, we'll see." At the same time, inside the Lingjian sect, Liu Wuya was instructing the disciples to rearrange the sect, and the disciples were whispering, "I heard that a month ago, the supreme sect master destroyed the Xuanyue dynasty. So powerful, our Lingjian sect is about to become famous again." Seeing this, Liu Wuya shouted, "Stop talking and get to work." Just then, a disciple ran in from the outside, and bowed and said, "Report, the Supreme Sect Master's motorcade has arrived at the gate of the sect." Hearing this, Liu Wuya couldn't help but be surprised. "So fast, everyone listens to the order. Quickly follow me out to welcome the Supreme Sect Master." A moment later, sect leader Liu, Changfeng, and Elder Bai led the disciples to step out in front of the sect to welcome them. Sect leader Liu thought to himself, "The Supreme Sect Master is suddenly returning. I wonder what it's for." Outside the gate, the disciples had lined up on both sides, waiting. Each of them had a happy expression on their faces. "I wonder if the Supreme Sect Master will personally instruct us this time. This time the Supreme Sect Master has made a great contribution in destroying the country. Maybe we will also get some benefits." A moment later, Wang Yang also appeared, leading a group of people. As soon as she saw this place, the green-haired girl became excited. "Wow, is this the Lingjian sect that the national preceptor mentioned?" The purple-haired girl next to her thought to herself, "Why does it feel like the Lingjian sect is a bit ugly? Compared to the Wangyang kingdom, it's like heaven and earth." As soon as they saw him, everyone in the Lingjian sect bowed and paid their respects. "Welcome the Supreme Sect Master." Seeing this, Wang Yang waved his hand and said, "No need for formalities." Only then did Liu Wuya come forward and ask, "Supreme Sect Master, who are these young people?" Wang Yang replied, "They are all young people selected by the two countries of Daoxing and Xuanyue, preparing to join our Lingjian sect." Hearing this, Cheng Feng and Lao Bai said happily, "If they are the people brought back by the Supreme Sect Master, then they must be outstanding people. That's great, our Lingjian sect is about to rise." Speaking of this, Wang Yang looked at the group of people he led and said, "Except for Lin Qingqing and Shen Yanhe, the others will follow the arrangements of Elder Bai Feng." Hearing this, they replied in unison, "Yes." Cut to a moment later, inside the main hall, Wang Yang sat down in the main seat, holding a teacup, with his legs crossed, and said,
I know all about your situation. Qingqing's background is the cleanest. You were originally the last disciple of the national teacher, and Yanhei, you were sent by Yin Yang. The three of them stood side by side, each with their own thoughts. Qingqing was secretly happy. It seems that Shizun still recognizes me. Yue Jiao next to her whispered, Your Majesty, you even know about this. On the other side, Shen Yanhei felt a little guilty. My background has been discovered so quickly. Is this a trap?
Not letting them continue to guess, Wang Yang continued, Since you have come to the Lingjian sect, then you will be people of the Lingjian sect in the future. I will abide by the agreement to accept the three of you as disciples, and everyone will listen respectfully. Yes, Shifu.
Suddenly, Liu Wuxia spoke up. Supreme Sect Leader, I object. If you accept these three as disciples, wouldn't we all become their juniors? Liu Qingjiao chimed in, agreeing. I object too, Supreme Sect Leader. I was the first to receive your guidance.
To appease them, Wang Yang said, In that case, Qingjiao will be the eldest senior sister. The three of you will be junior sisters to Qingjiao and the other elders. Only then did everyone agree. We shall obey Master's decree. The very next day, Wang Yang took all four of them to a cliffside for training.
Xuanji, while sucking on a lollipop, asked curiously, Master, you've taken in so many disciples, why aren't you teaching us personally? Wang Yang replied softly. Their constitutions are different. I'm figuring out how to teach them according to their level so they can improve faster.
After that, he opened the system interface and started browsing. Finally, he could leisurely open the rewards. Let's see what goodies we got this time. The spirit beside him said excitedly, Dear host, this is a luxurious gift that this system has specially prepared for you. Open it quickly. Open it quickly. As soon as he opened it, the system panel displayed the information. Ice Soul Cold Jade Art, Heavenly Furnace Incantation, Blood-Splitting Overlord Art, Bone Flower Condensing Light Sword, 5 Elements Tempering Fire All, Dragon's Ridge Soul-Shattering Blade. Wang Yang read for a while before complaining, Oh my heavens, why did you cram a whole bunch of stuff into this gift bag?
The system said smugly.
Hee, didn't expect this system to be so generous. There's more surprise later.
The system interface continued to announce, Congratulations to the host for activating the Dao Seeking and Disciple Collection System. Completing disciple recruitment tasks will grant rich rewards. On the screen were images of the 4 disciples he had just taken in.
Wang Yang then asked, Why is it a KPI system? Are you trying to trick me into working for you again? The spirit stammered. How? How could that be, dear host? This system can save you a lot of time and effort.
Hearing this, Wang Yang pointed at the screen and asked, What is this button? The system said eagerly. Dear host, try it quickly.
As soon as he pressed it, the system displayed a suggestion. Lin Qingxuan Cultivation Guidance.
For each realm breakthrough, it's best to guide the frigid Kua to refine the soul and temper the bodies.
Suggested cultivation technique. Ice Soul Cold Jade Art. Suggested magic treasure. Bone Moon Condensing Light Sword. Wang Yang nodded upon seeing this. This system's suggestions are quite thoughtful. They're all things I just got from the new gift bag, which can save a lot of time.
Moments later, he walked over to Qingkang, followed the system's instructions and said, Qingkang, this cultivation technique and magic treasure are compatible with your constitution. I hope you can diligently practice. Qingkang said gratefully. Thank you, Master. I will definitely try my best.
After that, he also gave the remaining items to the other disciples, saying, Everyone gets a share. No one's left out. These are the cultivation techniques and magic treasures for you too. Liu Etiao was excited upon seeing this. Wow, this is the legendary Heavenly Furnace Incantation? Yan he respectfully accepted, saying, Thank you, Master. As soon as she held the sword in her hand, she was stunned. Why does this soul-shattering saber resonate with my body? After handing everything over to his disciples, Wang Yang turned and left. He didn't forget to remind them. On the path of cultivation, only through perseverance can you achieve success. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just tell your teacher. The Lingxiao sword sect may not have much else, but there are plenty of cultivation resources.
After Wang Yang left, the 3 girls were all moved. Qing Kang thought, I will definitely not let down Master's expectations. Yue Tiao muttered to herself, Great, now I can show my talent, Yan. He excitedly thought, Heavens, unlimited cultivation resources. Should I ditch the deal with Yin Mainyang? Switching scenes to a while later, all 3 were engrossed in cultivation. Qing Jiao walked over and saw the spiritual energy around Qing Kang. She couldn't help but be surprised. Spiritual energy. Could this be the cultivation speed of someone with an innate saintly body? But why can't I do it? Master even said I have the spiritual glass saintly body.
Looking around, she seemed to have become the center of a vortex, with the surrounding spiritual energy being sucked in and surging into her. At the same time, On the other side, Liu Wuya was focused on cultivation. Having reached the peak of the late stage of the fusion realm, preparing to break through, he thought to himself, "The quality of the cultivation pills the Supreme Sect Leader gave me is amazing. I'll soon be able to break through to the Great Ascension realm." Suddenly, Wuya opened his eyes wide, thinking in shock, "Wait, why did the spiritual energy suddenly stop? Could it be that someone has fallen during the disciples' training?" Elder Bai Feng, Yang Lin has fainted." Elder Bai waved his hand and said, "Don't panic, he probably just has a QN deviation." He stepped forward to examine him, his expression becoming puzzled. "Strange, his meridians are extremely stable. Could it be that there's not enough spiritual energy?" Just then, a disciple ran over and said, "Elder Bai Feng, the sect leader asks you to go to the council hall immediately." He couldn't help but wonder, isn't senior brother in closed-door cultivation breaking through? What's so urgent that he needs me? Back on Wang Yang's side, he was relaxing and watching the training progress through the system screen. It's only been a few days, and they're cultivating so fast. This Dao seeking and disciple collection system is something else, the system said smugly.
Do you even need to ask? This is the hands-off function this system created just for you.
Lin Qingchang had taken a big step in a short amount of time. She regulated her ki and looked at the surrounding streams of spiritual energy, muttering to herself, "Whoa, is this the feeling of successfully breaking through to the foundation establishment realm?" From the bodies of all three of them, streams of spiritual energy shot straight into the sky.
Seeing this scene, Wang Yang was satisfied. As expected, outstanding disciples are easy to teach, I don't even have to worry, and they're already breaking through in cultivation. Just then, Liu Wuya and Elder Bai came to pay respects to the Supreme Sect Leader.
Seeing them, Wang Yang asked in surprise, "Why are you all free to come to Qingyun Peak?" Liu Wuya bowed and replied, "Supreme Sect Leader, we discovered that the sect's spiritual energy is all being absorbed by Qingyun Peak. Everyone's cultivation is being hindered." Hearing him say this, he replied calmly, "Oh, is that so? Then it must be your junior sisters absorbing it during their cultivation." Just then, Qing Kang walked over and heard the conversation. She couldn't help but be shocked. "What? The spiritual energy is being absorbed by me, so sorry, senior brother." We didn't expect things to turn out like this," Elder Bai Feng quickly said. No, junior sisters, don't misunderstand, we didn't come here to blame you," Liu Wuya said to Wang Yang. "We came here hoping that the Supreme Sect Leader can think of a way to increase the strength of the Lingxiao Sword Sect's spiritual veins." Hearing this, Wang Yang summoned the system and asked, "Hey system, what do you think about this situation?" The little girl said smugly, "Oh, I thought it was something big, just leave it to me." As soon as she finished speaking, the system announced,
"Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple guidance task.
Received the task reward. Saint Grade Magic Treasure. Cosmos Star Orbit Instrument." He said happily, The Violet Palace Immortal Stone reward is great. It seems you're pretty good at being a system," the system replied. "As long as it can dispel the host's worries and solve difficulties, even if this system jumps into boiling oil or raging fire, I will not refuse." At this time, Wang Yang took out the new toy, a golden, sparkling ball with complex patterns. He handed it towards the group of Liu Wuya and said, "Last time I used the Violet Palace Immortal Stone to repair the earth veins. This time, I'll use it to increase the density of spiritual energy in the sect."
Seeing this, Wuya asked in surprise, "What exactly is this magic treasure? It can emit such surging spiritual energy?"
Wang Yang did not answer. He raised the ball into the air and said, "Go." Immediately, the ball slowly flew into the air, and a golden formation with strange runes appeared. It flew straight up to the sect's protective formation, quickly expanding. From within the formation, seal characters emitted golden light and shone down, and the entire sect was immediately filled with spiritual energy. Wang Yang, with his hands clasped behind his back, asked, "So, is this spiritual energy enough for you now?" Liu Zongzhu and Old Bai were incredibly grateful, bowing deeply with hands clasped.
"It's more than enough. Thank you immensely, Supreme Sect Leader, for taking action and opening up this incredible cultivation opportunity for us."
Seeing the rich streams of spiritual energy swirling in the sky, the disciples were all excited. This Supreme Sect Leader is too awesome. He can even bring out this kind of divine artifact. What are you all standing around for? Start cultivating now." The Lingjian sect was now completely bathed in the golden light of spiritual energy, visible even to the naked eye as it danced in the sky.
Liu Wuya finally felt relieved enough to continue his breakthrough. Holding a top-grade breakthrough pill in his hand, he thought to himself, if it weren't for the Supreme Sect leader's all-out assistance, I fear I would exhaust my lifespan without breaking through to the Great Ascension stage. With that, he slowly put the golden pill in his mouth and swallowed.
Immediately afterward, a powerful stream of golden light spiritual energy burst forth from his dantian. Then, behind Liu Wuxia, a large, hazy form of the Buddha's body appeared. After who knows how long, a powerful pillar of spiritual energy erupted from outside the cultivation room, shooting straight into the sky. Seeing this, the disciples immediately stopped what they were doing and looked up. One disciple asked in surprise, "Shibo, sect leader, what is this?" Another, overjoyed to the point of tears, said, "Our Lingjian sect finally has a great ascension cultivator." Then, as if realizing something, he composed himself and said with a wry smile, "Isn't our supreme sect leader already at the supreme realm? Is great ascension even a little?" Hearing this, Old Bai said, "Can the supreme sect leader be compared? Just you talk too much, go copy the Wu Wei Pure Heart Sutra 100 times. He reluctantly replied, "Yes." Standing on Qingyun Peak, Wang Yang, with his hands clasped behind his back, sighed, "Liu Wuya has reached the Great Ascension stage too. It seems the sect will be bustling soon." The spirit then appeared, saying, "Sect leader, lying around like this isn't good for you. Do you need this system to give you some new functions?" Hearing this, the guy turned and said with a disgusted expression, "No need. Getting used to functions takes time, and the learning cost is too high. It's not beneficial for me to lie down." Then he remembered and said, "Oh right, I haven't given the fragment of the heavenly Dayo I got from destroying the kingdom last time."
The system then said with a silly grin, "Dear host, you finally remembered. Hurry and enter the heavenly Dayo space to take a look." With that, they both entered the sea of consciousness. Wang Yang said with dissatisfaction, "Dog system, can you give me a few more fragments? When you hand out rewards in the future, how long do I have to gather them?" The system replied, "Dear host, if you can kill a saint, you can directly plunder his heavenly Tao." Hearing this, Wang Yang turned and said, "Kill a saint? Aren't you just messing with me? But if there's such an opportunity in the future, I wouldn't mind." As he spoke, Wang Yang picked up the fragment of the heavenly Tao and approached the stone pillar. As soon as the fragment fit into place, the dragon-shaped patterns on the stone pillar immediately lit up, and golden texts appeared, radiating brilliantly. Immediately, the system displayed a notification. The Tao of Yi increased from Weak Fool 8th grade. The Tao of Yi Understanding Effect increased to 7th grade. Emperor Venerable 1st level promoted to Emperor Venerable 2nd level. Seeing the notification, Wang Yang said with dissatisfaction, "This heavenly Tao reward only upgrades my realm? Is that it?" The system hurriedly explained, "Dear host, don't be impatient. The heavenly Tao is definitely not that simple." Suddenly, countless information windows popped up inside his sea of consciousness. Wang Yang was suspicious, all-seeing eye. "Wait, isn't this the system space?" Saying this, he reached out and flicked the spirit system's head, scolding, "I came here to lie down, not to be a guard watching cameras." The system hugged its head and hurriedly defended, "Dear host, calm down. This all-seeing eye wasn't designed by this system."
The little girl looked at the windows that appeared and said, "This is a heavenly Tao function. Inherent to the Tao of Yi, it can monitor the situation of targets controlled by chess pieces at all times." Suddenly, Wang Yang's eyes stopped on a window, and he said with a confused expression, "Wait, who's this old man?" On the information window, a picture of an old Taoist appeared. The spirit system pointed at the person and said, "Dear host, you really are forgetful. He's real man Lingji of the Fengyun sect."
Wang Yang then realized, "Oh, I remember. That guy?
Let me see what evil intentions this old man has." He muttered to himself, "Didn't I say I wouldn't be a guard? My body is quite honest."
Back to a month ago, at the Yunyin sect,
Lingji was sitting next to a white-haired man, listening to his story.
The white-haired man said, "Shijinti, don't be impatient. The Yunyin sect will stand up for us," Lingji said with a gloomy face. "Shikshong, my disciples died in vain at the hands of that Wang Yang. I definitely want that Lingjian sect to pay with their lives." Seeing him so impatient, the white-haired man couldn't help but sigh. "Hi, Shinjiti. You've cultivated your mind for so many years, why haven't you corrected this hot-tempered nature?" Lingji replied grumpily. "Shikshong, people have already killed our people, why are you still haggling over these small matters?" Suddenly a young Taoist walked in from outside. Lingji hurriedly ran over and asked, "Shidi, what did your Shibo say?" The young Taoist replied, "Greetings to the two senior elders. The sect elders have finished discussing. After Shibo Yunhai comes out of seclusion, he will definitely demand justice from the Lingjian sect for your sect.
Lingji eagerly asked. Then when will Daoyu Yunhai come out of seclusion? The old white-haired man reminded. Shidi, be respectful. The young Taoist stammered. I heard it's about a month later. The specific time is not very clear.
Hearing this, Lingji couldn't help but rejoice. Great, the Lingjian sect's doomsday has arrived. The old white-haired man sighed upon hearing these words, thinking, Hi, when will this cycle of vengeance end? Back to the present, seeing everything that had happened through the window, Wang Yang frowned and said, HMPH, this old man wants to mess with me, dog system. What is the strength of this Yunyin sect? The system awkwardly replied, I'm sorry, I haven't finished writing the code to check the relevant information of other sects. Hearing the answer, the guy waved his hand and said, If the all-seeing eye can see past memories, then I'll find it myself. Hearing this, the system smiled secretly, thinking, this sect leader says he doesn't want to be a guard, but his body is quite honest. At the same time, outside the Lingjian sect, Liu Wuyai had come out of seclusion after his breakthrough. The disciples surrounded him to congratulate him. Congratulations, sect leader. Congratulations, sect leader. Seeing this, he smugly thought, Haha, this feeling of breaking through realms is really good. A moment later, Liu Wuya also arrived at the conference room. In the room, Wang Yang and the elders were already present. He entered, bowing and clasping his hands, saying, Greetings, Supreme Sect Leader. Wang Yang raised his hand in reply. Sit down, no need to be so formal.
Then he said,
This seat has nothing to do in leisure, so I calculated the heavens, and discovered that a sect of the Yunyin sect wants to attack us.
Hearing this, Liu Wuya jumped in fright. What? Yunyin sect, Supreme Sect Leader, is this true? Elder Bai was also surprised. The Yunyin sect is coming to invade.
How could that be? Chang Feng then spoke. Supreme Sect Leader, I feel that a large sect like the Yunyin sect probably wouldn't attack our Lingjian sect. Qi Wenyuan nodded in agreement. That's right. The Supreme Sect Leader's divination is not very accurate either.
Seeing their reaction, Wang Yang turned and said,
The cultivation world has always been one where the strong eat the weak. What's impossible about large sects bullying small sects? Could it be that you still don't believe in this seat's abilities? Liu Wuya was sweating profusely, replying, No, absolutely not that intention, he thought to himself. Could it be that the Supreme Sect Leader is too nervous after returning from the battlefield? Suddenly, Zixuan ran in from outside, his face worried as he said, Supreme Sect Leader, the messenger of the Yunyin sect, has come to visit. He said he wants to meet you directly. Liu Wuya heard this and jumped in fright, stammering. What's going on? Does Yunyin sect really want to make a move against us? He muttered to himself. Can the Supreme Sect Leader really deduce heavenly secrets? Wang Yang, seeing this, chuckled and replied, With yours truly here, what's there to panic about, Zixuan? Go bring in that damn envoy. Zixuan respectfully replied, Yes. The Supreme Sect Leader then immediately left. After a while, Zixuan led the little Taoist boy back, handed the letter to Wang Yang, and said, If you want to protect the Spirit Sword sect, our demands are all written in the challenge letter. Wang Yang took the letter and coldly snorted. HMPH. As expected of a great sect, they have to put on a show even when they're seizing something. Seeing his expression, Liu Wuya then asked, Supreme Sect Leader, what does this challenge letter say that has made you so angry? Wang Yang replied. It's nothing much, just asking yours truly to cripple my own cultivation and confiscate all cultivation resources of the Spirit Sword sect. Hearing this, Chang Feng couldn't help but speak up. Better to die a glorious death than to live a humiliating life. Supreme Sect Leader, let's fight them. Ew. Wuya was also indignant. Yunyin sect is bullying us too much. Supreme Sect Leader, you absolutely cannot agree. Elder Bai also spoke up. Yunyin sect is damned. Do they really think there's no one in our Spirit Sword sect? At this moment, Wang Yang reached out and lightly struck the little Taoist boy, saying, This is punishment for your rudeness earlier. Immediately, an explosion of spiritual energy erupted in front of him, and the little Taoist boy hurriedly covered his face. Wang Yang, began to show off his power, his whole body surging with spiritual energy, saying, Go back and tell your master, if you want to fight, then fight. This is the attitude of our Spirit Sword sect. The little Taoist boy spat out a mouthful of essence blood, clutching his chest with difficulty, and replied, I will convey it. Chang Feng, seeing this, spoke up. Supreme Sect Leader, this Yunyin sect envoy was so arrogant and domineering. Are we just letting him go like this? Wang Yang calmly replied, Stay calm, yours truly has made arrangements. Switching scenes to Yunyin sect, the little Taoist boy had returned. Hearing the words he conveyed, Ling Ji couldn't help but be furious. What? Wang Yang really said that? The little Taoist boy replied, Yes, this disciple has not concealed a single word. Suddenly he cried out in pain, Ah! And hurriedly turned to the silver-haired man, his voice flustered. Ah, senior uncle, save me. At this moment, a lightning imprint appeared between his eyebrows, constantly devouring his soul. The silver-haired man saw this and was shocked. We're doomed. This is the soul-destroying lightning seal. Everyone retreat. Immediately, the group of people hurriedly fled, and a loud explosion rang out inside the main hall, with lightning and fire engulfing all directions. Wang Yang cracked a smug smile and said, Offending yours truly, this is the end. Back at Yunyan sect, after the explosion, Ling Ji clutched his chest, mumbling, Taoist Yunhai, what was that just now? Yunhai created a barrier with his hand and replied, That Wang Yang is truly vicious, daring to use the soul-destroying lightning seal, an ancient demonic cultivator secret technique, to plot against us. Ling Ji couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't the soul-destroying lightning seal an ancient demonic cultivator secret technique? How did Wang Yang learn it? Yunhai replied. It seems that the Spirit Sword sect has long colluded with demonic cultivators. It's just a pity for this poor Taoist's little martial nephew. Saying that, he then gave the order. All disciples of Yunyan sect, listen to the order. The Spirit Sword sect has colluded with demonic cultivators. Their crime deserves extermination. You shall follow this poor Taoist to slay the demons and prove our Tao. The disciples, hearing this, replied in unison, We respectfully follow senior uncle's decree. At the same time, on the side of the Spirit Sword sect in the sect's main hall, Wang Yang gave the order to prepare to seal off the mountain gate. Liu Wuya heard this and spoke up. Su's supreme sect leader, why suddenly seal off the sect gate? I'm afraid it will cause panic among the people in the sect, won't it? Wang Yang indifferently replied, Yunyan sect is about to bring their troops over. If we don't seal off the mountain gate, how do you expect those disciples to survive? The group of people, hearing this, couldn't help but panic. What, Yunyan sect is acting so quickly? What should we do to handle this properly? Wang Yang waved his sleeve and replied, What's there to worry about? There are just a few supremes coming. With yours truly here, I guarantee your safety. The elders, hearing this, bowed respectfully and replied in unison, We respectfully follow the supreme sect leader's decree. The very next day, the soul-stirring sound of drums rang throughout the sect. A disciple asked in surprise, Senior brother, what's going on anyway? The senior brother, still not awake, yawned and replied, It's just sealing off the mountain gate. What's so amazing about it? With the supreme sect leader here, at most it'll only be sealed off for a day or two. On this side, Wang Yang's three disciples also began to discuss. Li Yuejiao turned to ask, I heard that Yunyan sect is invading. Can master handle it alone? Shen Yanhei, hearing this, replied, What else can we do? We can't help at all. Qing Qing confidently replied, Don't worry, master will definitely return in triumph. At the same time, Wang Yang, leading Qingjiao and Xuanji, rode their flying swords to meet the enemy. Seeing the group of people from Yunyan sect, he said with a disdainful voice, You guys came to break the formation with only so few people. Isn't that a bit too pathetic? On this side, upon seeing him, Yunhai spoke up. Taoist Ling Ji, is this Wang Yang? He looks too young. Ling Ji, hearing this, replied, Taoist Yunhai, that's right, it's him, even if he turns into ashes. This poor Taoist will never forget him. Hearing the confirmation, Yunhai then turned to Wang Yang and loudly questioned, Wang Yang, where did you learn demonic cultivator techniques? How dare you slaughter my Yunyan sect's disciples? Hearing these words, he coldly snorted, HMPH. As soon as you open your mouth you want to exterminate people's sects, you are even more brutal than demonic cultivators. Hearing this logic, Yunhai was left speechless. You, Ling Ji, seeing this, interrupted, Wang Yang, don't waste any more words. Today, if you cripple your own cultivation and kneel down to beg for mercy, this poor Taoist might spare you a path to survival. He, hearing this, spoke with a disdainful voice. Cripple my own cultivation. Based on you, Ling Jin, hearing this, pointed to the two half-step Supreme Realm experts behind him and said, Look clearly, besides Taoist Yunhai, these two are both half-step Supreme Realm experts. Is that enough? In response to his words, Wang Yang raised one finger and said, Today, no one can save you. Yours truly is sure of that. Xuanji, make your move. Xuanji immediately waved her spear and replied, As you command, master. She shouted, Hi, and then wrapped her spear with spiritual energy, throwing it forcefully towards Ling Ji. Seeing the spear shooting towards him, Ling Ji couldn't help but panic, and hurriedly shouted, Taoist friends, quickly, save me. Instantly, Two half-step Supreme Realm cultivators from behind transmitted their power, creating a purple barrier, and they shouted to reassure, "Fellow Taoist Ling Ji, don't panic, hold on." Seeing them struggling to hold on, Wang Yang unleashed a spirit void palm, scattering clouds, and said, "HMPH. Already sweating bullets from just one move. The cloud-hidden sect is nothing more than this." Seeing this, Yunhai scolded, You dare to launch a sneak attack." Then, he unleashed the universe in the sleeves technique to block it, but it was useless. This one palm strike went straight towards Ling Ji, and the barrier shattered instantly. Arg! Wang Yang's move directly crippled both of Ling Ji's arms. He clutched his bloodied hands and screamed in pain, my hands, Yun! Fellow Taoist Yunhai, quick, save me!" The two half-step Supreme Realm cultivators also immediately plummeted to the 8th level of the Great Emperor Realm.
Seeing this, Wang Yang laughed disdainfully. Haha, so you're just all talk and no action? Dropping 3 realms from just a light tap? That's all the cloud-hidden sect is? Yunhai then drew his sword and cursed, "Wang Yang, you first killed my cloud-hidden sect disciple and now you're insulting the sect. Today, I will make sure you die a horrible death."
Wang Yang also drew his sword and charged forward, saying, "Old man, if you want to die that badly, then I'll grant your wish, Xuanji. Leave those 2 good-for-nothings to you." Xuanji immediately unsheathed her sword and rushed forward, replying, "As you command, master, I will definitely give them a proper welcoming." Immediately, Yunhai unleashed his move, Azure River Sword Art, a flurry of azure sword beams slashing towards him. Countless streams of green sword energy struck. Seeing this, Wang Yang unleashed the Qiankun heaven-changing art, a formless absolute defense, and said disdainfully, "Old man, is that all you've got? I'm afraid you'll be dissipating soon." Yunhai immediately waved his sword and shouted, "You little snot-nosed brat, shut your mouth for this old man. Today I'll let you know what the foundation of the cloud-hidden sect truly is." With that, he pointed his sword and unleashed the Mingqiang 9 Cloud Manifestation Blade Descent technique. Immediately, a powerful surge of spiritual energy descended from the sky. Feeling the pressure, Liu Wuya couldn't help but panic. This pressure, could it be the sect's secret technique? Qing Zhao, hearing this, widened her eyes in shock. What? Isn't that a move only the Supreme Sect leader can use? Can the Grand Elder withstand it? On the other side, several cloud-hidden sect disciples were immediately excited. This trip was worth it. To be able to witness Senior Uncle Yunhai unleash this move. At this moment, on Xuanji's side, the 2 downgraded half-step Supremes were also gloating. HMPH. With the secret technique unleashed, your master is definitely dead. It's not too late to surrender now. I might spare your life and make you my cauldron. Hearing this, the girl replied, HMPH, frogs at the bottom of a well. You have no idea about my master's true abilities. On this side, Yunhai continued to infuse more power into his move. Sword slices myriad ages of dust. The spirit system appeared and said, "Oh my god, host, that old geezer's move was too strong just now, overshadowing my brilliance." Wang Yang, hearing this, laughed and replied, "That old fart went all out right from the start. Looks like I'll have to get serious too." After speaking, he unleashed the move. Silver River overturns, chaos the stars, devouring sun falls into fiery purgatory, and the spiritual energy around him instantly surged, emitting golden light that shot out in all directions. Reaching this point, Yunhai pointed his sword at him and shouted, "Die!" Cloud-hidden secret technique, extraterrestrial borrowed sword, a massive, supersized sword light aimed directly at Wang Yang and struck. Without hesitation, Wang Yang pointed his finger and shouted, "All creation returns to void. Shattered samsara, heavenly evolution of 9 tribulation sword, instant end, annihilation of void." A golden sword light shot directly towards Yunhai's attack. The 2 powerful sword lights collided, and a powerful shockwave shot out in all directions. In no time, Yunhai's sword light was losing ground, and he cried out in pain, "Ag! Ag!" Then, his entire body was sent flying backward by the power of the sword light. At this moment, he couldn't help but doubt his entire existence. How? How is this possible? Isn't he just at the Great Emperor realm? At this moment, a sword pierced him from behind. Yunhai widened his eyes in shock and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked back, his voice trembling as he asked, You broke through my body-protecting divine art," Wang Yang, hearing this, replied with a calm smile, "As long as you haven't reached the saint realm, it's just one sword." Saying this, he sheathed his sword, and Yunhai's body fell, just like that. The disciples, seeing this, panicked and rushed over. "No, impossible, quick, save senior uncle." Watching Yunhai's body fall,
Wang Yang said with a disgusted expression. That's it, I thought I could play around a bit more. The spirit system beside him praised without reservation. Host, you did great. The two on Xuanji's side, seeing this, couldn't help but panic, and shouted in unison. Senior brother Yun Hai! The girl waved her spear to block them. HMPH, you're next. One of the old men, seeing this, said, Witch, don't be arrogant. Even if our cultivation is inferior, we will still fight to the death with you. After speaking, the two used a forced secret technique, restoring their cultivation to the peak of the Great Emperor realm. Xuanji's eyes flashed with surprise. These two's cultivation has actually recovered quite a bit. It really does look like they're going to risk their lives. At this moment, the two old cloud-hidden sect geezers flew to either side, surrounding Xuanji in the middle, faintly locking down all 10 directions. Seeing this, Xuanji angrily scolded. You think you can control me like this? How naive. After speaking, she unleashed the falling star, severing the wind's attack, shouting, Break for me. Suddenly, thin wisps of mist, like gossamer threads, materialized out of nowhere, swirling around Xuanji's body. The girl was understandably taken aback. When did these clouds even show up? The two old fogies from Yunyin's sect smirked smugly. Idiot, that was an illusion technique just now. Die, you hear? Senior brother, now's our chance. Attack. Wang Yang, who had been sitting back watching the show, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Yunyin sect actually has some tricks up its sleeve. Never thought Xuanji would actually be at a disadvantage. Just then, the system piped up, Hey host, buddy, you gotta go help Xuanji. Wang Yang retorted. That's clearly a formation. Gotta find its weak point and break it first. Celestial Eye. Activate. His celestial eye snapped open, focusing directly on Xuanji. Back with Xuanji, she was besieged by the two old geezers and their formation. One of them sneered, Let's see how much longer you can hold out, Xuanji. Struggling to defend herself, muttered, Damn it, if I can't take care of these two morons, I'm gonna get an earful from Master. Just then, Wang Yang swooped down from above, offering a gentle pointer. Xuanji, learn to redirect the force. Take out the one behind you first. The little system chimed in. But host, she's all tied up. How's she supposed to redirect anything? Hearing Wang Yang's words, Xuanji had a sudden epiphany. She laughed confidently, replying, Thanks for the tip, Master. I'll take care of them right away. With that, she began to muster her strength, channeling surging waves of spiritual energy. Then, Xuanji aimed straight at the long-bearded dude and unleashed her attack. Starry Sky Spear Art. Comet strikes the moon. The old guy, seeing the attack, broke out in a cold sweat and shrieked in panic, Senior brother, save me! But it was too late. The long-bearded guy took the full brunt of Xuanji's attack, letting out a pained cry, Aga, I'm done for. Xuanji turned her gaze to the other one. You're next. He stared in disbelief. What? How did it come to this? Got a bolt? Before he could make a run for it, a dark figure, whom everyone knew was who, appeared behind him. A spear pierced through his chest, tearing through flesh. The guy's face turned green, his eyes wide with horror. Starry Sky Spear Art. Thunder ripped through the sky as he managed a single shriek, Ah! Before collapsing to the ground. The Yunyin sect disciples scattered like headless chickens, their faces pale and their bodies trembling. Senior Master Yun Hai is dead. How can this be? Run away. That Wang Yang is more ruthless than any demonic cultivator. Unhurried, Wang Yang flew over and blocked their escape, hands clasped behind his back, and calmly said, You dare offend me, and now you think you can just run away. He summoned the Emperor's banner, saying, Get inside, all of you, behave yourselves. Instantly, the souls of the Yunyin sect disciples left their bodies and were quickly absorbed by the Emperor's banner. All done, he ordered the system. Hey, you damn system, collect all their corpses for me, I have a use for them. The little girl grimaced and replied, What, host? Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Afterwards, Wang Yang and Xuanji returned to the sect. Yu Wuya and the others greeted them respectfully. Welcome back, Supreme Sect Leader. Wang Yang smiled and said, No need to stand on ceremony. He asked, Wuya, could I borrow a dongfu to cultivate in for a bit? Wuya replied, Supreme Sect Leader, feel free to use it, no need to be polite. Hearing this, he dusted off his butt and left, saying, Thanks then, Wuya quickly called after him. Supreme Sect Leader, what about the victory celebration? Aren't we preparing that? He wondered to himself. What's going on here? Could it be that the sect leader is injured? A moment later, inside the dongfu, the little system stared intently at the ground, her eyes full of doubt, and asked, Host, what are you planning to do? On the ground lay the corpses of the Yunyin sect disciples, neatly arranged. Wang Yang grinned and replied, What do you think? I'm going to turn them into puppets, of course. The little system clicked her tongue and said, Good heavens, host. How can you be so cruel? Wang Yang frowned and replied, If it wasn't for a little peace and quiet later, I wouldn't bother with all this trouble. The little girl folded her arms and said, I don't believe you. You definitely have other plans, Wang Yang explained. This cultivation world is all about sects protecting each other. We wiped out Feng Yun sect, and Yun Yin sect came causing trouble. If we wipe out Yun Yin sect, another sect will definitely come looking for a fight.
Seeing his concern, the system offered an idea. Why not just kill them all and be done with it?
How easy would that be? As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Yang flicked her forehead and scolded. You only know how to watch the fun from the sidelines. You're not the one doing the work. The little girl clutched her head and cried out in pain. Then, he opened the secret manual for spirit puppets, mumbling to himself.
Condense the soul, gather the spirit, imprint the soul. Damn it, why are there so many steps?
Feeling lazy, he turned to Xuanji and said, Xuanji, you have more experience in refining spirits than I do. Come help me out in a bit. Hearing this, she stammered, subordinate help out. Yes, master. Then, Wang Yang grabbed a chainsaw in one hand and a knife in the other, put on a mask, and said, All right, let's get started. The system, dripping with sweat, said, Wait, host, can you use a more professional tool? Ignoring the little girl, Wang Yang sat down in front of Yun Hai's corpse and began dissecting and modifying it. The little system gagged and said, Ugh, blurg, host, I'm still just a kid.
After who knows how long, Wang Yang finally stopped, pulled down his mask, and said, The spirit puppet modification is complete. Now all that's left is to insert the soul. Emperor's banner, come forth.
Immediately, the Emperor's banner appeared. Wang Yang extracted Yun Hai's soul, which recoiled in horror. No, please. Without a word, Wang Yang shoved him right into the puppet, saying, Just get in there obediently for me.
Immediately, the Yun Hai puppet stood up, respectfully cupping its hands towards him and saying, Greetings, master. Wang Yang nodded in satisfaction at the result. Looks like my craftsmanship isn't too shabby. I succeeded on the first try, he said smugly. All right, it's finally done. There shouldn't be any flaws this time. System, what do you think? The system tried to act composed, replying with crossed arms. Very good. But this system needs a short break.
A moment later, the spirit puppet Yun Hai was neatly dressed again. He approached Wang Yang, bowed, and said, Greetings, master. Wang Yang nodded in satisfaction and said, His appearance looks fine. Now let's test his mental capacity. Then he asked, After you return, how will you explain to others about your grandson's death? Yun Hai replied, Master, my grandson was too arrogant and conceited, trying to incite a bloody war between the two factions. That was the price he paid for his crimes. Wang Yang rubbed his chin and nodded. I like that answer. Xuanji then spoke up. Master, those people from Haiyun have such high cultivation. Will they truly not betray you? He took out a black chess piece and confidently replied, Xuanji, you don't need to worry about that. This venerable one has a brilliant plan of my own. With that said, he shot it straight towards Yun Hai. Yun Hai let out a cry of, Ah! As the black chess piece swiftly entered his body. Only then did he explain. This chess piece can monitor his every move. If he dares to disobey, I can just wipe him out directly. Hearing this, Xuanji said, full of admiration, Master's move is truly brilliant. Once it was all done, he ordered the puppets. You may withdraw. Don't disappoint me. They knelt down and replied in unison, As you command. After that, the whole group flew away. Only then did Wang Yang cover his mouth with a long yawn and say, I've been busy for so long, it's about time I got some rest. The system, surprised, asked, Ah, master, have you finished everything already? A short while later, the scene changed. Wang Yang was lounging in the sun, sunglasses on, holding a glass of water, with Qingjiao beside him, cosplaying as a maid. He smiled and said, This is what my usual day should be like. Qingjiao's speakers were already quite big, and wearing this outfit made her figure even more pronounced. Her undulating twin peaks completely blocked her vision. The girl blushed and mumbled to herself, This outfit is so embarrassing. Where did master even find it? On the other side, a blurry figure of Wang Yang was instructing the other three disciples in sword practice. Very good. Keep this pose. Seeing this, Qing couldn't help but exclaim, Master is truly amazing. He can even summon an external avatar. Li Weijiao sighed internally. I want to do qi refining. Meanwhile, Shen Yanhe grumbled, teaching disciples with a clone. How can this King Wang Yang be so lazy? Suddenly, Qingjiao spoke up. Master, senior brother Liu asked me to get your opinion.
There's a meeting in the sect's deliberation hall, Wang Yang interrupted. A meeting? Not going. I haven't had a proper rest in a long time. Let them decide for themselves, Qingjiao replied. Yes, yes, master.
On the other side, after receiving the report from Qingjiao, the meeting began. Old Bai asked, Sect leader, is the Grand Sect leader truly not coming to oversee the overall situation? Liu Wuya sighed and replied, Sing, he has his own arrangements. Let's discuss what we should do first.
Seeing this, Chang Feng went straight to the point, saying in an anxious voice, Well, all the elders of Fengyun's sect are at the great emperor realm and above. Not to mention there's also Yunyin's sect, guarded by a supreme being.
Elder Qi rubbed his chin, frowned, and said, According to the patrolling disciples, those people from Haiyun have been secretly released by the Grand Sect leader. Old Bai couldn't help but be astonished. I really didn't expect the Grand Sect leader to be so muddle-headed about this.
Hearing these words, Liu Wuya immediately stood up and said, Since it's the Grand Sect leader's doing, he certainly has his own plans. Don't mention this matter again, Old Bai then said. Sect leader, if Fengyun's sect and Yunyin's sect invade again in the future, what should we do?
Liu Wuya gently closed his eyes and replied in a helpless voice, We, Lingjian sect, can only rely on the Grand Sect leader. He is our heaven. I only know how to live by following heaven's will. At the same time, at Fengyun's sect, the spirit puppet Lingji had returned. As soon as he saw him, the silver-haired man eagerly said, Junior brother, you're finally back.
You don't know how worried senior brother was, Lingji replied indifferently. Senior brother, it was all because I was too stubborn before, almost bringing destruction upon Fengyun's sect. The silver-haired man couldn't help but be surprised, his eyes wide open, and he stammered, Junior brother, what is this? Didn't you all go risk your lives against Wang Yang?
Lingji turned his face away and replied indifferently, Wang Yang's cultivation is profound and unfathomable. Even those from Haiyun were defeated by him. The silver-haired man rubbed his brow in thought upon hearing this. What? How is that possible? He's a supreme being-level expert.
Only then did Lingjian turn back and say, Senior brother, we absolutely must reconcile with Lingjian's sect. They've already expressed goodwill. The silver-haired man sighed and replied, Sigh, if even Yunyin's sect couldn't do anything to them, how could we possibly contend against them?
At the same time, in Yunyin's sect's grand deliberation hall, Yun Hai had returned. He summoned the elders to report everything. One person immediately asked, Senior brother Yun Hai? What do you mean by that? Are we just going to let the death of junior nephew Fu Chen go like that?
Yun Hai replied, That Wang Yang from Lingjian's sect has unfathomable strength. Even I am no match for him. Junior nephew Fu Chen was arrogant and conceited, bringing disaster upon himself. That person continued, Senior brother Yun Hai, junior nephew Fu Chen was the disciple the sect leader loved the most. Just wait until senior brother comes out of seclusion. I'll see how you explain yourself then, Yun Hai replied. Currently, I am the acting sect leader, and all matters in the sect are decided by me. Not only should we not continue to cause trouble for Lingjian's sect over this matter, but we must also send envoys to apologize. Old Cheng's eyes widened as he roared, If anyone else objects, I will use my authority as acting sect leader to expel that person from the sect.
That person couldn't help but feel indignant, but then swallowed their words and said, I obey. Senior brother Yun Hai. The scene shifted back to Lingjian sect's mountain gate. Liu Wuya, along with the elders and disciples, all had tense expressions. Then, the people from Fengyun's sect arrived. They bowed to Liu Wuya in greeting and said, We have come here today representing Fengyun's sect, specifically to apologize. We hope your esteemed sect will forgive us.
Liu Wuya was taken aback. Apologize.
He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, Whew. Thought they were here for a showdown. Just then, someone behind him piped up,
Hold on, are more people coming? In the sky were the Yunyinzong folks, riding their flying swords. Trailing behind them were a few flying carriages loaded with goods. At Qingyun Peak, Wang Yang was scolding the lowly system. The little tyke clasped her hands, smiling earnestly. Esteemed host, this system is such a goody two-shoes, how could I possibly have bad intentions? Wang Yang frowned. I'd trust a ghost before I trust you. Every time you give out rewards, something wacky happens.
The system gave a stock smile. It's just that the system follows the reward schedule, that's all. As for the reason, well, it must be because of the host's great reputation, duh. Just then, Liu Wuya came running from afar, shouting, Grand Supreme Sect Leader, you really are here!
Wang Yangxia lowered her glasses, scolding, Didn't I tell you, don't come to Qingyun Peak looking for me unless it's a big deal. Liu Wuya hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed. Supreme Sect Leader, this is absolutely a big deal, and it concerns the future of the entire Lingjian sect.
He frowned. Spit it out already. Don't bother my chill time. Liu Wuya quickly replied. Envoys from the Confucian League and Xuanli Academy are here, waiting in the council hall, Qingzhao gasped. What? Xuanli Academy? Of the Confucian League, which governs over 300 sects.
Seeing their reaction, Wang Yang asked, Envoys from Xuanli Academy. What do they want? Liu Wuya sighed. Sing, Supreme Sect Leader, no matter what their intentions are, you have to greet them yourself.
Wang Yang flopped back, passing the buck. Wuya, you're the sect leader of the Lingjian sect now. How can you rely on me for everything? Liu Wuya helplessly replied. I said not to bother you, but the envoys insisted on seeing you in person.
The system chimed in.
Host, Xuanli Academy isn't your run-of-the-mill organization. They've got quasi-saints guarding the place. Hearing this, Wang Yang sat bolt upright. Frowning, he asked, Xuanli Academy, quasi-saints, you mutt system, is this trouble your fault?
The system put on an innocent act.
Host, how could you accuse me like that? You're afraid of fame, like a pig is afraid of getting fat. Before the system could finish, Wang Yang snapped, Shut your trap, you nine-leak fish. Don't compare me to a pig. With that, he put his hands behind his back and sauntered off, saying, What a pain, well, might as well go meet them.
Inside the Lingjian sect's main hall, a man dressed in formal attire was sitting on a chair. Elder Bai respectfully said to him, Senior, please wait a moment. Our Supreme Sect Leader will be here shortly. Cheng Feng next to him added to stall for time, Senior, does this tea suit your taste?
The man was a second-level Supreme Realm Cultivator. He cast a dismissive glance and said, The tea is passable, but why are you two only at the Transformation God Realm?
Cheng Feng stammered. That's because my talent is lacking. My cultivation naturally can't compare to someone like Senior. Elder Bai next to him agreed. Yes, this is what our realm is like. Hearing this, the man said with a disgusted voice, An elder and a vice sect leader with such low cultivation levels, I'm beginning to doubt the foundation of your Lingjian sect.
Just then, Wang Yang walked in, saying, This one would also like to know just how much foundation Xuanli Academy has.
As soon as they saw him, Chang Feng and Elder Bai bowed, saying in unison, Supreme Sect Leader.
The man finally stood up. So you are the Supreme Sect Leader of the Lingjian sect. A pleasure, Wang Yang said with a cold face. Taoist friend has come from afar. This one is rude, not greeting you from afar, the man replied. Not at all. Being able to meet the sect leader is my honor.
Wang Yang then asked,
Mountains don't need to be high to have immortals. Just now it seems Taoist Duan had some prejudice against our sect.
The man thought to himself.
The cultivation of this Lingjian sect's supreme sect leader is no lower than mine. But why is he so young? Could it be a youth-preserving technique?
He then stepped forward with a smile and replied, Haha, well said. Mountains don't need to be high to have immortals. Just now, Duan was short-sighted, and indeed underestimated your sect's foundation. Wang Yang then turned to ask, Does Taoist Duan have any business with our Lingjian sect today? Old Duan then got down to business. The higher-ups in the academy previously heard that your sect had some conflict with the Yunyan sect, so I came here specifically to find out, Wang Yang replied. There was indeed such a thing, but the feud between this one and the Yunyan sect has long disappeared. There are no more grudges. Then he asked, Did Taoist Duan come specifically for this matter today? Or does the academy have something else?
Old Duan did not hide anything, and took out an invitation card, and replied,
This one came for another important matter, specifically to invite your sect to participate in the once-in-a-century Imperial Literary Gathering.
Wuya and the elders gasped in surprise. What? The Imperial Literary Gathering? Can something so important be our Lingjian sect's turn?
Wang Yang also stood up and replied,
The Imperial Literary Gathering again? What a bother, this one doesn't want to go. Hearing the answer, Old Duan couldn't help but be shocked. What? But this is a once-in-a-century gathering of our Xuanli Academy.
Chang Feng rushed to explain, Senior Duan, don't get excited. Our sect leader rarely goes out and doesn't like crowds very much. Wuya also turned to Wang Yang and said, Supreme Sect Leader, this Imperial Literary Gathering is an important event in the Confucian world. You can't simply refuse.
Old Duan agreed with Wuya's words. That's right, Sect Leader Wang, please don't be so quick to refuse. You should still listen to me talk about this Imperial Literary Gathering. This is a major event in our eastern continent.
The people participating in the conference are all prominent Confucian sects in the eastern continent.
In the conference, you can not only exchange knowledge of the four arts, but also exchange various resources with the almighty masters of all factions. Hearing this, Wang Yang turned to the system and asked, Competition in the four arts, MUT system, can you handle this? the system showed up and replied, "Host, have you forgotten the Go system?" It crossed its arms and said smugly, "As long as this system is here, the 4 arts are as easy as pie." Hearing the system's affirmation, Wang Yang confidently smiled and replied, "The 4 arts. This one also knows a little. In that case, this one accepts the invitation." Old Duan, hearing this, was overjoyed and said, "Excellent, excellent, Duan here thanks the sect leader for showing face on behalf of the academy." After chatting for a bit, Wang Yang said, "How about fellow Taoists stay at our sect for a few days? This humble one will take you on a tour of the Spirit Sword sect." Old Duan handed over the invitation and replied, "Thank you for the sect leader's kind intentions, but I still need to visit other sects." Wang Yang accepted the invitation and opened it to read. After a while he nodded and said, "This Huangwen flourishing meet is quite interesting, like a martial arts exchange event, you know." A moment later, the sect opened a grand council to discuss the Huangwen meet. Liu Wuya spoke up and asked, "Supreme Sect Leader, if our Spirit Sword sect participates in the Huangwen flourishing meet, who should we send to compete in the 3 primes competition?" Wang Yang asked, somewhat awkwardly. What exactly is this 3 primes competition?" Wuya anxiously explained. The 3 primes competition is the most exciting part of the Huangwen flourishing meet, mainly to test the strength of the various sects and academies. The 3 primes respectively correspond to 3 competitions: Jade Beauty, Immortal Contemplation, and Supreme Mastery. Sects need to send talents no higher than the Nascent Soul, Tribulation Transcendence, and Great Emperor stages. Hearing this, Wang Yang immediately had a candidate in mind for the Great Emperor position. As for the rest, he frowned, thinking, Nascent Soul, Tribulation Transcendence, Great Emperor, how am I going to arrange this 3 primes competition? Thinking this, he looked down at the group of elders and sect leaders. On one side was the early Great Ascension stage and early Combination stage, and on the other, 2 peak transformation God stage cultivators. Seeing this situation, Wang Yang couldn't help but sigh internally. Hi, Duan Yuanfeng was right. The Spirit Sword sect's situation is really too poor. Seeing him in such deep thought, the elders anxiously asked, "Supreme Sect Leader, what's wrong?" Wang Yang stood up, waved his hand and replied, "This humble one is returning to Qingyun Peak. You all just continue with your work." The 4 of them, hearing this, clasped their hands respectfully and said, "Respectfully bidding farewell to the Supreme Sect Leader." Having taken only a few steps, Wang Yang turned his head back and said, "Oh right, Qingjiao, come to Qingyun Peak later." Qingjiao replied with a smile. Yes, yes, master," she thought to herself. Could it be that master still wants me to wear a different outfit? At the same time, on Qingyun Peak, Li Yuejiao and Shen Yanha were sitting and resting. Yuejiao fanned herself with her hand and sighed. Ugh, finally finished practicing. Exhausted this maiden to death. Isn't senior sister Lin tired? Why is she still practicing? Yanha replied. Senior sister has already practiced for the 25th time. No wonder master likes her. Meanwhile, back in his room, Wang Yang leaned back in his chair, pensively thinking. The Huangwen flourishing meet is still 8 months away. Where am I going to find the other 2 candidates? Seeing his expression, Qingjiao thought to herself, Master's deep in thought appearance is really rare to see. Suddenly, the system appeared and said, Dear host, you don't actually need to be so deep in thought. If you have any difficulties, you can seek help from this system to resolve them for you. Wang Yang, half jokingly, half seriously asked, Find people. Who knows if your dog system has a trap waiting for me? The system didn't pay attention to these words and went straight to the point. Although there are only 8 months left, you can quickly increase their cultivation levels during this time. Hearing this, Wang Yang said, I can transmit cultivation power, but their aptitude is insufficient. And there's no system to help. Just having cultivation without combat experience means they'll be thrashed by their opponents. Suddenly, a teleportation gate appeared, and the system enthusiastically said, Ta-da! A cultivation secret realm is now available. Seeing this, Wang Yang frowned and asked, Wait a minute, you dog system. Why did you add another system for me? The system crossed her arms and replied, Dear host, this secret realm can accelerate cultivation. 1 day inside is equivalent to 10 years outside. However, it has a flaw. You can only bring 1 person in at a time, and they can only stay inside for 3 days each time. Hearing this, Wang Yang immediately remembered the 7 Dragon Balls. Isn't this the hyperbolic time chamber? Awesome! Now that I have a weapon to level up, what the hell am I afraid of? At this moment, Wang Yang turned to his disciples and called out, Ching Ching! All of you, come here for a moment. The 3 of them replied in unison, Yes, master. They thought to themselves, Why did master suddenly call for us? What's going on? Not letting them wait long, Wang Yang said, I have something I want to discuss with you all.
Our Spirit Swords sect will be participating in the Huangwen Grand Meet of the Xuanli Academy, Qing asked curiously. Master, what is this Huangwen Grand Meet?
Upon hearing this, Yanhang feigned knowledge and said, Senior sister is unaware. The Huangwen Grand Meet is a major event for the Confucian schools of the Eastern Continent. It happens once every 100 years. Various sects gather to exchange cultivation experiences.
The highlight of the Huangwen Grand Meet is the 3 Primes competition, divided into the Jade Beauty, Immortal Contemplation, and Supreme Mastery competitions, respectively corresponding to cultivators in the Nascent Soul, Tribulation Transcendence, and Great Emperor realms. Hearing this, Qingjiao couldn't help but be surprised. How is junior sister Shen so knowledgeable? Seeing her talk so much, Wang Yang glared and said, Little Shen, your cultivation level may not be high, but you sure know a lot. Yanha stammered hastily. Master, I was wrong. She broke out in a cold sweat, saying to herself, Crap, is Master suspicious of me? At this point, Wang Yang said, All right, I've decided on the participants: Jade Beauty Group, Lin Qingqing, Immortal Contemplation Group, Liu Qingjiao, Supreme Mastery Group, Wu Xuanji. Hearing this, Qingqing replied with determination. I will definitely do my best and not let Master down, Qingjiao asked with surprise. What? I'm participating in the Immortal Contemplation Group. Xuanji looked puzzled. Supreme Mastery Group? Does Master want me to go to the arena? After hearing the list, Yuejiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, grinning and saying, HMPH. Luckily I don't have to go, I'm not good at fighting at all. Yanha also spoke up. Congratulations, senior sister Lin. Qingjiao then spoke up. Master, my cultivation level is too far off. How about letting senior brother, the sect leader, participate instead? Hearing this, Wang Yang reassured her. What are you worried about? Isn't there still 3 months to prepare? I've already prepared everything. With that, he raised his hand and concentrated his spiritual energy and immediately summoned a transfer gate. Seeing this, Qingjiao couldn't help but be dubious. Master, he replied with a smile. This is the Tushu Fu Sheng realm. I'll take you inside to cultivate in a bit. Cut to a scene later. Inside the Tuzhu Fu Sheng realm's secret realm, a landscape of mountains and rivers appeared. As soon as she stepped inside, Qingjiao's eyes couldn't hide her surprise. This place is the Tuzhu Fu Sheng realm. The spiritual energy doesn't even lose to the outside. Wang Yang raised his hand and said, All right, cultivate in here, Qingjiao replied obediently, following Master's orders. Just then, Wang Yang raised a finger and said, Almost forgot, haven't prepared the cultivation grand ceremony for you yet. Qingjiao was taken aback. What? Cultivation has a grand ceremony too? Wang Yang took out a pile of secret manuals and pills and handed them to her. Qingjiao was shocked, thinking, What's all this? He's really prepared way too thoroughly. Then she said, Master, I will definitely work hard at cultivation and won't let you down. Immediately after, Qingjiao began her intense cultivation, practicing swordsmanship and qi refining, without a moment's rest. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard, Wang Yang opened up a few humorous novels, chuckling to himself. Hey, this novel is not bad at all. Seeing his lazy look, the system couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Why is there such a big difference between people? The little girl spoke up accusingly. Hey host, it's already hard enough to get in here once, shouldn't you cultivate too? Wang Yang, eyes glued to the novel, nonchalantly replied. Even a production team's donkey can't be worked to death, you know? This deity is already working as a servant here, what more do you want? Hearing this, the system laughed awkwardly and said, All right, then how about this system help Liu Mei out a bit? This system has plenty of ways to raise her cultivation level. A few minutes, and I can push her to the Tribulation Transcendence realm, Wang Yang coldly replied. No need. The little girl, hearing this, said with dissatisfaction, HMPH, host. It's fine if you don't want to work hard, but why don't you even let others strive for it? Wang Yang replied with a disgusted tone. Damn system, you don't understand anything. This 3-origin crown competition isn't about who has the highest cultivation level, but who is better at suppressing their cultivation. The little girl helplessly said, Fine, this system wants to hear what kind of nonsense logic you're going to spout this time. Wang Yang smiled and replied, No matter how high your cultivation realm is, if your other aspects can't keep up, you'll just be trash against a formidable opponent of the same realm. Qingjiao is different from me. She needs to constantly cultivate and train to gain more skills and insights. Time flies faster than a dog chasing rabbits in a field. Oops. Before you can even scratch your butt, 10 years have passed. Qingjiao is still practicing swordsmanship diligently. The sword strikes are both soft and firm, powerful and decisive,
gentle and persistent.
She furrowed her brows and muttered to herself. Not enough. Still not enough. The sword intent must be more pure. I absolutely cannot let master down.
With that thought, she continued to practice madly, sharp sword chi shooting out in all directions.
Suddenly she unleashed the move, one sword cuts the heavenly prison, instantly severing 3 nearby mountain peaks. Seeing this, Qingzhao was overjoyed. Master, I did it, I succeeded. Wang Yang, holding an umbrella, walked over and said, Qingzhao, well done. Let's end this cultivation session here and go out for a break. The system sarcastically said, What, you want to rest, host? You haven't done anything this whole time. Seeing that this little girl was talking back a lot lately, he scolded, Shut up, you're too noisy.
As soon as the two of them stepped out of the transmission gate, Qingxuan walked up and asked, Master, senior sister, why are you out so soon?
At this moment, Qingzhao's realm had advanced, and her aura had also changed noticeably.
The other three were puzzled. Master, why did you guys come out after only 1 day? They wondered in their hearts. Senior sister's aura has completely changed, it seems. Her realm has broken through quite a bit.
Hearing them say that, Qingzhao was surprised. What? Only 1 day master and I have been cultivating in there for 10 years? Qingxuan then said, Senior sister, it's really only been 1 day. How could we possibly remember it wrong?
Wang Yang then explained. 1 day outside, 10 years inside. That is the effect of the Sumeru mustard seed world. Hearing this, Qingxuan stammered. What? 1 day out here is equal to 10 years in there. This is really heaven-defying.
Wang Yang then turned to her and said, Qingxuan, go back and prepare well tonight, and follow me in for cultivation tomorrow. Qingxuan cupped her hands respectfully and replied, Yes, master, this disciple will definitely go back and prepare thoroughly. At this time, Yan He and Yue Jiao anxiously asked, Senior sister Qingxuan is about to enter the secret realm too, so envious. Master, when will it be our turn? Ah, master, we also want to improve our strength.
Wang Yang put his hands behind his butt and calmly replied, Don't worry, you will have your chance too. Let your senior sister raise her realm first, so she can deal with the 3 origin crown competition. The two of them, hearing this, cupped their hands respectfully. Thank you, master.
Xuanji also walked over at this time, and she eagerly raised her hand and said, Master, I want to go in too. Seeing this, Wang Yang scolded, Don't cause trouble.
The next morning, Wang Yang waited for Qingxuan, anxiously saying, Ah, that's strange. Why isn't Qingxuan here yet? She's never been late before. Seeing this, the system taunted, It must be that the host's laziness virus infected her, right?
As soon as he finished speaking, Qingxuan arrived carrying a huge burlap sack, saying, Master, I'm sorry, I'm late. Seeing the sack, Wang Yang asked, You, what are you carrying so much stuff for, moving houses? Or what are you planning to do? Qingxuan quickly explained, Master, aren't we going to be in there for 10 years? Clothes to change into, elixirs to help with cultivation, Yue Jiao and Yan He's special products as gifts? Before she could even finish talking about the odds and ends, Wang Yang interrupted. There's no need to bring so much. Leave it all behind. There's everything inside.
At the same time, behind the Golden Summit Palace, a person shouted loudly, My Aor!
Outside, a group of people had already been waiting. Sensing the aura of this person, they thought to themselves, The sect leader's pressure is even stronger than before. His realm must have broken through. The sect leader has finally come out of seclusion. Let's see how that old man Shi is going to shoulder the blame.
As soon as he came out, that person accused. My son was killed, and you dared to hide it, until now, the elder called.
Shia replied, Sect leader, you were in seclusion breaking through at the time, and I was afraid that this matter would affect your cultivation.
As soon as he finished speaking, the old Taoist slapped him straight in the face and shouted, Since when has it been your place to make decisions about my affairs?
This guy was none other than Situ Ao's father, the sect leader of the Golden Jade Palace. He said with a disdainful tone, A tiny little spirit sword sect dares to kill my son. We'll see how I wipe them all out. Elder Shi, seeing this, quickly tried to dissuade him. Sect leader, the Huangwen assembly is about to begin. Please think carefully.
Hearing that, he said, Damn it, I almost forgot about that. He then continued, HMPH. Let that insignificant spirit sword sect live a few more days. He then commanded, Quickly, prepare for me. I absolutely cannot return empty-handed from this Huangwen assembly. The elders replied in unison, Yes, sect leader.